But unscathed, bow down to your kings, the Camelot Kings, champions of the world.
Hello, SMITE fans, and welcome to Championship Sunday here in our divisional playoff bracket as we try and figure out which of our two teams is going to be the #1 seed from this tournament and which one is then going to be able to be the leaders of the draft show that's going to be taking place a little bit later on today after the matchup is complete. I'm Jay. I got Mifflin joining me here on the desk as we get ready to jump into the action for today and get ready to break down our set between these teams, the Oni Warriors, the Jade Dragons. If you watched the first phase, the divisional tournament we had back then, well, these are the two teams that made it to the finals the last time. So now we get to have a little bit of a rematch. See if the Jade Dragons can find themselves a victory this time up against the Oni Warriors, or will the Warriors remain undefeated in these divisional matchups? The bracket has been so much fun to watch so far, Mifflin. We started out our week. We had, I believe, 3 of our quarterfinals go 0-3, and then it went 3-1, 3-1 for the remainder. And then just yesterday, we had our first 5-game set kind of round things out, and now it all leads to this: Oni Warriors and Jade Dragons for our finals.
I mean, I'm really excited for this one. Of course, I think I speak for everybody, would love to see this go at minimum 4 games. No more 3-0s. We've had enough of them this week. Time to get some highly competitive action, and I trust these teams to be able to bring us there.
I was talking about the bracket and kind of the path that these teams have had up into here. Now we can take a nice little visual look at the bracket so that way you can see just where all of these 3-0s were. Is Styx Ferryman, Oni Warriors, and Leviathans, who started out with a 3-0. Jade Dragons had a 3-1 for their first quarterfinal. And then in our semifinals yesterday, Jade Dragons beat the Ferryman 3-1 to make it to the finals. Oni Warriors went the full distance up against the Atlantis Leviathans in a 3-2, which leads us now to our grand finals. One final best of 5 to see who will be the #1 seed coming out of this divisional tournament. And then make sure that you stay after, because we do have the divisional draft show that'll be taking place. If you tuned in during phase 1, it's very similar to that case where it'll be the two teams figuring out who's going to go in Division 1, who's going to go in Division 2, our order in chaos. But it's a little bit different than the last time. If for last time it was the #1 seed gets to pick who goes in the #2s, and then the team that gets put over there picks the next team, and then that team goes, and it goes back and forth with all the teams. This time it's just our top 2 teams, just our finalists are determining how the divisions will break out this time.
A little bit more onus on them to control the fate of their future, right? Anything that adds a little bit of extra weight to this finals matchup, I'm a pretty big fan of, so having just that little bit of extra agency should serve whichever team finds themselves in first seed, but second seed is still not that bad, very well.
And one thing to also kind of point out here is that last time, it was the Oni Warriors and the Dragons in the same division with each other at this point. This time, they're going to be in opposite divisions.
No matter what.
We're not going to be seeing these two playing against each other more than once after this event, because that's how the divisions will break down. It'll be out of division. Once again, it'll be a single best of 5 in the regular season, and in division, it'll be 2 best of 5s for your teammates there. So whoever you put in there, you're going to have to face off a couple of times over the course of the regular phase of play. Remember, it's all best of 5s during regular season, similar to how this entire event this weekend has been best of 5. And kind of talking about these two teams here, the Jade Dragons, the Oni Warriors, both of them have had a tough path to make it up into here. Jade Dragons, I kind of want to maybe hone in on these guys a little bit more so, because the Jade Dragons, it's kind of been the growth of them. They had a great start to their phase last time, and then the actual regular season of play was maybe a little bit left to be desired from the Jade Dragons in phase 1. Come back into tournament time again. Jade Dragons have a nice little kickoff once more, but not quite able to lock things down. Now jumping back here again, this feels like a Jade Dragons that we haven't seen in quite some time, Miff.
It's a version of the Jade Dragons I don't think anybody's seen ever. How often are we getting things like Chaac and Athena mid? There was a little while back in, I believe, Season 8 where Chaac and mid was a thing, but since then hasn't really been seen. Athena mid, just untouched ground, untouched snow there, trodden first by the Jade Dragons. This team is incredibly difficult to lock down in that when I see their drafts, as a competitor, as an analyst, I'm thinking to myself, wow, that just can't be that good. It just simply can't, but they play it at such a high level. They control the map incredibly well. This Athena mid in particular, I think, probably going to have some knock-on effects throughout the set that we're about to watch. Would be surprised if Dardez doesn't like to go towards that at least the once. But the strategy or the weakness of these eclectic compositions that I've been talking about all weekend, and it hasn't really come up because we're still talking about them, the Jade Dragons are still progressing throughout this tournament, is that I thought a lot of its value came from the fact that nobody knows how to play against it or how it plays. Like, sure, you can get away with a full damage Athena mid the first time, and, shame on me. I didn't know that Confound was going to hit me for 350 and do an immediate 600 damage poly proc. How would I have known? I've never played against the Athena mid. we've seen it enough times now that the rest of the league should have probably just taken notice, which means it just works. It simply is working. I wonder if the Oni Warriors have got some answers to these more strange selections.
And then we've even seen some of the kind of meta-style selections go other places. You know, the Pele, which was kind of largely been the jungle priority, has now been making its way over towards mid. Raijin, which has been historically just a mid lane god, goes over to solo lane for Nika, works really well. So Jade Dragons not only kind of diversifying their win condition, but also kind of changing up where some of these premier picks that have been popping up can even potentially land on their team. Now you have some options with Dardez. We haven't really gotten to see much of the Cabrakan after his buffs have come through, but we've now seen Cabrakan flex to a different couple of spots out there, and I imagine with a team like the Dragons, we could see Cabrakan maybe go back mid again for Dardez. Could see it very easily go over to our Nika, or even PBM has the option to maybe pick that one up there. So I think with the Jade Dragons, at least the thing that's really stuck out to me with this team this weekend has been adaptation on field, but has also been kind of changing up and moving away from that just we're going to win the early game and then we hope that we've got enough lead by the mid game that we don't need to worry about late. This is a team that has now been able to lock down how their play style goes. If this does go to the late game, they've been able to really shore up some of those problems that they had back in Phase 1.
I would say that maybe some of the larger issues still present. The Jade Dragons have not overly impressed me in their ability to solidly close out games, and I'm talking about Siege explicitly. So maybe something the Oni Warriors could look to exploit, but the Oni Warriors don't exactly scream to me a hyper late game team that wants to be playing on the defensive. For the most part, the Oni Warriors very much so like to play aggressive, would love to meet the Jade Dragons in that early game, would love to play that hyper aggressive style, and they've been able to do so very well even with a change to their front line. And that's so impressive to me. When the front line changes up like the Oni Warriors have had, Jake no longer on the team, now Genetics replacing him, it really does shift up how you approach the team fight. Your point of first contact is completely different now. The center of communication, much different as well, but Genetics is slotted in just as well.
And I think the one thing that I'm looking for growth of this team, which is wild to say considering that, this is the number 2 seed coming out of the first phase of SPL and into and they were the number 1 seed in the regular season and then end up number 2 in Masters is I guess the way I can put that one. Is that the one thing that I'd like to see cleaned up that I've been noticing has been a bit weaker this weekend from the Warriors has been their objective play. We're not really seeing that decisive shot calling around objectives and kind of just this very awkward moment of play. We go into a matchup just yesterday for the Oni Warriors and they send 2 people to go to a fire giant while the other 3 are kind of just meandering around the opposite side of the map. And in paper, if this was 5, maybe 10 minutes later in the game, that's a great call. That's a great idea. But when your level 16 Cernanos and Sun Wukong are trying to take fire giant 2-man, it doesn't work out as well for you.
I agree. I could imagine we would see a little bit more of that, especially considering it is now Genetics leading the charge, and he has always been hailed as a phenomenal shot caller, especially when it comes to that macro play. But we have seen them make strides towards it. Go back to Oni Warriors of Phase 1, and it's a team that would just about always go for the fight. It was never about the objective. If a Gold Fury went down, it's because they were out of gods to kill. That is just simply not the case anymore. Instead, it really is just a diversified play style in that Genetics sometimes is communicating, hey, let's go to the Gold Fury. Sometimes let's go to the Pyromancer, but still has been forced to essentially slot in to this Oni Warriors playstyle, maybe a little bit more aggressive than he used to be. Now the Warriors as a whole maybe a little bit more objective focus, and now it's time to find that middle ground of where that meshes and how they can progress in the future.
And that's just going to take a little bit of time with teams like this. It's not often that you can have a brand new player for a team slot in and everything works exactly the same as it did before, maybe even better sometimes. So we'll have to see how the growth of the Oni Warriors, not just in the set today, but over the course of the phase, how these guys continue to grow. And maybe even so, kind of also changing up some of the play style for some of the players out here, seeing kind of how Genetics maybe adjust these things, going from that all-in W key aggressive style of team. Maybe we do see them kind of slow down a little bit as the phase goes on, as the sets go on. I mean, we go to Game 5 yesterday, though, and that looked like classic Oni Warrior style of play. I mean, 20, 25 minutes and are already running down Phoenixes.
They've had a few of those.
That's tough to do, even in the current meta where the game seems to have sped up just a little bit. That's not easy for a team to be able to hit that level of dominance in a game.
Yeah, but the Jade Dragons have also had themselves some very quick games as well. I believe ending one at around that 24-minute mark too. So both teams certainly capable of taking it a little bit later, certainly capable of ending it very early as well. And I think that's the hallmark of a phenomenal team, is when you can have that adaptable play style where maybe your strategy doesn't work out entirely. You've got an early game composition, but if the game goes 40, you don't get to change your gods. You don't get to change your draft. You still have to be able to play it at that portion of the game, and both teams have proved to me that they are certainly capable of it. I wonder though, I just really do think that there are some weaknesses on both sides that both teams now have got a lot of data on throughout this weekend that they could look to exploit. Both the Jade Dragons and the Oni Warriors have played 8 total games up until this point. That is, let's roughly call it 6 hours of gameplay to study up on. I'm sure both of those coaches are putting in a lot of work.
They're going to have to keep putting in more work as the phase goes on. Remember, it's best of 5 today for this grand finals. It's best of 5 for the entire regular season of play as well, so plenty of game data for a lot of these coaches and a lot of these players to start picking up on as the phase continues to go on. And we can jump ourselves right into the picks and bans for game number 1 between the Oni Warriors and the Jade Dragons. See who will take the startup lead here in our best of 5 grand finals. And I want to see specifically how kind of these first bans start immediately kind of acting out for themselves. Athena, the ban from the Oni Warriors. Dardez maybe a little too strong on that Athena mid the first couple of times he's played it. The Oni Warriors take that one out.
I mean, Dardez has certainly dominated on this pick. I mean, hasn't really played in the mid lane. He's not out clearing any standard mages on the Athena, right? But it's that side lane control that Athena affords to his team. I'll just go ahead and jump on Cyclone Spin like we had seen in that matchup 3 times in 5 minutes and make it so easy with Defender of Olympus. Or, oh, you've got a numbers advantage in a soul lane trying to invade my blue buff. Just kidding, I'm there. And whoever you were fighting just previously now also has damage mitigation, now also has a giant nuke inbound localized entirely on top of them. And so the Oni Warriors decide, let's go ahead and forego that. None of the other teams in the league have really found an answer to it just yet. We'll go ahead and get it off the table. But I just got to think, Athena mid is going to have similar weaknesses to Athena solo, and we've got a whole lot of data on Athena solo. How do you beat it? It's to play where she is. Don't play in any other lane. Play on top of the soul laner. Invade the blue buff. Go for hyper-aggressive plays in lane and abuse her, so she essentially just doesn't have an ultimate to use unless it's just for the escape. Didn't really see any of that on a Dardez when he was locking in the Athena, and we won't get a chance to see it here.
Athena, Ratatoskr, and Chernobog all banned away by the Oni Warriors. It's surprising to say, at least for the Chernobog in that first ban slot, considering how potent of a pick it can be for the Warriors. The Jade Dragons, their bans are Yamoja, the Khepri, which has worked very well for Genetics over the course of this weekend, and then Pele, which has still been one of those top pick gods. And that leaves open for a first pick Thor. While Thor's certainly a strong god, maybe not the one I would have thought would be in the first pick slot here, Mifflin.
No, but there's so much available considering the majority of meta guardians or most recent meta guardians are still out there. You don't necessarily need to grab one of them. Let's assume the Jade Dragons want the Ares. You still have the Ganesha on the other side, right? There's still great options. Really strong warriors available too. So instead, take a contested pick that has some flexibility. You're not revealing too much about your draft. Thor generally going to be plug and play regardless and holds his own just about wherever you put him. I think a very strong first pick considering how much the priority list is still available.
Now the Jade Dragons, where do they go? Amaterasu seems to have risen up in favoritism for some of these players out there. Recent changes to her kit as well seems to have brought her back to the forefront. Also, with the addition of the recipes, as mentioned, the golden gooseberries really seems to have kind of brought her back into solo. No longer does she need that golden blade in order to be able to easily clear out that wave. And throw a Ganesha along in there, one of the top supports. That's kind of just been the top support for the last 2 or 3 months, even all the way back towards Masters, and maybe even a little bit before that seems to have been one of those top picks there. So the Jade Dragons grab their front line right away. The question is, where do the Oni Warriors go? If we're still looking at top selections for some of these more carry style of roles, Raijin, which has been 100% pick ban this weekend, has not been looked at just yet.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe just Raijin Ares here. If you don't pick up a Guardian in this selection, you're probably going to have your options limited pretty greatly as we go through the second phase of bans. Raijin just incredibly strong as well. So I think fits the playstyle of the Oni Warriors, an aggressive pick that can get involved in the mid lane, generally around that level 3 point. Ares, another aggressive pick that gets involved at level 3 as well, would give you a little bit of dominance in both of your mid and side lane, and then still reveals nothing about where this Thor is going because you have the potential to flex them into both jungle and solo at that point. The Oni Warriors, though, considering their options, evaluating the entire field. Otherwise, other strong picks, Sun Wukong comes to mind. Would have never guessed the Anhur. You could have given me 100 days. I would have never got to that Anhur. It is a very strong pick, to be sure. A ranged nuker, has decent laning phase and still very aggressive, but I had thought maybe we'd wait a little bit longer on that ADC, and instead even could have utilized that pick as a ban. We know Vote wants to play things like the Ram or the Jing. I'm not really sure he's going to contest you too much on that Anhur pick.
No, though this weekend, Anhur, so far 10 games that he's been able to be played, 60% on the win rate, so it has been a widely contested god. Nearly half of our games we have at least seen him picked up. Hera, going to be the final selection for the Jade Dragons.
Yeah,
so not very many other people in the league are going to be drafting this god, so I guess grabbing in the top 3, no worries now for Dardez as to where he might be going. So now for the Jade Dragons, needing their jungler and still needing their carry for Vote. Though, as mentioned, unless you're going to ban immediately right here Ram Jing, Vote still has plenty of options that he can go towards. So do you limit LASBRA here if you're the Oni Warriors? Try and take away a couple of these big junglers that he's been so strong on.
I think that is certainly valuable, but you've already taken away like LASBRA's numero uno, which is that rat. So do you need to take too much more away? Daji's been banned out by the Dragons. That's essentially a shot at both junglers. And the Ram, that was something I was concerned about. The Dragons would have loved to have had that pick, a phenomenal scaler that also get that fight started from range. What does LASBRA go towards here? I'd like to see a little bit more immediate CC, things that are air quotes unreactable, the things that you're really not seeing coming. Dazzling Offensive, of course, phenomenal CC, great at starting fights, takes 3 swings before you're getting stunned though, so a lot of these gods should be able to avoid the majority of it. So just something that can catch the Oni Warriors unaware in a team fight, catch someone straggling through the jungle, anything like that I think could serve them well. Serqet comes to mind as something LASBRA could play, but she's been largely vacant this week.
So far for LASBRA, his picks over the course of this weekend have been Ratatoskr, Pele as his number 1 and 2, and then Arachne, Bassett, and Camazotz all taking 1 game each for LASBRA so far. So we'll see if he goes back towards one of those other options. But for now, it will be Jing for Vote with the Ram and the Artemis, 2 of the top picks taken away from this weekend, and 1 specifically in the Ram of Vote's top picks removed away. So goes to the safe option in the Jing. So Jing Ganesh feels like a lane I'm trying to avoid because it feels like it'd be a snooze fest of trying to really get a gank on anybody over there.
Yeah, both very safe picks, but Jing does have a little bit of sauce come late game, especially if she elects to go down that crit tree. Gap. A pick we'd seen from Mike a little bit earlier on this week. Now, the Oni Warriors and Genetics will be taking that one for themselves. And a set as well. So that, I do believe, leaves your Thor in the solo lane, your set out of the jungle, but still some flexibility between the two. Wouldn't be surprised to see them swapped up, but would definitely prefer to see that Thor in solo. It just feels like he leverages a little bit more of that bruiser build much better. If I see a tank set, I'm not really threatened by it. Doesn't have the CC. Probably won't have the damage enough to really bother the back line of the Jade Dragons. So now it's all up to LASBRA and his selection on the Dragons. I don't know. I wouldn't hate like a Hunbots here. Feels like Hunbots could make it a really annoying to exist in lane as a Geb or even as an Anhur. Pretty easy to chase him out. And it's just a massive disruption AoE ultimate, which is something I'm personally a massive fan of as well. Fear no evil's good. I don't think I'm breaking any new ground in saying that, so we'll see where the mind of the Jade Dragons go.
So Jade Dragons still with a little bit of bank time to play with, waiting on LASBRA's selection. I'm just going to open up the potential here, just because we've seen it once this weekend, not by the Oni Warriors, but it was by the Jade Dragons. Ooh. Maybe potential for Raijin to go solo, but likely, just considering with the performance we saw yesterday from Pegon on the Raijin, could still see that one going over mid just as easily. But the Serqet that you were calling for earlier, Myth, does get locked in now for the Jade Dragons. There's that surprise factor that you were looking for.
A little bit of stealth, hyper mobility, good backline dive, has the potential to either go bruiser or full damage depending on just the mindset of the Jade Dragons. We know that she can use things like Pridwin really well, but we also know that crit seems to be back in the meta too. I'll be keeping my eyes on that and how he elects to play it. I believe the first time we've seen Serqet this weekend, at least as far as my memory goes. So it's not going to be a support Serqet. Fingers crossed, that would mean Ganesh jungle. I expect him to spend a lot of his time in the center of the map. I really like Serqet's matchup into Raijin in particular. That primary weakness of Raijin being his leap takes a little bit of time. I believe it's like nearly a full second of pre-fire before he actually teleports to the lightning crash. Okay, I'll taunt you. I'll ult you. And if I don't have the ult, I'll taunt. If you can do whichever one. And then you've also got 2 dash abilities / leaps to catch up. So I think Serqet a very smart pickup here. The only point of contention for Serqet is how Geb interacts. If Geb's nearby, he's just going to stone shield your taunt every single time, and it's going to feel really bad trying to connect your damage immediately afterward. But you also are really good at jumping on Geb as Serqet, so if you can get over into that duo lane early on, the Jade Dragons have a clear target.
How does this kind of 1v1 matchup between the junglers go? Because Panitom is not one of the only junglers, but one of the few who really loves to take these consistent 1v1s in the jungle. He spots you out at your speed buff. I'm going to go ahead and go for a fight here. You meet him at one of the mid-Harpy camps. You're going to be boxing up against Panitom, or even in case that we saw just even yesterday between him and Adapting. Adapting's just trying to clear out some jungle on his way back out as he's pushing up a lane. Panitom finds him and goes for that. So how does that 1v1 matchup for Set versus Serqet kind of pan out?
Well, Serqet's going to have the majority of the decision-making power in that 1v1. It is essentially a very flowchart matchup. If you're in an ideal world, catching him in the jungle, nobody else is around. Serqet will go for the taunt. If it connects and it's not beadsed out, stick to the fight. Hopefully you 100-0 before he comes out of the CC. Just 2-1 ultimate auto attack, and then jump if you need it. Jump away or let the bleed finish everything else. If the beads is channeled, here's the other end of the flowchart for Serqet. Run away. Don't stick around. Well, why would you? I don't want to fight Set. He's got like 8 soldiers around me. You know what I mean? So it is much easier for Serqet to get the jump on Set. But if Set has beads and has the resources to deal with the CC, he should be able to win out on the fight.
Well, it's game number 1 of our best of 5, our grand finals. Who's going to take the lead between the Warriors and the Dragons? Let's kick things off with our casters, Gore and Trelly.
Thanks so much, J-Mac and Mifflin. It is, in fact, Gore, Trelly, and of course Doug giving us the window in. And Trelly up front, a couple of things. One, I know Vile has to be happy because earlier there was a discussion about gods they wanted to see played today. And Vile wanted to see the Jing way. And so game 1, immediately making sure that that's on the board, as it is 51-49. Wow, a very, very even split between these two teams. Just slightly in favor of the Warriors from the chat. And the other thing that I'm really excited for in this set, Shelly, is that it feels like 2 opposing styles of gameplay. Granted, genetics is on Geb, so maybe not the most early game-oriented Warriors that we've ever seen. But this is a team that really does like to run it down and hold W. And the Dragons, on the other side, have been, whether it's on purpose or not, right? Whether you want to talk about their sieges or not, the games have gone longer for them. And they've had to kind of showcase and prove themselves constantly as a late-game composition and players.
Yeah, it's just been difficult to watch the actual siege, I think. Whether it be them defending or pushing in, the Jade Dragons, they don't have an issue getting early leads, right? They don't have an issue establishing pressure around the map. It is when it comes to going into Phoenixes and retreating afterwards. How long do they stick around? So something I'm sure they talked about. They're coming into Finals Sunday here. I'm sure that was discussed at some point between their last game and now. They're going up against the Oni Warriors, who have been looking explosive, for lack of a better term. And they've got a lot of their key gods, right? We talked a lot about Sot in the previous sets. On this Thor, I think going to have a very good look, just because, a more damage. You can be so impactful with those ultimates, those rotations, which are just really big right now. I'll say solo lane has a greater hold on the meta than I would have expected. A lot of time they're just sort of delegated to sitting over in solo lane, no rotations, just farming until, at the very least, minute 12 when that beacon spawns in. But there's been a lot of early teleports to force fights, sometimes 3-4-man just death squads if you can make it work. So I think getting a Thor this early, that's kind of what you're looking for, right? He has the ability to teleport over, use Anvil of Dawn. You could teleport to mid lane, hammer, use your ult, and you're almost in duo at that point. You could be there in a second.
God, the beacon, if you didn't have it there, there were times where you wouldn't see solo laners until they were level 20. Maybe more recently, like level 16, 18, something like a little earlier than that, but realistically, it wasn't until we started seeing fights on the right-hand side very consistently for a Fire Giant. So it was, 15, 18 minutes for things like that in the Pyromancer. Now, I mean, he specifically, like you said, with the beacon, it kind of gets him out there a little bit earlier. But Nika, I think in particular, and I don't want to say it sought for this game, but sought on Thor in general, has definitely left this lane very often. In fact, we've gotten pretty much the opposite on the other side, where now we don't see the carries until they hit some of those late-game spikes, just because the builds, especially early on, depending on where you're at, don't let you hit super hard. Right now, you need to hit hard. If you're Pegon, you've got some damage, but LASBRA's got a little bit more in the help from Dardez. And first blood goes over to the Dragon's jungler. Can he escape? And can they find Panitom? Taunt is good. Little extra damage from the Hera. Panitom's going to keep the chase up. Goes deep into the jungle. Has the clone to teleport to or away from. If you can't quite get there. It seems like the chase is not going to work out. LASBRA, oh no, backing under the tower. A little bit of damage, but just off the mark from Panitom. And LASBRA's going to get back with first blood in hand.
Yeah, unfortunate for Pegon. He had a decision to make. Do I dash it and look for this 1v1, or do I wait for Panitom to show up? Maybe he thought Panitom would have been there a bit sooner. Could have Thunder crashed away, but Raiju also wasn't up. That was the big difference maker. If he Thunder crashes in and has Raiju, could be looking at a kill opportunity. LASBRA's here, though, and Nika just wants to try to confirm the blue. Is not going to be able to grab it. But do you chase with a blink in from Serqet? Could be trying to catch out the hammer, but saw it. Makes a good call, goes in for the stun. And should be able to get his blue buff as well. So first blood going the way of LASBRA. Definitely a good look. He's starting Soul Eater if you want to start stacking as quickly as possible. Getting first blood. Definitely a good way to do that. But still, we're seeing how Raijin getting off to a slow start might be able to affect the DPS of this character. I don't think that Hera has like this fantastic matchup. Yeah, you have a lot of ways to interrupt Thunder Crash. But it's not like just dropping Argus on a Taiko Drums is going to be the instant one-shot, right? That's not really where Hera's burst comes through. You got to hit Argus into that Royal Assault, into the rest of the kit, just try and chain everything together. And Raiju can be very slippery in Taiko Drums. He's a bit slower, but yeah, it's been changed throughout the year. 75% movement speed, I believe, lost, so he still does have a bit of that zoom potential if used properly.
There's also that weird Hera balance whenever Dardez plays it, which is exclusively the Dardez buff.
Yep.
Which is that anybody else is not locking in Hera. Nobody's playing her. But for some reason, Dardez not only can play her, but plays her incredibly well and looks good each time. So that's really the thing you have to overcome, is just knowing that, like you said, all of those little intricacies in the matchup, like, oh, you have to do this to get those wins. Dardez, a majority of the time, is doing those and able to find that balance. And so an early first blood over to the Dragon, specifically throwing it into the jungle, of all things. And it's a Soul Eater, super early on from LASBRA, not something that I feel like I'm at least used to seeing as the first item on Serqet. Do you like this kind of, I guess, deviation from the build, or is it just kind of the new meta? Maybe we'll hold that as Pegon thrown back in, and that's the combo you wanted to see, Trelly. Maybe overdone, but LASBRA's got the damage, and Dardez has the finisher, and it's a second kill onto the mid laner.
5 seconds until those beads were up. If Pegon played patiently for 5 more seconds, or somehow reaction ulted that blink in from LASBRA, would have been fine, but did not have the CC immunity, and that's an easy chain stun. Last breath right into Argus. Plenty of CC chain, and that's Raijin's biggest weakness, right? He does not have that much to try and get away. His escape isn't going to be able to get channeled. So LASBRA is a beautiful play, knowing those beats timers and setting up that gank onto Pegon, trying to make his life just a little bit worse. And that's really the only aggression we've seen so far. We've been talking about this Serqet and how she has the ability to get active early, and LASBRA is using that to his advantage. Oh my gosh, so much damage though from Sod onto LASBRA. I don't think a tower dive is going to be in their future, but still, that blue buff certainly owned by the Warriors.
Netrioid getting an impale against the wall, has to use the beats. SMITE goes in for the root, knock up good from Vote, but that's going to be all they wrote over on left. And it is, I think, like you said, important to see what Sot's been able to do. Every time LASBRA's shown up over there, it's been a good wall. This last time with good damage, a blue buff invade, and successful steal from the Warriors. And so at least finding some successes in the only quantifiable way that there are when there's no kills on the board for the Warriors over on right, and in terms of experience, and mainly trying to keep Nika locked down. Unfortunately, they cost 2 kills, and Just a little over 1,000 gold here, 6 minutes in. So really, it's not this overwhelming runaway despite 2 early kills for the Dragons. You know, you had mentioned it with the bead stimers in mid. LASBRA, though, has done nothing but prove how massive of a threat he is, can be, and presumably will continue to be over at least the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, now we get to see where this build's going. You were talking about how you haven't seen the first item, Soul Eater. I tend to agree, right? It's usually Jotuns into Soul Reaver or Crusher, you know, you get some extra damage online. But Soul Eater into a breastplate, definitely looking towards a more tanky build on this Serqet, trying to just do, I guess, full-on CC and hope the team has the rest of the damage follow-up. Serqet's taken a lot of changes over the years, used to be able to just build full tank and still do crazy amounts of damage. LASBRA, if he wants to still have that one-shot capability late game, is certainly going to have to itemize into some more DPS as this build continues. But one thing he will be is annoying, right? If you're trying to survive, Netrioid, Panitom, and SOT, this build is certainly going to help you out.
And you know what? Annoying. That's the key word in gameplay that really does get frustrating and something the Warriors are going to have to deal with. Because it's not just the Serqet, it's the Ganesha too. So you have to imagine the silences, the oppressive nature that the Dragons are going to be bringing could continue to be strong. But Charlie, right now, it's still just the standard setup. Nothing too crazy for them. Beads back up on Pegon. LASBRA hasn't been active with that ult just yet. And considering what we've seen, I actually really like this. The movement on the map from the Dragons right now is really just high focus to get Nika a blue buff because he's lost the last 2. And so a little bit of focus on the right-hand side of the map, but LASBRA, with this build and what we've been talking about, it does feel like it would maybe slow down the potential of hey, I'm going to come in and we're going to kill Pegon 6 times and just make sure this Raijin doesn't exist. And instead it's shifted to much like you said, hey, I'm going to go in, I'll throw him back to you, somebody else has got to kill him now.
And that's the big difference. I mean, LASBRA isn't trying to be that solo agent. He's not trying to be the hard carry of his team. He's saying, if Dardez is here, yeah, we'll fight. Yeah, I can go in. I can set up for a kill. If Dardez is not here, someone else better be, or there's not going to be any action coming our way. Moving into about 8 minutes in, close to 9. That beacon, maybe the first time we actually see a grouping from these teams. I mean, both Nika and SOT have the ability to make those clutch rotations. Their teleport is down for now, but keeping it up, right? Keeping the cooldown available right when that beacon spawns in has been what a lot of these players do. Being able to teleport to a ward even if you upgrade it and try and make an impact. The question is, do you value this new beacon change? We've been talking about it a bit this weekend so far. No longer getting that movement speed, which is a very sought-after stat, but you actually get damage, which can be very helpful. Like a mini Discordia passive for your whole team if you're able to capture those beacons. That's the way to think about it. It seems a little bit more valuable, right? It makes sense that these solo laners are trying to come through and rotate in for these beacon spawns. But with farms so important on the map, and like you said, Nika was losing a couple of those blue buffs, you want to make sure you know exactly what you're losing before you go in for a rotation like that. If you're missing a blue buff spawn, your wave, some back camps, do you really care if you're doing 1% extra damage?
The thing is, and maybe we'll talk about the beacon instead when it comes back up, because it's a Gold Fury start. Darming Pillars drops. Netrioid spots this out, throws out a couple autos. The Impale is just a little too soon, though. Dragons, an early rotation towards left, and a very small commitment. Get the Gold Fury and extend their lead up to 2,000 gold.
I like that play from Netrioid. He had a choice of going in for the Desert Fury or just an auto attack and an Impale. Could have done enough damage if he timed it correctly, but it was a low-stakes play, right? He didn't have to do the CC immunity. The ult does tick damage at that point, so goes in, does his best, does not grab the steal, but at the very least shows some face. And that's a great start for the Jade Dragons. Their issue has never really been this objective play, but they said, hey, we've got a small lead just due to farm across the map. Let's group up, use these Dharmic Pillars, go in for an easy shred onto the objective and get out for free. That's the big difference, right? It wasn't like the Oni Warriors tried to find any sort of aggression afterwards. The objective is done, and they retreat. We have to talk about this matchup a bit. I think this is the main reason that Genetics even looked towards the Geb. That Stone Shield into Serqet, into Ganesh, has so much implications. That cleanse helps out. Pegon never has to use his beads in that situation because it's just a quick cleanse, quick shield to get out of trouble. If Genetics builds some cooldown, it could be up just about any moment you need. It's gonna stop at least one clutch CC in a team fight. So if you're hoping for the follow-up, if you're hoping for the CC, Sometimes Genetics can just stop that in its tracks.
As long as I'm reading the ability or the ingredients properly, it does look like that's a recipe for Bao. So cooldown, it's going to be there for Genetics, at least a little bit, teensy bit, right? As he does.
He's got a sturdy stew online. Yeah, the Bao's the purple one.
You're right. Charlie, I need to lean forward more when I'm talking about the Bao, huh?
He's going to be sturdy,
Well, you know what? He's going to be sturdy, man. He's going to be earthy, rocky. And that ruins the entire point that I was about to make. The good question, or the good point, though, and good answer is, maybe a saving grace, a little life raft for me, is the beacon's coming up in about 10 seconds. Mike's already standing on it, and we were talking about it. You had mentioned that it's a smaller buff, but it's more damage-oriented. Move speed no longer on there. The other thing about it is it stacks up to, what, 6 times now?
If you're going that long,
If you're going that long, if you can make it all the way there. The Titans technically can get released more than once. Though most of the time, we've only seen them get to that third capture. Right now, Nika's rotated in. Nika's taking a lot of poke in the process of trying to fight for this. The beacon halfway charged here for the Warriors. With Nika knocked away, that's going to be enough for the Dragons to decide to get out of there. But Panitom is not content to let this lie. Instead, looks for the solo laner in the jungler. In the jungle. Won't quite find him. Nika dashes away. Will survive with their life. Still 2 kills on the board, but the beacon goes the way of the Warriors.
Yep, nice rotations through. Nika realized, wait a second, I have no magical defense, and I just met Pegon, who immediately gets him down to 40% HP, forces out that dazzling offensive defensively, makes him have to get out of there. And of course, Sot realized there might be a tower, some tower pressure. LASBRA wasn't even there, right? The Serqet heads over to solo lane, just tries to find some extra farm, says, guys, that beacon, probably not happening. Good luck, don't die for it type of deal. And Sot has to teleport back over just to make sure his tower is not pressured. But now the Oni Warriors are showing some signs of life. They can step forward, they can fight if they get the opportunity. So with this Oni Fury spawning in, aggressive positioning, or at least get some ward coverage down, right? The Oni Warriors have that position. I was wondering if Genetics was going to go towards the ward chalice. He's done it a few times.
Yeah.
But maybe he is focused more so on trying to upgrade, you know, his build. He's got the ore items online. He's got the sovereignty. He's got the Gauntlet of Thebes. Just wants his team to be standing proud when they're next to him, having some extra protections and, you know, being able to survive some of this damage.
And I want to turn an oopsie daisy on my part into an actual question, which is just, do you like the sturdy stew on Geb, or do you think it would have been better if it was cooldown?
So in my mind, the big difference maker in some of these builds, and the reason that I thought Ganesha would be a little lower on the tier list, is if you can go this upgraded meditation with Bountiful Bow, with Horn Shard, and you're getting immense, like Ares, for example, he can do that very well. If Ares blinks in, hits some chains, pops his med, hits some more chains, he's got his bow, hits some more chains, right? That just flows so well.
Yeah.
Geb doesn't have that many spammable abilities, right? The shield is not coming off cooldown quick enough to really benefit from that sort of build, and I think Genetics realizes that. He's not going like Chronos Pendant Meditation Bow. He's just going for auras and tank items, saying, hey, my one shield will be clutch enough. If you look at Mike, he actually went for that upgraded meditation. He's got the Bountiful Bow, but Ganesha doesn't have that many spammable abilities either, right? Yeah, he's got Turn of Fate. If you get 2 ohms off in a fight, that's pretty cool. But you're hoping Dharmic Pillars is enough to engage or disengage, and that's it. Your spamming of abilities, I don't think you get too much value from. So I guess we'll have to see if that meditation comes in clutch for Mike. It's going to be quite some time before he's got his Bountiful Bow online, but that's kind of the benefit of these supports. It already takes a while for them to get 6 slotted anyway, so you're not going to have to sell that item for such a long time.
I know the cloak upgrade here for Med doesn't affect your ultimate, but the most spammable ability on Ganesh might actually be Dharmic Pillars. It's such a low cooldown for an ult. And it's so nice to be able to throw out. We're probably going to see one here. Oni Fury started up by the Warriors. They're going to go ahead and start doing the DPS. Warriors secure that one, no problem. Pyromancer, in the meanwhile, was split between Dardez and Nika. They pick that one up on the right-hand side to go trade objective for objective. Maintain just shy of a 2,000 gold lead. And Trelly, we haven't seen too much fighting from him. After LASBRA got that second kill within the range of Pegon's beads, neither of these teams have really been looking for an engage.
They haven't. Jade Dragons, no, they didn't want to step forward there, and Sot makes a great wall. I mean, if you called it out. Mike wanted to drop Dharmic Pillars. He wanted to go in for a steal there, but gets stunned immediately. Can't walk up, right? Just well-timed. Sot said, hey, even though this is a pretty low-stakes steal, I'm going to make sure that we have our DPS here, and it can't come through. Nika teleports in, Immediately gets an Argus out just to try and defend this tier 1 tower. That's a little something any of you can do in your games at home. Teleport, you're always going to land in that exact spot, and if you see someone teleporting in, try and get some damage off. Nika maybe wants to go in there if he doesn't get chunked by a wall and some Raijin damage. This is also a good play, keeping Argus around. After Argus is dropped, you want him to die as quickly as possible so he's back on cooldown. But they're not killing him, right? Sot's just tanking this up, forcing Dardez to keep Argus out for a bit. Now it just now goes on cooldown, and that means Dardez is not going to have that drop for quite some time. And it's a pretty good self-peel tool.
Self-peel tool, team fight tool. We've seen, I mean, that small knockup on instant, right? You jump in, the damage that comes in feels like sometimes it's the entirety of the kit that Hera needs. The rest of the damage is always really nice. Unfortunately for Vote, damage is getting thrown their way. Up into the ult. And does the Jing Wei thing. Survives with a disengage over towards the speed buff. Still an invade on the purple from the Warriors as they get aggressive over there. And aggressive is the way it's starting to feel right now, right? In the very beginning of this game, you didn't have too much. We had mentioned the Serqet being early game. Didn't see anything. I mean, you're looking at Geb over in the long lane. Pegon's really the one guy, it feels like, between him and Panitom that could have done some damage. But again, we're met with the Serqet on the other side. Now, the Warriors are feeling a lot more confident. Beacon comes back in. They're standing on it. No issues. They're going to get the second capture of the game as well. And we've seen small little mechanical moments from them. But Shelly, it really does feel like it's building up to something massive, and the Warriors, like the amount of damage, the poke they throw onto Nika, the CC chains that they've showcased so far, we haven't gotten to see some of the big plays, but I can already imagine how they're going to unfold.
I mean, most team comps that are built like this, for the Oni Warriors that is can you keep Pegon alive, right? Can you just keep this Raijin free casting? And I'm looking at the damage on the side of the Jade Dragons, because LASBRA goes full tank, right? This looks like a Ratatoskr build in my mind. Sure, you've got a lot of CC, but the benefit of building this on Rat is he's got the flurry, he can shred protections, he can still do essentially true damage if he's enough to get enough prot shred off, whereas Serqet, yeah, you've got damage, you've got built-in crit, but if you're building this tanky, you're hoping that you have follow-up. Dardez is rarely going to be able to get within range, right? If Dardez is stepping up that far, he's usually getting absolutely ran down by Panitom. Set does not care about Hera. He can just absolutely chase her down with Kingslayer if given the opportunity to. So if the Jade Dragons are trying to just deal with Pegon with that combo, right, with LASBRA blinking to the backline and Dardez's follow-up, it's going to be difficult if Pegon is in the right position, if he's able to stand clear, and especially if Genetics is nearby, right? The shell on top of that stone shield, a lot of tools to try and keep him safe. And look at this. LASBRA, Dardez, and Nika all hovering around Pegon, right? If you can't tell who this comp was designed to kill, look no further than this red buff. Invade.
Dardez drops down the Argus. Damage is good. The rest of the team, look, you had 3 guys that were waiting to help and jump in with you. And unfortunately for Dardez, it's just a kit drop and retreat. Pegon's going to be able to survive, but is knocked back to base. Pyromancer's back up. That's what the Dragons are focused on and fighting for. I have a small 4v4, I guess 4v3 right now, but they've lasted long enough for Pegon to walk back from base. Argus, as you had mentioned, still on the board right now, and therefore not on cooldown, so Dardez is going to have to wait even longer before that comes back around. And Shelly, it felt like it was about to be at least a 3rd kill for the Dragons. Maybe it still could be. LASBRA is still lurking over in the left side jungle, but they're not looking for the fight just yet. Instead, it's the Warriors, again, looking for some aggressive positioning. Pyromancer, Primal Fury, pressure on right, maybe versus pressure on left. Nika's knocking on a tier 2 as we speak. And so if you're the Warriors, do you have an objective in your mind that is the next thing to go for?
It seems like trading either Pyro for Primal Fury has been the call so far. I think the Oni Warriors would prefer the Primal Fury just because it does give you more value. But the Jade Dragons are the ones with the lead. They should feel confident stepping forward. I don't want to see Nika go to the right. He just backed, head back to base. I want to see him posture towards the left, right? That is the usual call. But it seems like LASBRA and Dardez want to go in for like a cheeky Pyromancer while still having pressure. They want both objectives if possible. Doesn't seem like that's going to be the easiest call to make, though, because Sot's here. He's got some ward coverage down. At the very least, he's going to know if this is pulled. A slow game so far. We're 2-0 at 21 minutes. Not for lack of trying. There was an attempted red buff invade, but Pegon knows, hey, beads, Thunder Crash away. I'm not going to stick around and fight again.
Simultaneously, not for lack of trying and for lack of trying, right? Like there have been moments where it could have racked up. We're talking like maybe 2 extra kills on the board total. Definitely tower killing that has been going on. All 6 still standing for the Dragons. Tier 1 in left, Tier 1 in right, gone on the side of the Warriors. Most important thing that means right now, Beacon, when it does come back up, Titans will go down mid. The map stays in its current state, but Pyromancer is the objective.
LASBRA in the back.
Do you yield is the question. The answer is no. LASBRA goes in. Good taunt. Great Argus. And the damage is there for the Dragons immediately onto Pegon. Nika gets into the back and gets the kill. Panitom alone. Up into the sky is the Thor, but it does not look like anyone's going to be aggressing from the Warriors. Fall back for Panitom. Same for SOT. And the same there for Netrioid. The damage dealers are gone, and the Dragons get to start a tear down mid. Take down the Tier 1. Go right back for the Pyro.
If you were curious, 8 seconds this time before Pegon's speeds were back up. It's razor-thin margins. If this man played slightly defensively, just for 10 seconds, he would be 0-1 right now. And honestly, his first death was because he got too aggressive. If Pegon was dialing it back like 2 notches on the volume meter, he would probably be 0-0 right now. There'd be no kills, and it'd be all right. But the Jade Dragons have a composition designed to CC chain a Raijin. That's what they're going for. It's worked out 3 times in a row, and it's going to continue. You only get 1 pair of beads. You cannot rely on genetics to shield every single time. There's just too much CC. By the way, Dardez didn't even drop Argus there. Like it was like needed. It did end up getting that much value, but there was a lot of damage coming in from Vote as well, who's just a full shred Jing Wei. No crit built into this Jing Wei build just yet. It's just the passive crit from his 2.
And that shred, it's worked out wonderfully. Beacon, 3rd capture, goes to the Dragons. After knocking down that Tier 1 in mid, tower health and the structure health means the Titans are going to be over on left. And Trelly, this is actually where it gets really interesting. Pyro's gone. Primal's up. Fire Giant's up. You're 23.5 into the game. You've got 2 Runic Bombs if you're the Dragons. It's an interesting dynamic to me, at least macro play, to see what kind of decisions they want to make around the Titans when they start moving, and maybe around the objectives in general. Dharmic Pillars drop down, Primal Fury killed off by Vote, and that's going to be another one to balance things out. Suddenly it's not, hey, we can get Primal and a Titan. It's, okay, well, the Titan's on left, Fire Giant's on right. And I don't think you step away from a Fire Giant fight if you can afford it. Panitom stunned in the jungle by Nika. Damage and shred is there. CC chain good, but the shield strong enough this time to make sure Panitom gets out of there. Genetics showing us what this Geb can do.
Yep, greedy play there. I mean, Panitom did not have to Aegis. He could have just beats the initial ult, and he would have been able to get out of range, but he thought it was just Nika, or maybe that LASBRA was too far away. Decides to hold the beats just to see what happens, and then ends up having to use beats and Aegis. That takes a lot of Set's dive potential away. I was talking about how Dardez can't step up to a Set, but at this point with no relics and Panitom having 3 items, he would just destroy Dardez, right? I mean, Dardez would destroy Panitom, exactly. If Panitom is teleporting in, Sandstorm, it's Argus, Royal Assault, Silence, or Polymorph, you're dead. Like that is the end of that combo. You're not getting the heal, you're not surviving that long. It's just not enough, especially because of this build that Dardez has went for. Double flat pen, throw an Obsidian Shard, and he already has the Book of Thoth and Sands of Time upgrade. That Pendulum is going to be stacking so well off the extra mana. This Hera is a threat, and the damage numbers are proving that. Top in the lobby by a large margin.
Now maybe that is because I am not a chef. I know some recipes do take longer to cook than others, but it feels like the junglers right now, Panitom with this CC chain. Oh my god. I mean, you were calling for it, right? If you can lock him down, lock him down.
Man, Mike with the Dharmic Pillars into the throw, that was just so clean. LASBRA gets the CC chain, says, hey, anyone got follow-up? Mike said, I got you, bro. Throw him right into the Dharmic Pillars. That was a nasty combo.
Well, now Mike in a little bit of trouble. Only has the dash to use, goes forward. R gets dropped, and it's on to SOT. Has to go up into the sky. Pegon getting pressured by Nika, uses the ult for CC immunity, gets some damage out there, but they're just chasing down the Raijin, and they find exactly what they need. Now the leap forward, the Dragons want a little more. Force Netrioid to fall back, ult through the wall, get some damage spread on the LASBRA. Sot goes in, gets one, and he has a great opportunity to find a little bit more, but the cooldowns are just not there. The hammer, the stun, it can't go through. He can't survive. 4 killed off by the Dragons. It's a 7-1 lead, and Trelly, it's a fire giant.
It better be at this point. While the Titan was pushing in to the left side, Phoenix, that fire should be going down for absolute free. If they try and wait for LASBRA, they got to watch out for Panitom going in for the steal, so they can't make that play. At the very least, you're getting fire on 4. And it's just such a well-executed composition. Again, they're going for picks, right? They have LASBRA going in constantly, looking for beads. Once they get them down, Pegon, Panitom, they've been the target so far. This time it was Panitom. Easy pull into a pick. Let's go for Fire Giant. The Oni Warriors try and step up. And once again, the weaknesses of Raijin have been shown. Pegon tries to dash away from Nika, still dies in the middle of the Thunder Crash, because that's how much damage this Amaterasu can do with this build. You think Nika's scared right now, even though there's 5 Oni Warriors in the map? Nope, free tier 2, and he's able to head on back for absolute free.
And the fact that they've gotten so many pyros, they had 3 runic bombs in their pockets. Nika drops 1, no issue. Kills off the tier 2 on right, opens up a Phoenix opportunity. And then you still got 2, 1 on the dual lane. I know Mifflin is very adamant about why you, a hunter, maybe in this case for Vote, would have a runic bomb when you're not getting close enough most of the time to use it, but the way the Dragons have been playing, he's got plenty of space makers. And so we'll have to see. And Trelly, it's just this response. I mean, the Dragons, the CC chain, you know, you had talked about it like, okay, you've got some beads, you've got a shield, you've theoretically got some ways to control it. But the Dragons' timing has been just so on point that there's nothing the Warriors have been able to do in response.
I mean, if history is an indication, sometime in the next 35 seconds, Pegon's going to be blinked on. At this point, it's probably going to be a little bit differently. Now the Jade Dragons have Fire Giant, so they can just step in and go in for Phoenix without having to find a pick. But we have to bring up the past. We have to bring up how the Jade Dragons got here. There's a reason their games have been averaging something like 40 minutes, and it's because of this situation right here. Breaking the base, going in for Phoenixes, has been their Achilles heel. The Jade Dragons have had some struggles. LASBRA, Nika, going for a 3-2 split. They should be able to win that 2v2 in mid pretty handedly, considering how tanky and how much regen they have. But breaking the base is the issue. It's not like Jing is doing that much damage with a crit build towards these Phoenixes. Vote is going to have to tank for, I mean, at least step forward and hit a lot of auto attacks to make sure these Phoenixes drop. Maybe that's the reason there's 2 runic bombs on the left side of the map in Mike and Vote's inventory. But only a minute and 30 to go. They have time, but they got to make their push count.
These sieges, I mean, talk about it. That's the way some of their games have ended in phase 1. We'll see what they can do. LASBRA goes in the damage. You called it right on to Pegon. Had the beats. That just comes up way too late to help him out. Genetics gets low. But the Warriors, I should say the Dragons, they don't care about killing off the pile of rocks. Instead, it's just getting the Phoenix. They make sure to pick up left. They use both runic bombs, turn their eyes towards mid, immediately shred that one down. Argus doing the best bodyguard impression he can, creating some space for him. And now it's a right side Phoenix position for the Dragons. And Trelly, we've been talking about their siege being rough. They came in, they knocked down 2.5 so far with ease. Looking for the third. A couple more autos from Vote would do it. Body blocks from Genetics. Make sure that that one stays alive, but barely so. Nika goes in, dash forward onto Panitom with the silence. Phoenix goes down. And this is telling. The Dragons start to back off. Sot tries to stay aggressive. But I don't know if he can really do anything. He's on his own. None of the other Warriors are here.
They certainly can't. Trying to back up is the call. Sot is just sticking around being annoying, and if you can tell, the Oni Warriors are telling you exactly what they want to do, and it's not follow Sot. He is just being annoying. And this is what I'm talking about, Gore. I don't want to sound too down on a pick in all picks and bans, but how can you tell me this, like, Raijin is the top mid laner in the game when you watch that clip? Pegon beads, dash, canceled, dash, canceled, dash, canceled, died. That's what happened to Raijin there. There was follow-up, but LASBRA just did it himself. I mean, there was a Darbic Pillars. It's just so annoying that this Thunder Crash can knock it off, and Pegon is 0-5 because of it. That's so many times now where he's like, it's okay, guys. I'll simply dash away. No, the Jade Dragons knew that this Raijin was going to be a top pick, and they went into the picks and bans trying to counter it, and they have done so.
And you know, it goes back to the interview actually with Dardez just yesterday, right? When we were asking him, and he's like, very adamant it's going to be a Raijin Merlin meta, but also, well, while he's having his fun and not playing those gods, that Raijin Charon as well get drafted super high, and suddenly you can do exactly like you said what the Dragons do, which is say, okay, cool, let's ruin that guy's day. They've done that. 0-5-0 versus the 4-0-4. Score not found there for Dardez. Pyromancer was started by the Warriors, dropped by the Warriors, now picked up and finished by the Dragons. Engage Cataclysm on 2 from Genetics. Camazotz already half health immediately into the back, and it's on to Pegon. Who would have guessed it? That's where they want their damage. Half health for the mid laner, and it's going to be the 6th death in this game as the Dragons start to surgically remove the Warriors from this fight. Now separated, they take care of Sot. LASBRA going deep, having to choose between Genetics and Panitom as to who he chases down.
This Titan's dead.
Netrioid's going back. Oh my god, the minions! The minions have been doing the work the whole time. Netrioid goes back. Oh, but you can't do anything about it. Put another one on the counter for the Winions this weekend. The Dragons win the fight and win the game without even having to be there.
I mean, the thing is, Score, we were talking about the siege and how it was so much of an issue. They get 3 Phoenixes off of 1 push, and because it was so early in the game, sometimes you forget 3 Phoenixes were down, right?
Yeah.
The Oni Warriors said, maybe we could step up and fight. Nah, not when there's that many fire minions pouring into your base. 3 Phoenixes down, still stepping forward. And there was no aggression, and there could have been, right? There was just no way to keep the team alive. The Oni Warriors are going to have to go back to the drawing board on this one, because I have no doubts the Jade Dragons, they drew up that draft last night, and they played it to a T.
Yeah, it's kind of mean to call the entire team Pegon. Most of them didn't die. Pegon was 0-6-0, though. Look, yeah, very much what you said. The Raijin killed off instantly in every single fight.
Yep.
And then what do you do after that? You CC and hope you can get away. Netrioid just couldn't step up, didn't have the space for a very similar reason, just had another leap that was easier to get away with.
Yep.
And unfortunately for the Warriors, the Dragons came in, as you said, prepared to play, and they do so here in Game 1. Everything looks better for them. We'll see if they can continue it. What the Warriors have to offer for us, Game 2 right after this.
You some way tonight. You some way tonight. You some way tonight. You some way.
Well, the minions give the Jade Dragons a hand at the end of the game to win game number 1. And if you want to do yourself a favor, you can go over to shop.hi-rez.com/SPL, and you can check out all the great jerseys that we have available from Skulls, who are bringing us some new merch for all of our new teams that are popping up this time. So if you want to get a nice jersey to represent your favorite team, then make sure that you jump over one more time. That link, shop.hi-rez.com/SPL. We got jerseys, t-shirts, hoodies for every single one of our SPL teams. Or if you just want some general SPL branding merch as well, you can get that there too. Once again, thank you so much to Skulls for joining us here in Season 10 of the SMITE Pro League. And joke aside with the minions getting the win at the very end, this one was given to them because the Dragons were able just to command this game through. Quick shot calling around these objectives for the Jade Dragons. Only one time do they really kind of show up maybe a little late to an objective, that being a goal fear that the Oni Warriors had started. But it's because they were dealing with the Pyromancer on the other side. And it just felt like this was really felt like the bully Pegon game more than anything. Because it felt like every time that you look up, Pegon's got 2 or 3 people surrounding him from the Dragons.
And Pegon also gets off to a real rough start in that one, so continue to kick him while he's down. It seemed like the strategy there from the Jade Dragons. It really was clear, though, that was a composition built entirely around making it miserable to exist as a Raijin. Serqet just really, really good into that pick. Just, oh, you want to leap out? Sorry, bud. I caught you. Oh, you leapt away? Sorry, bud. I used one of my 2 mobility abilities to catch up. I had it described to me as a war crime, as what was committed to Pegon in mid, where he is on second death, ulted by Serqet, thrown into a polymorph, immediately knocked up by Argus, then further taunted by Serqet immediately afterward. And that was an early indicator of what Pegon's game was going to look like for the rest of that match. So clear and concise gameplay from the Jade Dragons. After those first couple of kills, things did tend to slow down, and they leaned into the macro. Micro was no longer an issue. PvP wasn't really happening, so instead, might as well push our lead somewhere, and that's through objectives. And the Jade Dragons do so incredibly well. It is worth noting, by the way, and I was astounded when I learned this, PBM was actually using like a default keyboard for that game. Like one of our in-studio keyboards, he had left his at home. SoloOrTroll shows up and drops it off for him. He comes into the room, he picks it up, he's like, yep, this is going to be so much easier now.
Yeah, no, I was sitting outside in the main lobby. I hear a knock on the door. I'm thinking, oh, maybe our lunch is here. No, it was SoloOrTroll sitting there. I go, what's Sam doing here? And he's like, and then I see a keyboard in his hand. He's like, hey, have you seen Mike? I'm like, yeah, he's playing right now. I said, oh, this is for him. And then I have him, drop it off into the admin room. And then Mike walks out and goes, SoloOrTroll show? I said, yeah. I said, that's my hero right there. That man's the GOAT. Brings him his keyboard, so now Mike can play at full strength going into this game. But if you didn't think he was playing at full strength, I mean, could have fooled me. 008 on the slash line there for the Elephant. And maybe now warrants that Ganesha ban that we've been seeing across, not just back all the way at Masters, but even throughout the course of this weekend.
Yeah, but are you dedicating a Ganesha ban when there are so many other Guardians that are nearly just as good, if not equally as good, when there are other picks that you know you really need to deal with? What was it, 70-some-odd games on Hera for Dardez with a 60-some-odd% win rate? Just ridiculous. Probably want to get him off that pick as well. And even LASBRA going to a pick that we haven't seen so often throughout the week in the Serqet is still like the LASBRA special. That's like his god. Was allowed to grab it 10th overall. The Oni Warriors got to figure out something to these P's and B's.
The Oni Warriors, well, they will ban away the Hera. Pegon said, nope, I've dealt with it one time. I'm not playing against that again. Same with the Athena. Still going to remain a ban here for the Oni Warriors. Jade Dragons will continue to ban away at Genetics. Dardez,
he's eating them up.
Legitimately, Dardez has been soaking up so many bans for the Jade Dragons. We go to day number 1 in the Dragons' first set against the Ravens. He had a guaranteed the Morrigan ban every single game against him, and while that's only 1 ban, the fact that he is soaking up just this much alone with these weirder style of picks, it's not like he's playing the meta right now. He's just playing what he wants to play and what he's good at.
Fortunately, it won't be a third one dedicated to Dardez, and instead Mike will catch at least 1 stray in the ban column. You had called for it, and it is executed on by the Oni Warriors. Ganesha taken off the table. This does leave the Morrigan still available. We know that Dardez really doesn't want to play the Raijin, though, and that's another indicator of it immediately. The Jade Dragons will go ahead and take it away themselves. The Oni Warriors, I wouldn't even be surprised if they just go ahead and run it back. Like, I don't know, maybe just get another Thor first pick. It seems to be the MO for everybody this week.
Yeah, it really did feel like the Dragons built that composition around stopping the Raijin. I mean, every time we looked at one of those highlight plays, what was it? Serqet right on top of the Raijin and either a Ganesha or a Hera right next to her. Just to make his life a living hell there in the mid lane. So maybe Pegon fortunate that he doesn't have to deal with at least 2 of those 3 picks for now. With the band away being the Hera and the Ganesha.
Oh, Pele made it through as well.
Pele did.
That's a big pick.
That would be one I would probably want to grab now if I'm the Oni Warriors.
Hey.
And they do so. Not going to let LASBRA have an opportunity with that pick.
And it's some flexibility potential. I think likely that it could go towards mid as well. I mean, we just know Pegon loves playing those aggressive picks, and I'm sure not happy with how game 1 had gone, would love to just completely right the ship there and reset the pace. Pele certainly a pick that is capable of doing it, but this is just about perhaps the best god in the game right now, as far as I'm concerned, in Chernobog. That global presence, absolutely stifling. The laning phase, good as well. So often when we talk about global gods, like the conversation around Athena, oh, well, just, play inside of her lane, and all of a sudden, she doesn't feel as good. That's not the same case with Chernobog. He's just a really good pick all of the time, has good scaling of the late game. I mean, weaknesses in the early, I'd say maybe you're not the best clear until like level 4 or 5. And that's real early because Smite level 4 comes at the 2-minute mark. So Chernobog in a very good spot.
So Ama Chernobog as a top 2. He's some real threat around the objectives, especially with that Ama passive kicked in to help out that continuous shred. So now where do the Oni Warriors go is the question. Is this Pele going over to Pegon in mid? Is this going to Panitom in the jungle?
We're not going to find out for a while.
Could this go over to Sot in the solo? Who knows? To be determined. We'll have to see what the other 4 gods are, and even then, we might still be scratching our head a little bit. See exactly where this one gets locked down for the Oni Warriors team. So knowing that there is a Pele on the team, not giving away too much information from the Oni Warriors. So I wonder if you see maybe Genetics try and grab one of his picks here in the top 3. Still a lot of top Guardians out there. Terra, one that he's gone to many a times. And a Thor alongside that one. Still doesn't quite answer exactly where the Pele is going, but maybe does answer at least what Sot in the front line of the Oni Warriors want.
Yeah, I mean, it's just got to be Thor solo Pele jungle, right? You don't want to run, you could pick up like a mage jungle if Hebo makes his way through. You could have Pele mid, Hebo jungle, but you really don't want to physical stack your team that much, especially with these types of picks, right? So I think we do get a good deal of light shine on exactly how this Oni Warriors draft is going to look a little bit later on. There it is.
Ooh.
The Morrigan locked in. I'm not so certain that I love the Morrigan into Pele. I feel like Pele has very, very high potential at ruining the Morrigan's game, assuming the Pele is going mid. Morrigan takes a little while to channel up her stun, so while she's working on that, the knockup from Pele, since she's choosing when to initiate, will generally cancel it out. You have to force it out again. Pretty often we'll see the Morrigan transform just for safety as well in that matchup. Fortunately for her, has some great safety transformations. Amaterasu, just fine at keeping you alive throughout the early. The Morrigan is not picked for the early game, though, and it's not exactly picked for the laning phase either, even though you do have some interesting transformations in that regard. Could turn into the Chernobog and essentially just be elsewhere on the map. Don't play around the Pele. But it's that late game potential that the Morrigan really brings. The true, hey, I came out of stealth, stunned you, polyprocced you, Dark Omen, and you're dead. And if you're not dead, I've already transformed and you're about to be. So I think a scaling composition already starting to develop for the Jade Dragons. Whereas the Oni Warriors, just off the Pele and Thor, screams a little bit more early game to me.
as we now round out the bans. 2 of the Hunter bans for the Jade Dragons, 1 physical, 1 magical in the Izanami and Olorun. Oni Warriors take away 2 more jungle selections, Ratatoskr and Serqet. So we've taken away the core 3v3 problem of the Jade Dragons from game number 1, now here in game 2. Still have that omnipresent. You get a regular Hunter that still has some potential flexibility, but with the Morrigan drafted in there. Now waiting to see where LASBRA and where PBM go with their next 2 picks. And knowing at least what we have off the Jade Dragons and a lot of their history, maybe waiting to see exactly what LASBRA wants to go with once the draft is finalized. So could likely be seeing what Mike wants to go in this spot. And Ares into this composition feels like a field day for Mike.
Yeah, Ares really good into Thor, prevents the teleport to Hammer, but more importantly, just ruins Terra. Just makes it so awful to be a Terra. Her dash is incredibly telegraphed. If a structure spawns near her, she's dashing at that. So makes it easy to line up some of those cripples. Has good damage output, of course, and scaling to the late game with some of the changes to bolster defense, not giving over additional auto attack damage, will help you out around structure siege, will help you out around neutral objectives, help you out in the team fight. Just full stop. Ares incredibly strong right now. Hebo locked in for the Oni Warriors. I mean, you could shuffle a lot of these picks to just about anywhere. It could be Thor solo, Pele jungle, Hebo mid. We could be talking about Pele mid, Hebo jungle. We could talk about Pele solo, Thor jungle, Hebo mid. There's a lot that could happen. I think in an ideal world, I probably would just go ahead and take that Hebo into the jungle, have Thor in the solo, and toss the Pele in the mid just because of the decent matchup into the Morrigan. Would also create some space for Hebo to just farm up a little bit more passively. Won't have to expose himself too much to the potential of a Chernobog teleporting into the lane, or the potential of perhaps just getting poked out consistently by an Ares who's going to be hovering there post 8 minutes or something like that. And then it's back to the Anhur for the Oni Warriors. I really wasn't expecting that. I mean, the performance from Anhur has been decent throughout the entirety of the weekend, but he hasn't done anything as a pick that has overly impressed me. Especially considering there are still some just phenomenal bread and butter hunters still available. Jing makes her way all the way through picks and bans. Rom's out there too, but instead it's that ability focus that the Oni Warriors seem to want.
It hasn't been an overly impressive on her weekend, but it's just been a whole lot of on her this weekend through. This is one of the picks that LASBRA's gone to once so far. We saw a little bit more whenever Scream was playing earlier in the week on the Ravens. It seems that LASBRA has adapted this pick over into his pool. So how does this Camazotz kind of finalize this composition of the Dragons? You have that front line of the Yama, the Ares, you have a little bit of that lockdown. What is it that Camazotz is now offering to this Dragons team?
You know, I'm not of like mind with some of the other analysts. It feels like some people are really down on Camazotz in general right now, and I understand why. Hasn't exactly been doing the most work in some of these sets, but still has really good damage output, great poke, and most importantly, very safe dive. Bat out of hell as either a kill secure or get out of jail free card is just a really good tool to have. But when I look at the Jade Dragons composition, it's something that we had briefly touched on in game 1, was instant CC, instant initiation, something that's going to catch the Oni Warriors off guard. Ares doesn't have that. No escape. It's a misnomer. There's a lot of escape, and there's a lot of escape built into the kits of the Oni Warriors, not even taking in beads into account. It's just a really slow CC that's largely avoidable. Amaterasu in the exact same position with Dazzling Offensive. The only saving grace I see for the Jade Dragons in that regard is that they're going to have, in late game team fights, 2 of either 2 Dazzling Offensive, 2 No Escape, or 2 Chernobog to make sure the numbers are always in their favor, right? So having just that little bit of extra CC from the Morrigan might be why the Jade Dragons are a little bit more comfortable going towards a full dedicated damage dealer out of the jungle. But I would have liked to have seen something that could just catch someone off guard a little bit more so, make some of that early game happen on its own.
So now for this Morrigan, I mean, you look over on its team, you highlight some of the strengths that come from the Jade Dragons composition around a Morrigan, some of her targets there. What is it that the Warriors have to also be able to try and deal with this Morrigan? It's a very stealthy character, one who can move around the jungle pretty easily, get these quick rotations. What are some of those answers now for the Oni Warriors to deal with this mid lane pick?
They've got really strong delete button style picks. If Pele finds the Morrigan first, just turns a corner, Morrigan doesn't see him, Pele does, blink, knock up, you're probably going to kill him before he touches the ground. Same thing with Hebo. Blink, knock up, crushing wave. Well, you could have turned into a tank, but you can't do it midair. So there are ways that you can catch them. I trust Dardez to play very safe, though. We know that he can hang out in the back line. We know that he knows when his opportunities lie, so it's not going to be easy for the Oni Warriors. I think the best case scenario, and this is true of every Morrigan, it's not a Dardez exclusive, it's not just about these compositions. The best way to deal with Morrigan is to fight the Morrigan. You don't want to fight Mori Amaterasu. You don't want to fight Mori Ares. Once the transformations happened, the value is going to come.
We'll have to see if the Oni Warriors can deal with this Morrigan, can deal with the Jade Dragons as we jump ourselves into game number 2. We'll throw it over to the casters.
Thanks so much, J-Mac and Mifflin. And Charlie, we're going to be jumping in not only game 2 here, but an interesting one, I think, for the Warriors and for the Dragons, knowing that the Morrigan back on the board, those transformations can be deadly and devastating in the right hands. And chat seems to think the Dragons have a slight advantage. It's 51-49. I believe last time slightly in favor of the Warriors. Now 55-45 over towards the Dragons. And Charlie, this is the same kind of spot the Warriors found themselves in. The very beginning of the year, we had been curious about what that group of 5 could have done. Now they have genetics with them. Started off with a couple of wins. Trying to find a very rare but theoretical repeat performance would be insane from them. Speaking of repeat performances, Pegon on Hebo. Even in times where the team has looked, the rest of the team maybe, doesn't even need to be there sometimes because his late game performance on this god was fantastic. It was actually yesterday one of those matches up against the Leviathans. In my mind, his Hebo was what really kept the game going more than anything.
Well, it's going to have to make a bounce back. Pegon had a rough start to last game. And if you remember, one of the issues that Pegon was having was that his beads were never up. And Gore, his beads aren't even up now. You want to know why? Because he started Blink. Even Panitom, who is the jungler with Pele, said, they've got too much CC for me to one Blink. I'm going to get beads. And Pegon said, I didn't get to play the game in game number 1. I'm getting Blink. I'm getting involved. Might even blink in right now. We might see some action towards Dardez on the Morrigan. But without Panitom having double Pyroclast available, not your best call to blink for. You don't have much kill potential. Maybe like a level 3 option. Either way, does not have the beads, which means Dardez might have some good 1v1 potential at level 5. I honestly think just turning into Hebo couldn't be a nice idea. If you hit the stun, transform, knock up, crushing wave, you're usually going to win that trade if you can find him quickly. But Pegon, it seems to me this relic choice says, I want to get aggressive, right? I want to be the one initiating fights. I'm not going to let a Morrigan just walk up to me stealth.
It's going to be interesting. Look, we have seen Blink Hebos early on. Granted, we just saw Beads Raijin get bullied all to hell. So, realistically, like you said, maybe it is this balance of, you know what, I had Beads last time and it didn't mean anything, so I'll just avoid it this time around. But we've seen Blink Hebos that have gone with a pretty insane, at least amount of damage early on. Kill count would look good. We've also seen Blink Hebos get bullied into oblivion and have a non-existent impact on the game. And so, Pegon, really hoping for the former if he gets his way. Sot, though,
oh, the silence
is the one who's under trouble. The silence is good in first blood. It's fast this time, but it's on LASBRA the same as he finds the last auto onto Sot in the right-hand lane, and Panitom just has to watch as the two take out his solo laner.
Man, Nika has been on point. This Amaterasu, the silences last game were so impactful. I mean, CC has been the core of the Jade Dragons strategy this whole set so far. It's only been 2 games, but it's going to continue so. Catching out the hammer there, Sot didn't have beads. He had no way to retreat in first blood, going over to LASBRA. Once again, I mean, last game was a Serqet, this time on the Camazotz. That means that Dardez also has a pretty good transformation. Because if you were going to turn into Pele, yeah, you've got that option. But LASBRA should be finishing some of these items quickly, get access to that ultimate. Could be some 1v1 potential. All good things for the Jade Dragons. How long did it take for first blood last time? It was pretty early on, right? It was before level 5 because Pegon just dashed into those mid camps. But this time, LASBRA said, hey, I don't care about the Hebo. I'm going in for the Thor over in right lane.
Yeah, last game, first blood, pretty quick. Second blood, actually also pretty quick, right? Because it was within the same beads timer.
Yep.
It was every other kill that happened that game. That took a little while to get online. And so we'll see what kind of pace the Dragons set here. I mean, honestly, it feels, and you know, call me out if I'm just misremembering, but I feel like we don't get to see Camazotz really on the early game first bloods too often. It feels like he's usually picking that pace up around like level 12, let's say, towards the mid game. When we really get to see it. And a lot of that, admittedly, wasn't LASBRA facilitated. It was really Nika facilitated.
Yep, 100%.
But it does feel nice to see LASBRA kind of taking that same level of play from the Serqet onto the Camazotz.
Yeah, there's no way that kill ever happens if Nika doesn't catch the silence. Camazotz just has no form of CC that is going to kill SOT there. If he hammers out, the gank is dead. So that was all a kill facilitated by Nika. But if LASBRA's not there, it doesn't happen. So I think there's great teamwork from both of them.
They should have high-fived afterward.
I would have if I was them personally. At the very least, little knuckle touch, right? Little knuckle touch just to keep the vibes up. But now, Nika's gonna have a little bit of a lead in lane. Got that assist. Was able to upgrade that teleport very early on. Pick up a chalice, which is so nice for sustain, right? Ama already has fantastic sustain, whereas Sot, I mean, he's relying on these health pots. He's gonna take a little bit of damage, trying to poke out, trying to clear waves, things like that. So you need about 4 points into your double tap before you're successfully clearing archers, which means no Gauntlet of Thebes just yet. A little bit of scrap in the jungle, but 1v1s versus Pele and Camazotz seems to me like, let's do a bit of damage and then one of us is just going to ult out. So I think it's probably smart that no one really commits to fights like that. I just want to watch Dardez and Pegon because, you know, with the Morrigan, there's a Chernobog on the field. Global presence has to be brought up. At any moment, Dardez can turn into Vote. Vote can be Vote. And they both just ult over to the right side of the map, ult over to mid, ult really anywhere. With that being said, there's still a Hebo on the map with Blink. So, aggression or the target of aggression. Both could be looked at.
I know Cherno and Pele have been a huge conversation point, both of them in this game, over the last, 3-4 days now.
Yep.
Which has been because 100% pick ban. They're either getting knocked out early, or they're getting locked in almost instantly. And we've seen a lot of success, and we'd have to check, or I would have to check, the individual game count for Chernobog. But it feels like in mid, he's done pretty well. And over in the carry role, I don't even want to say half and half. I think he's done pretty well as well. I just have one game that stands out in my mind. Wasn't too hot for him. Green buff invade attempt. Unsuccessful there from the Warriors. And we haven't gotten any of those rotations just yet, Trelly. We also, admittedly, and maybe this is because it's Camazotz of all people and not exactly the Ares, and the way the meta has shifted, I was thinking with a Blink Hebo, you see a little bit more in mid, or I would expect a little bit more in mid. But you had mentioned it earlier, Camazotz no CC, and because of how long supports have been staying over there, there's a good chance Pegon will hit 12 and be able to pick up the beads before Mike even makes a rotation.
I mean, that's what I would expect, right? Mike, the only value you're bringing, and the reason that Pegon probably isn't, blinking in on a Dardez looking for an ultimate is because that chance of just turning into Ares or Mike making a rotation in and just getting a pull in for free is a bit scary. Genetics doesn't have any sort of beads, but are you looking for a kill onto him is the question. No, missed the opportunity. It's not going to find a pull back in. With 3 there, I mean, you could have double Ares to that point, and you're guaranteed a kill on a Terra. You got 6 different chains. I'm thinking it's going to be a while before Genetics can really dash out. The Jade Dragons didn't feel like forcing that fight. They do just end up backing up for now. But I think that's the fearful, right? You've got Blink, you have the aggression, but you only get that one form of CC immunity, and you never know when or what Dardez is going to transform into. Because of that, the Oni Warriors are stepping forward. Not really looking for fights, though. Trying to steal away far more than anything.
LASBRA takes a little poke from a double hammer. Sot, the good wall separates the Dragons from the rest of the Warriors. It's a brawlers early on here from LASBRA to deal with some of the healing that's going to come from Genetics a little bit later on. Just the Jotuns. The other side from Panitom is going to try to get something done, but the dash is good from Nika, not blocked off. And so the Pele, not yet on the board kill-wise. Still, the only thing that's happened has been the pressure onto Sot. And Trelly, you had mentioned the teleport upgrade a little bit earlier, and I think right now that is still one of the big separators. Looking for a return kill, forcing out the dazzling offensive. Stun good onto Sot from Nika. And that is going to pry some success away from the Warriors. Give it over to the Dragons. Gets under the tower. Fine and safe. Genetics looks for a route in mid. But the Warriors want to fight, and that's what I'm getting out of this right now. Mike could be the one to go forward. If he grabs Pegon, you have to use your ult to try and find immunity there, and that would be a way you don't necessarily want to use it. The Warriors Despite fishing for the attempt, we're unable to find anything.
You get a rotation in from SOT, and that's the issue with the Ares pick, right? If you don't have that blink, even if you have the perfect opportunity to find an ult, you gotta walk up slowly, hope no one realizes what you're going for, and that no escape. While a pretty big area is still difficult to find, just trusting your movement speeds. Maybe at level 12, Mike picks up that blink. Initiation gets a little bit easier. We saw how many attempts to gank Nika. I mean, this Amaterasu isn't the safest pick at times, but even with a stun into a knockup, Panitom didn't feel like Volcanic Lightning would have net anything. You gotta hit that actual target, you gotta hit the slow, and Nika's very quick on this Ama, so surviving 2 different ganks just fine. It's going to be a little bit of an issue because of how much time Panitom spent on the right side of the map. At the very least, LASBRA is actually behind in XP. Hasn't been able to find that same level of farm, even with Panitom wasting some time over on right. But it looks like we'll finally see a little bit of action here. Pegon doesn't really care. No, anything, he's stepping forward on the LASBRA.
It goes for the knock up, the ult just off the mark, bat out of hell. Gets the distance LASBRA needed to make sure that doesn't connect. And now Pegon, he's in trouble. So many ults used, but it does not matter. A kill is a kill, and the Dragons put a second one on the board.
Yeah, that crushing wave needed to connect there on the LASBRA. Not sure if it would have absolutely deleted him. The water hands might have had to hit after, but bat out of hell was able to get LASBRA out of trouble. And then, just for the troubles, Nika makes that rotation in with Vote just to confirm first blood going the way of the Jade, or second kill rather, going the way of the Jade Dragons. I forgot. We already saw that kill on the SOT early on. But with 2 kills, we were talking about beacon spawn. That was the big rotation last game. You'd think that there's going to be another fight coming soon in about 2 minutes, exactly where Panitom is standing. SOT, as long as he's got his hammer, will be alright here. Is able to get out of trouble. But that's the call. Solo lane has been a big rotation point. Nika going mid has 2 assists already, so that's been a part of all of these kills so far. Doesn't seem like that's going to be a problem.
Mike no ult, chain's still good. Panitom, Genetics, looking to chase him down and lock him down. The Ares has no problem. Now he's got Dardez over here. Dardez still a transformation. And knowing that the Ares was there, you've got no beads for Pegon, no beads for Genetics. Could always see a transformation from the Morrigan into the Ares to cause a lot of trouble. And Trelly, if anything, that's actually maybe some of the balancing point. We always talk about Ares where it's like, oh, well, your ult's going to be back up before their beads are back up. You just got to make sure you use it. Mike doesn't even have to stress about it half the time, because if they really want it, Dardez could be the go-to for it. Purple buff invade successful over there on left. Ult used by Netrioid, beads. No, ult used instead by Panitom as well to avoid the pull-in from PBM. And that is the strength of an Ares ult.
Those ults down. A fight the next minute or so will be impactful for the Jade Dragons, just because Netrioid and Panitom don't have that level of CC, that level of damage, which does coincide with that beacon spawn we've been talking about, but it really does depend. I think it's a flow thing. You know, the team has to decide, hey, are we feeling like we're comfortable fighting here? Can we step forward? Dardez still does have that transformation, so trying to capitalize on some of those ults being down is something the Jade Dragons could go for. Do the Oni Warriors feel as if they're confident enough to step forward into an actual 4v4 or even a 5v5 if some of these teleports get used? SOT does not have his available. There is no teleport. He's going to have to book it over on foot. Whereas Nika, he could teleport in as the Dazzling Offensive, as his second relic as well. This Ama could make an impactful rotation the second this wave is done.
That's been, honestly, some of the devastating parts. Good knock-up, good damage this time from Pegon. I was wondering, is he going to wait out the blink cooldown to go back in? But no, with no ults, Nika's going to be rotating in. This beacon fight looks like it might be a little more one-sided. Same for this fight over on left. Panitom is over here, has ult again. Nika teleports in to help out Vote. And is going to go for the cutoff path. Pick up Panitom in the jungle. Stun not going to connect thanks to the ult from the Pele. Beacon still being fought over. Genetics has 1 bar of the beacon capped out. And now it's going to be a little bit more as SOT joins them. They don't have a lot of damage, though, and the Dragons have the full force. All 5 versus 3. Blink. Beads on cooldown for 40 seconds here for Pegon. And halfway charged. The beacon for the Dragons. Genetics chained down. That's going to lock up the Terra pretty easily. Vote goes up. Vote comes down. Damage is good. The rest of the teams respawn into the wall. Goes the Chernobog.
Oh,
Jump
good
down, and
God.
it's perfect timing from SOT to help get the damage. Vote still alive, but Pegon shows up, and Pegon gets the job done. No escape from Mike, pulls in 2, but the Warriors have scattered the Dragons. Health bars are low. Bat out of hell, forced out of Dardez. He retreats under tier 1. Pegon, knock up, water hands, gets exactly what you need in terms of damage, creates the space, is looking for a kill onto Nika, forces him back in the red health bar. Duo lane for the Dragons gone. Beacon goes the way of the Warriors.
Wow, that was just really clutch there from Netrioid. I mean, Vote flies in, has his relics available, thinks he's just fine, goes into the wall, and then SOT comes through and says, hey, the pillar has closed off your options. There's only one way that Vote's going to be able to dash out of this wall. They find the clutch stun, and they pick up their first kill, which turns into just a little bit more. The Oni Warriors finally showing some life back into this game. And I thought getting Pegon's ult down would have been the one fight, to be honest. I mean, you see Panitom said, hey, we're not even able to get that beacon. I'm going to gank left lane. That's how this whole thing begins. Vote is trying to survive underneath this tower. Nika even teleports in to help out the ADC. And Pegon doesn't have ultimate. That should be curtains, right? If Mike is able to close gap, if Dardez was able to close gap, someone was pulling back in this Hebo with no beads, with no ult. But they just stalled it out perfectly. They're able to wait, use some poke damage that Netrioid and Pegon and Panitom were able to provide, and some good double taps even from SOT. And because of that, the beacon doesn't go down. The fight goes the way of the Oni Warriors off of a great pick on to Vote. And now this game's closer. I mean, it's closer to even, I was going to say. They are ahead by a wide margin, just thanks to some split pushing and some towers. The Oni Warriors showing some life in this game.
Almost 2,000 gold, but it's getting to the 2,000 mark right now that has been impeding the Warriors. Pyromancer started by LASBRA, Nika, Mike, gonna rotate over to help him. Genetics has eyes on it. 5 of the Warriors are about to rotate in. The Dragons do confirm the Pyro. Genetics now deep, goes in with a stun, miss from SOT. But the 5 Warriors are not to be deterred. They let the Runic Bomb get picked up there by Nika, who goes in, looks for a silence, goes for the dazzling offense. The Dragons now trying to turn things around, and a wall from SOT blocks some of the damage coming out from Pegon. Instead, they've turned things around. It's Netrioid who goes down and trade for Nika. Pegon pulled in a massive ult from Mike, but the follow-up, the damage, it's not there. Panitom goes for the knock-up. But like Mike, does not have the follow-through from the rest of his team. 1 kill pickup on either side, and Trelly. And we move the bars a little bit forward with that Pyromancer. The Dragons eat away a little bit at the Warriors' gold lead.
Wow, I mean, what a scrap. The 1-for-1, the Pyromancer does go down. Unfortunate for SOT, that wall does end up juking out Pegon's ultimate. He just ults right into the wall. Gets pulled back in by Mike, but the follow-up was already gone. I think the big difference was Dardez. That transformation didn't seem to get as much value as he would have hoped. This Morrigan pick does scale very well into the late game, but so far, it's not able to get enough value just yet. The Gold Fury is still available. That's something that both of these teams have their eyes on. But it seems like it's the Jade Dragons who are taking a defensive positioning. They're backing up. Nika has spent a lot of his time just split pushing, not really zoning if possible. Saying, hey, I'm trying to get to level 20 as quickly as I can. I'm Amaterasu, I farm. And he gets a tier 2. I mean, SOT just goes for blue buff instead of defending this. He recognizes it's going to go down eventually. Why not? Just go in for the free farm if possible. Not even free. LASBRA makes sure that SOT can't pick it up.
I don't know about you. I just got some massive deja vu seeing Nika split pushing a tier 2. Especially while, you know, the team's just kind of vibing everywhere else. LASBRA, like you said, ruins SOT's hopes and dreams. Maybe that's a little too heavy-handed. Is the hope of getting that blue buff.
SOT does dream of blue buffs, I'm sure.
Honestly, I wouldn't. You could tell me that of any solo laner, I'd believe it. Dardez
is alive?
Is alive, turns things around. I can't believe this one hit was all that was needed. But CC and the pull in from Mike puts Pegon in the dirt. A great play from the Dragons to save their mid laner.
I mean, we were both so nonchalant about that because it looked like such a free kill, right? It seemed like Pegon's going to just pop his one, Dardez is going to fall down, but the peel and the silence coming through. Nika and Mike know how to keep their mid laner alive. Easy kill there. Shouldn't have been, but ends up being so. And now LASBRA blinks and immediately gets impaled. Netrioid tells him to sit down, and now he's going to jump forward. LASBRA just got immediately punched in the face.
I mean, that's 2 plays in a row from both teams, realistically, that just go to show, look, man, you're good at this game, but we are too. You have to be careful. Netrioid I mean, hits him with the Anhur combo you need. The impale against the wall is beautiful. Dardez putting some damage down with Nika. You have to remember the shred an Ama can provide, and between the two of them, SOT has to fall away. Beacon's going to open up relatively soon. Gold Fury, though, is the Warriors' charge. Dragons, they're too late to the party, and the Warriors pick that one up, start to push this lead back towards 2K.
They certainly do, man. I'm still amazed that LASBRA makes that play because he had beads, man. He was taken back by that damage as we were. And maybe the reaction time of Netrioid to just immediately impale him into the wall ends up keeping the rest of his relics, though. So it's just the blink, has Bat Out of Hell, has the beads available. There's a ward on the beacon, but it looks like the Oni Warriors are going to be able to grab this one uncontested. I'm amazed that Nika was able to split push that much, grab the tier 2, and is still only level 16, right? I expect him to be top farm on the map with how much he's been alone on the right side. But he also has made some very impactful rotations. Maybe he hasn't spent as much time in lane as it would appear. It's actually Panitom sitting at level 18, top farm on the map. It's Pele, 0-0-3, but certainly still a threat in the right situation. And this Pyromancer has spawned back in. Oni Warriors already going for their pull.
Nika, I would argue, one of the saving graces for the team right now because he goes in and steals the Pyro from the Warriors in with the damage there, the sprint, the shielding, tries to get out, but the Warriors chase him down, kill him off. Mike now trying to run away. Good wall from SOT, surrounded by 5. It's going to be a double kill, and that is the power of the Warriors comp as a full force. They're going for the Fire Giant. Vote has ultimate, but is on the left side. Split pushing. LASBRA spots this out. Dardez is going to know about it. Trelly, the question is, can you go for a steal?
Well, Dardez probably can. His beads are already down SOT, looking for the 1v1. It's only LASBRA who can really step forward, but Panitom is playing zone duty.
LASBRA has the Bat Out of Hell, leaps forward, makes it in there. Bat Out of Hell charge. They're holding the Fire Giant damage, and it's not going to be a steal this time. LASBRA has to blink away to get out, but it's 5 strong for the Warriors. FG buff shining on their belts.
Teleport comes through from Nika. The chase is not going to continue. The Oni Warriors are going to play this one safe after using every ultimate they have to make sure that Fire Giant goes down in the fight previously. They're going to group up and start pushing down right. Remember, Vote did not join that fight. He decided to just push left and grab that tier 2, which he did grab. So some extra gold in the pocket to the Jade Dragons. Their defense, honestly, if they can get their relics and their ultimates up, doesn't look too bad. Maybe that's the reason they're stepping forward. 4v5 for the time being because LASBRA is pushing up mid lane. You're trying to stall this one out. I understand. You want that cooldown to go as quickly as possible. 3 minutes left on Fire Giant. Doesn't seem like an actual team fight will occur. More so just stalling. Again, there's not a Camazotz here.
Tier 2. That's where the pressure's been from the Warriors. Last few autos don't connect. Genetics, Netrioid. Grabbed by No Escape, pulled in only on Genetics, who has to stay alive in the back, low health. Tier 2 goes down. Panitom leads the way for his team. Chains do a lot of damage, but Netrioid makes sure to secure it. SOT goes dunking in deep, eats a lot of his health for his troubles. Forces the Dragons to fall back, but the Phoenix is defended. And Trelly, it's these tier 2s, those towers just now, and in fact the entire mapscape has changed dramatically over the last couple of minutes. But the towers, realistically, from the Dragons, the split push from Nika earlier, and then from Vote just a few minutes ago, is part of the reason that this game is still within 2,000 gold. They're finding those small pockets, plus that steal. You have to give them credit. Nika gets a massive steal for the Pyromancer. It really is these sometimes large but sometimes small plays that the Dragons are doing that have made this so it's not really that big of a runaway for the Warriors yet.
Yeah, I don't hate the split push, but what I didn't really understand is why LASBRA made the call that he is not grouping up for that fight, right? And Nika goes in and says, hey, I'm just going to use Dazzling Offensive, sort of push them away, see what we can get done. But then Mike goes in, goes for an ultimate. He ends up getting picked there. If the call was to give up the tier 2, why did they go so hard for the fight? And once again, LASBRA's nowhere to be found.
Genetics goes in first. Nika, Dazzling Offensive
He's
to the
dead.
back. Helps find Genetics, burns down the support. And now, I mean, SOT, you're tanky, but I just don't know that this is going to be enough, not tanky enough, to withstand the damage of a Phoenix and 5 Dragons. So you have to be careful. Netrioid even accidentally walling SOT off. And now SOT's been chained. That actually might be a big deal. Hammer is good for the disengage.
LASBRA
LASBRA, is he going for the loop or are they going for the primal? That's the question for the Dragons here. I think it depends a lot on the Warriors' positioning. Wall doesn't connect from SOT. Netrioid, they're hanging around Shelly. They might actually even want to go for a steal or go for the fight. SOT getting burned, has to play carefully, is not. And that's going to be a kill over towards LASBRA, forced into the wall for Vote, who's low health. Can Panitom find him? Has the chase, gets what he needs, but LASBRA's got a double. He gets to the back, and he helps get rid of Pegon, helps get rid of Netrioid. And like that, the Warriors crumble under the pressure from the Dragons.
I mean, this Ares pick, Mike is going absolutely nuts in this matchup so far. Gets a free kill onto Genetics to start this fight because, oh yeah, this Terra, who has no form of CC immunity, doesn't have beads, doesn't have Magi's, doesn't have Absolution. There's no way that Genetics isn't getting pulled every single time. Translate that into SOT, who just wanted to walk forward and try and go in for a double tap to steal that Gold Fury. Immediately gets triple chained, pulled back in. No ultimate available. SOT goes down. I mean, Mike is just absolutely frying on this Ares pick. It's the only reason that the Jade Dragons have been able to slow down the push of the Oni Warriors. Fearful of beads, don't want to use your ultimate for CC immunity, because Mike's there. He doesn't have blink. He doesn't need it, apparently. He just walks forward, sprints his team in, sprints them out. These chains and these ultimates have been so impactful for the team fight.
And honestly, the lockdown is just the first, I guess, line of defense, not even the damage that's coming from Mike, alongside the fact that the lineup for Nika, for Dardez, for Vote even, who might not even be the highest on the player charts. In fact, outside of the supports, he's actually on the bottom. But it has been impactful alongside his team. He
got Panitom with that fight. I'll cut him some slack. I saw him hiding in the wall, and Panitom's just sitting there with the volcanic lightning autos procced and ready. He already dashed. He's like, "You come out. I'm gonna hit you with some big volcano damage, man."
And realistically, look, just like 1,600 damage above him is LASBRA, and LASBRA's 4-1-2, so we know who's last hitting here.
It's a low damage game, to be honest. I mean, 15K at 25 minutes for Pegon, and that's pretty much it. It's just, I think everyone's very close, and that is a good sign. My only issue currently is how Genetics is going to play these team fights. You know he wants Magi's or Absolution at some point. But so far, he's just getting pulled in every single time, and it was working for a bit where he was tanky enough to survive, but now the Jade Dragons have the DPS where they can burn through this Terra as long as they have enough anti-heal. And Mike even goes for the Sprout, the Entangling Wing. So once he procs that sprint, he's going to root everyone near him, pretty much guaranteeing those chains are going to connect.
Panitom silence, dazzling offense used by Nika. Tries to go for the stun, but instead eats a lot of damage. In fact, SOT chasing down to get a little extra out there. Netrioid, the ult's just a little short. Does not have the damage now, no CC. Pegon caught out, uses the ult to disengage. No beads, pulled in, and it will be a kill right there. Genetics already low, needs a little bit of help to try and get out of here, but LASBRA, bat out of hell. The chase down is good, and it is on 3 down out of nowhere for the Warriors. Let's call it for Netrioid, doing his best to run and buy time, but there's nothing you can do. Tier 2 is going to be the target for the Dragons. 30 full seconds, and it's just Panitom. Ult's going to be coming up for Panitom.
He's got blink, he's got beads.
He's got a lot in his toolbox to try and make this work. Mid-Phoenix, taken down by the Dragons. They lead by 4 kills. It's 27 minutes. You need a little bit more time if you're Panitom here. Has to go for the knock-up. Is able to find 2 with it. Damage is going to be there. Ult used. The splash is good, but he's just not strong enough alone. And the Dragons are going to win game 2.
Wow, 2-0 for the Dragons off of a great start for the Oni Warriors as well. I mean, of course, you've got LASBRA, who is consistently finding first bloods. This Camazotz was a problem, but it really did seem like the Oni Warriors were finding some ways to get aggressive, right? They make their play. They go over to left Phoenix. Genetics goes in. I mean, again, that's a 5v4. Remember, LASBRA chose to ignore his team for 2 fights. One of them, I was questioning. I'm like, why are you guys going in when LASBRA's not here? The second time, they find a pick. LASBRA does show up to the fight, and they're able to chase down the whole way to that Gold Fury. I mean, the Jade Dragons came to play. There's no doubt about it.
And just, again, the way that their comps were playing into it, and the amount of pressure they're finding on the targets it feels like they need to be finding it on.
Yep.
The Shred, I mean, SOT couldn't really withstand a whole ton of damage compared to what we've gotten used to this weekend. Genetics couldn't, especially under that Phoenix. But I think you had highlighted it. The Ares kind of opens the door.
Bingo.
And then every single one of them, I also have to give the shout out over to Nika's Ama, because it feels like the two frontliners here for the Dragons made the life of the backliners super easy.
And that's the thing, right? The Oni Warriors actually were playing great objective play, but they were getting countered out by tier 2 towers, right?
Yeah.
It was Vote split pushing left, Nika split pushing right. After that, you can't put the value on how everyone has to play so far back because of Mike's ult. You don't see it, but Pegon's like, do I even want to ult for a possible kill? Because no escape is there. I don't want to waste my beats.
And even in a moment towards the end where he had the ult, used it a little too early, and unfortunately that chase down is sometimes all you need to get the Hebo. And that's exactly what the Dragons do. They find the kills where they need them, and they turn that game around, put themselves up onto match point. We'll see, can they close it out in 3? All of that's going to be right after this.
Love's for beginners, ain't no winners. It slips through your fingers, I ain't telling no lies. So F all the drama, F the karma. Just do what you wanna, promise you got time. Be you and keep looking forward. Don't you look backwards and you'll be fine. Come through and say what you need to. Don't let them put you down. Baby, let me tell you what it feels like. Being independent, no trouble inside. It's like magic, living like a bad. 'Cause baby, you deserve the best in life. Let me tell you what it feels like. Being whose mama, yeah, treat yourself right. It's like magic, living like a bad. 'Cause baby, you deserve the best in life. Come get your future. Know you wanna, she'll never betray ya. She ain't telling no lies. So break the glass ceiling, find your meaning, make truth out of dreaming. Yeah. Baby, let me tell you what it feels like. Being independent, no trouble inside. It's like magic, living like a bad. 'Cause baby, you deserve the best in life. Let me tell you what it feels like. Being whose mama, yeah, treat yourself right. It's like magic, living like a bad. 'Cause baby, you deserve the best in life. Be you and keep looking forward. Don't you look backwards and you'll be fine. Come through and say what you need to. Don't let them put you down. Baby, let me tell you what it feels like. Being independent, no trouble inside. It's like magic, living like a bad. 'Cause baby, you deserve the best in life. Let me tell you what it feels like. Being whose mama, yeah, treat yourself right. It's like magic, living like a bad. 'Cause baby, you deserve the best in life. You can never sleep in traffic. 'Cause living steady panic. I know 'cause I try acid. Now I see through your habits, just like gadgets. You tell me with the 2 hands, I'm too bad. Wonder what you think's I like. Need me to get your bills paid. That's what you said. I guess I'm just too fake for that. So sit down, listen, think for a minute. Know it might be hard 'cause you're uneducated. Break down, face it, breathe for a minute. I'm the
Game number 2 started out looking like this was just going to be a nice Jade Dragons win right through once more, but then the Oni Warriors keep things interesting through this early game, get themselves a nice little mid-game push, take a fire giant for themselves, and the myth, it feels like it all just kind of started falling apart around the Gold Fury when Jade Dragons are able to get 4 different players in a different pick, and then it starts snowballing that beyond there, and Jade Dragons now put themselves 2-0 in the lead.
Yeah, so it's Jade Dragons off rip, Stygian Beacon spawns up, individual players make some mistakes. We're not gonna name names. Vote. And then from there, things start to fall apart a little bit. But they right the ship at the Gold Fury, as you said. This game, if I were to break it down simply and just keep it as short as possible, I won't though because I'm hourly. Would just be Dardez diff. But I am hourly, so I guess I'll go into it a little bit more. There was very poor response from the Oni Warriors to stealth plays. How often did Dardez get to W key in stealth and catch someone holding the S key while they were looking at a Phoenix or looking at a Gold Fury or looking at anything like that? The amount of value Dardez was finding just by starting the fight with CC and poking someone down to 40% was absolutely ridiculous. And if you want to even go back to when the Oni Warriors were on the precipice of winning that game, left side Phoenix Siege, Genex goes in. I believe it's a 5-man Earthen Fury. Immediately stunned and then eviscerated before he's allowed to get out of the Phoenix range. That's off the back of Dardez once more. So 3-0-7 on the Morrigan. And I don't even think that even speaks justice to his name, man. I mean, that was just a clinic from him. Maybe you do dedicate all 3 of your first bans to Dardez. It's a wild world we're living in.
Yeah, it's kind of in the Wild West as far as the bans are concerned, towards Jade Dragon specifically, around Dardez, the god pool that he's made for himself. The Athena Cabrakan is enough to at least warrant an Athena ban, and then the Morrigan was something that the Ravens were taking away from the Dragons all the way back in day number 1 of their play. And now we might be seeing a reason why the Morrigan has been banned away from Dardez. I also just got to give shouts to Dardez. When you look at the Morrigan players, you always think of the easy transformation options. Say, oh, there's a Camazotz or a high burst assassin. I'm just going to turn into that one, and it's going to be all easy for my team. I noticed in that very last fight, though, that Dardez actually transformed into the Terra for his squad, pops the Earthen Fury, gets the heal for his team, but also gets that extra damage up against the opponent. There are not a whole lot of Morrigan players, even competitively, that are still turning into tanks that late into a game.
No, generally it's just the I want to be the assassin, the one that's going to do massive damage, or maybe a warrior to be another initiator for his team. But the decision-making prowess of being able to say, this is what we need right now. We need some damage mitigation. We need some protections. Clearly on the ball there. So many Morrigan players are like doing the pre-select. Clearly not Dardez. So, and if he is, he's a prophet. So we're gonna go ahead and assume that it's not that, because then there have to be rulings about gameplay enhancements like from a divine power or something like that. So we're gonna go ahead and just say he's just a smart guy and not blessed by something out there.
Well, game number 1's picks and bans had a single ban towards Dardez. Game number 2 had 2 bans towards Dardez. We'll see if the Oni Warriors dedicate their entire first 3 bans to the mid lane of the Jade Dragons. We jump into picks and bans now for game number 3. Dragons, their primary focus has been Yamoja and Khepri as their 2 ban slots, and then kind of flex what their third one wants to be. Last game it was a Raijin. So far, starting off on the same foot of banning away the Khepri Yamoja, keeping one of Genetic's best picks this weekend away from him, and then keeping just a good support in general banned away. But the Oni Warriors, they're going to slot away from the Athena, at least for now. Hera and Amaterasu both eat up bans. Maybe the Oni Warriors recognizing that Nika has had a little too much free time on this pick.
Izanami from the Jade Dragons, a major departure from what we just seen established in the previous 2 games. I mean, I was never fully on board with the Athena ban. I feel like the answer to Athena is play on field, especially if it's going towards mid. You don't necessarily... It's not as if Athena mid is like doing everything so well that you can't deal with it. Just fight her in her lane, and you got to think things will go a little bit better for you. We'll see whether or not the Oni Warriors agree with that, because given the opportunity, I'm sure the Jade Dragons would go ahead and take it for themselves. So many priority picks still available. Sun Wukong comes to mind. Chernobog as an absolutely dominant pick as well. One of those picks, by the way, that Netrioid, just has not shown a propensity to go towards. Everybody else in the league, first pick, first ban, Chernobog, Netrioid, largely trying to avoid that one. So could be a weakness now that the Oni Warriors have to address with their bans. Because if it makes it through, you got to think the Jade Dragons are just going to take it immediately. Has flexibility into both mid and jungle. So it will be a Chernobog ban from the Oni Warriors. Sun Wukong comes to mind. The Guardian selection is still very strong as well. Raijin's out there if he elects to go down that path. You might as, or you not might as well, but you could go ahead and grab the Athena immediately too. I mean, there's just so much priority on board. I don't think the Oni Warriors can get too much in that second pick position. The Jade Dragons should be able to match whatever they grab.
Last game was a Pele first pick from the Warriors, this time with Athena finally left open after 2 games of being banned out. The Jade Dragons will draft that and give themselves flexibility in 4 different roles, safe to say, with this pick. We've seen LASBRA play it plenty of times in the jungle, already seen what Dardez can do with it mid, and both Mike and Nika have gone on history to play this pick as well. So Jade Dragons leave a lot available for the Oni Warriors to now choose from without giving away too much information, except that they now have an Athena on their team. So where do the Warriors go with their option? Raijin is still available, but maybe after the beating that Pegon took in game number 1, probably doesn't want to go back to the Raijin if he can help it. Pele still out open as well. Surprised we don't see a snap pick towards that god.
Yeah, I think Pele is a clear answer here. I think in ideal world, maybe you're just talking about a Pele Ares lock-in. I'm a massive fan of those selections, and that's only assuming that Pegon isn't wanting the Raijin, but clearly a poor assumption as it's been locked. Was a rough start for him on the set there on the Raijin. Goes down 0-2 in the first 4 minutes, but good luck doing that to Pegon twice, and it will be flanked by the Pele. So you've got potentially jungle mid, potentially solo mid there locked in, but either way, you're going to have really good die potential off the 2 of them. Raijin, early aggression, Pele the exact same. But if it's Pele jungle, I don't think that she in particular is great at dealing with Athena. You can confound out the knock-up, make it pretty difficult for Pele to actually stick to you afterward. I mean, Pele with a lead will make it happen either way, but establishing that lead, of course, is difficult against the Jade Dragons, who have very quickly made themselves an early game team again here in this set up against the Oni Warriors. If you're concerned about dive onto Athena, or if you're concerned, I mean, it's not even a guarantee that we're looking at Athena mid. I know that's so easy to tunnel vision on that, considering what Dardez has been up to. But if you're concerned about that, I think a CC jungler, or one with global presence, so you're always there to help out, would be very important. Peeling out for that Athena, I think difficult for the first 10 or so levels. Afterwards, she's just such a massive threat with Polynomicon and how her damage applies that you don't necessarily need to be concerned with it. Ganesha, I think, a very smart answer. Silence, giving over that protection aura to your allies, as well as preventing additional DPS. Cancels out some of those channeled abilities like Raijin's first, or prevent Ares from utilizing second or third chains or using the flames. Ganesha, very, very smart answer to make sure that Athena doesn't have too much trouble throughout the early.
Raijin, Pele, Ares for the Warriors, Athena, Ratatoskr, Ganesh now for the Dragons, and just given what we've seen already this weekend, it seems that this Athena now definitely heading towards mid. Though still, some options for solo lane. It will just depend on what these last 2 picks end up being for the Jade Dragons. If we see Dardez or Nika pilot this Athena for the Jade Dragons composition. Jing, the Morrigan, and Olarun so far, the bans in our second wave. One more here from the Jade Dragons to try and keep something away from Netrioid. It will be the Artemis, which has been one of the other picks he's been going to. It's been Anhur and Artemis primarily for Netrioid, and then kind of bouncing between some of the other hunters. But the Anhur just doesn't seem to have served Netrioid so well in this set in particular.
No, Anhur is just so feast or famine. That Izanami has also been one of his favorites, but already addressed by the Jade Dragons too. Only thing else I could see him going back towards, that CERN, as you said, Hachiman comes to mind as well, would be pretty decent for counter initiation. If you're concerned about Dharmic Pillars spawning up around you, hop on the horse. If you're concerned about a dash taunt, hop on a horse. Turns out hopping on the horse is kind of the answer to just about everything if you're headed towards your own side of the map. Instead, Ram. That is Netrioid saying, I'm capable of playing the Ram. It may be not the best pick into the Jade Dragons draft, but it's certainly what Vote would have gone towards. So I'll go ahead and use it to take it away from him. I'll be able to play generally pretty safe in lane. Concern being, Ganesh has really good answers to Ram once he goes in the air. If Ram goes up, he's landing into a cage, an electric fence cage, and potentially an Athena dunk as well. So good at buying time for himself, not exactly great at peeling for himself.
Now, depending on these next 2 picks, we should get our answers to where this Athena is going for the Jade Dragons. 2 more selections left for themselves. Oni Warriors still needing their soul in, which isn't often that we see SOT kind of getting that last pick for the Oni Warriors. He's been going very often over towards this Thor. That's kind of his favorite pick to go towards till it's the tail end of phase number 1 in towards Masters. Now even during this event. Raven for the Jade Dragons. That's going to get you your beefy front line, that real annoying assassin, just to kind of continuously stick to some of the damage dealers of the Warriors, and then a Freya in response. Man, I am looking at this composition for the Dragons, and I do not envy the Warriors in having to face against this.
The thing is, now that we've got full eyes on it, Ganesh, Freya lane, Raven for the solo. Looks like it will be Athena mid, then Rat in the jungle. I mean, you could have Rat and Raven flex between jungle and solo, but it's functionally going to operate largely the same. The concern now is the answer that I had devised to Athena mid is camp Athena mid. Just make sure she can't use that ultimate to join the side lanes, catch her while she's there. If you're spending all your time camping Athena, you're going to have a Freya in the late game. And if you're camping Freya, Dardez is going to have himself a game as well. So difficulty now for the Oni Warriors in choosing where they want to put their aggression for the first 15 or so minutes. And even then, good peel composition from the Jade Dragons between Rat and Ganesh both to make sure that when the Oni Warriors do make that decision, it won't be guaranteed. There's always going to be a Rat in the tree. There's always going to be a Ganesh nearby letting you know that it's not time to speak. So very difficult, I think, for them to secure some of those kills, at least throughout the early. The Chaac to round out the draft for the Oni Warriors. I really liked the Chaac build that we had seen out of the Soul lane, where he's just got infinite CDRs, spamming axes, always raining, really good at controlling space, really good initiation. I think does a good job of AoE burning beads, which should set up for the Ares relatively well. Even with all that said, I'm still not the biggest fan of Chaac just in general. Feels like there are some picks that could have outperformed him. Sun Wukong comes to mind immediately as just something that would have been able to get into that back line a little bit more easily and have additional survivability. Because once Chaac initiates, if that silence wears off, let's say he hits everybody, that silence wears off and Freya's still standing, Chaac won't be for too much longer afterward. He doesn't have the greatest disengage for himself. So really high execution in that regard. Looks to me like the Oni Warriors are all in on the early game. That's what this draft says. Top to bottom, we need to win the first 15 minutes.
So then, with that in mind, and kind of the general question I'll pose to you then, you mentioned a big threat in Athena, especially in Freya as well over in the duo lane. So with your all-knowing and analytically savvy mind here, Mifflin.
None of that's true.
Which of these lanes do you really put that priority on for the Oni Warriors? Where do you want to get that lead as quick as possible to help guarantee yourself a better early game?
I think if you could strike first in mid, that is the absolute keystone of a good early game for the Oni Warriors. You don't need to kill Dardez 5 times. You don't need to kill him 4 times. Kill him twice, and all of a sudden the Raijin's going to dominate that lane on his own. You can go ahead and vacate it and leave it on an island. After that, full dedication to the duo lane. It's not easy as a jungler to spend all your time there because it's so departed from the rest of the farm on the map. But once you've already had that stamp known in mid, you don't really need to be there nearly as much, which should open up the opportunity to get over there and slow down that Freya's farm.
Jade Dragons have been rolling through these first couple of games. Can they end off with a 3-0 here in the finals, or will the Oni Warriors be able to bounce back? Let's throw it one more time over to Gore and Trelly.
Thank you so much, J-Mac and Mifflin. Trelly, we're in an interesting spot here, as Doug gives us the view into the game, and what could be the last game if the Dragons get their way. But it is an interesting matchup, and mostly, as we saw, centered, at least discussion-wise, maybe around mid lane, 53-47. And so we're doing some correction here, right? It was 51-49, and then 55-45. Now, trying to find the middle ground, 53-47. It's still in favor of the Dragons. And do you agree with Miff, mainly looking at Dardez, like that's where you have to kind of maybe find the shutdown, stop this Athena from being functional, and give Pegon the opening?
It's just difficult as a Raijin to survive this amount of dive. You've got the Rat who's going to be able to cancel your dash every single time. Dardez is going to be there as well, trying to taunt you out of it, taunt you out of your Percussion Storm. So your DPS is a problem, right? If you just want to be able to free cast on Raijin, which everyone does, his buffs mean he gets insane amounts of cooldown if he's left in the backline to cast those cooldowns. And stopping Dardez early would be a great look, because if Dardez is left on his own, he doesn't clear the wave very well, right? If he's behind, that becomes a bit of an issue. If he's able to just taunt Pegon on a Percussion Storm, use that shield wall, get out for free, that's always a good look, right? So I do agree with Miff, and it would be a nice you know, start to the game, of course, if Pegon does get a lead. Doesn't mean it's easy. I mean, once again, LASBRA this time around goes for the blink. Raijin is not getting damage off. At level 2, there is 2 different ways that LASBRA and Dardez can make sure Percussion Storm gets canceled, so I'm assuming Pegon puts some points into Raiju, gets that lightning crash, gets his dash online, and says, hey, we're probably playing safe, and Panitom confirms that for me. No blink on the Pele. But as the game continues, their team fight could look pretty solid. I think the Ares is a great answer as well to some of this aggression. And right away, they're blinking into Panitom this time, pulling those beads immediately.
Looking for the damage. At level 2, you have to imagine that's a very fearsome 2v2 that you can have in mid. Like you said, they force the beads early. Pegon's got to feel a little in trouble because now you see dash forward at least from Dardez. That's all without the taunt, even, at this point. So the pressure, potentially even just around the corner from level 3. Beads forced now by LASBRA. Stun's going to be good. Dash is there, but the reach, it's not enough damage. And instead, LASBRA eats too much. It's the turnaround from the Oni Warriors. It looked like a good fight, but it's 2 kills to the other side. A great start for Panitom and Pegon.
The cooldowns just were not there, and that's honestly, that's a Bumba's dip. If Dardez has any other starter there, he probably has the damage to find that kill, but you don't get Bumba's hammer late game if you start anything else. Unfortunate for LASBRA and Dardez, and Pegon says, you have bullied me for 2 games in a row, no longer. Gonna pop those beads, but at the very least, break out with 2 kills early on. Panitom and Pegon feeling good about that start. And that really wasn't the bullying coming from the Oni Warriors, right? That was defensive. They were running, and they just so happened to get dove that far underneath the tower. Pegon gets out, and Panitom shows exactly how much damage Pele can do early on. Now, I don't want that to stop. I'm thinking Panitom, after getting a kill like that, can translate this over to right lane, look towards Nika, try and play through SOT. Those are both some good options. Looks like trying to gank Pegon was the call. They don't really have that damage, though, once again. You're operating off of Tier 1 Book and Tier 2 Acorn. Not enough to find the kill on the Pegon.
Dardez still working on that book.
It's a long one.
And you know what? Every rider seems to say that. We'll see where the Dragons go with it. And realistically, it creates an interesting thing because the build for the Athena is so specific. Panitom, though, is looking to extend this lead even further. Nika's under pressure. Knockup's good axe, just a little shy of the damage needed. And Nika is going to get to walk away from this one, not without effort from the Warriors. And right now, Shelly, that feels like it is what is on their mind. It is effort, effort, effort. They're even going deep for the purple chain. On to vote. Second chain misses from Genetics. Purple buff secured by the Dragons. But with Netrioid stepping up, it was all about the presence and the potential. I mean, the lane being run by the Warriors in every single one you check in.
I mean, Freya early on, that conduit gem, you need some time to really ramp up. 1 ring, things get a little bit different. A little bit of a scrap. Nika does go in for the ultimate. Sot has not even put a point into his ultimate. Didn't fear he was going to need it. Or maybe he did ult. He's just fearful of his damage. Either way, Nika doesn't quite find that solo kill there. And Sot's got teleport and plenty of regen. Did end up using that storm call. Just defensively. Robin's got some good damage, but I think the sustain from Sot probably won the day in that dive. But either way, we saw Panitom did go over to right, attempted to gank this round. That's what I wanted to see, right? You get a kill early, you don't hit the brakes. You try and hit on the gas. If anything, you want to snowball. You want to continue looking for that aggression. Right side of the map was the call. Didn't find much. Now, left side of the map could be an opportunity. If you're able to force out some ultimates, Mike is going to be getting pulled back in. But where's the follow-up? Netrioid said, bro, I'm clearing. I don't care about your pull, dude. I need farm.
That was a good attempt. And honestly, realistically, maybe it was just to make Vote feel pressured, right? Vote still goes for the ult in order to dodge the pull. And so the Freya a little less safe than what you had a second ago. Unfortunately for the Warriors, LASBRA's right here, and LASBRA's looking for a little bit more. Blink in, stun, gonna get beads out. Netrioid's low, chains. Slow LASBRA down. And no one's able to get there to close it out. Netrioid, red health, but makes it back to base A-OK. Beads gone. And Charlie, that's the opening right now. A lot of people on the Warriors have either beads down or their CC immunity down. LASBRA looking to capitalize on it as soon as he can.
Yeah, that was real clutch from Genetics. If he doesn't hit that chain, almost certainly finding a kill on a Netrioid. The stun, or the slow rather, from Dart would have been enough. Dardez is going to have to channel that dash. Should be fine. Gets away from Tycho Drums as LASBRA back over here. But either way, if that chain doesn't connect, I'm thinking that's a dead Rama. LASBRA was not able to find it. He's still staying on the left side of the map, though, and Panitom's not too far behind. Remember, Genetics, ultimate coming up soon. There's no beads on this rat. He does have through the Cosmos, but do you want to use it defensively for a purple buff? You might have to.
Brought out and canceled. Got the damage. Purple buff secured by the Dragons. Oh, good from Genetics. Forces Vote up into the sky. Same for LASBRA. He's going to crash down. 4 Warriors are here. Now you've got Dardez coming in. The taunt's going to be available, but it only pulls Pegon. Gets the beads. Dharmic Pillars dropped. And it is a very small jail cell for the Warriors, but one that they will otherwise be unpunished in. As the Dragons just don't have the health bar, the resources to find the damage. Purple buff still goes the way of Volt. And Trelly, a lot of ults used on either side. But nothing really massive comes out of it.
This is what I was talking about. If you get off to a bad start as Athena, how do you clear the wave? How do you step forward and defend anything? I haven't seen much of it. Dardez goes in, but he doesn't have that DPS. He doesn't have cooldown. It's not a fun time landing up against an actual traditional mage when you're behind. And that's all from the over-aggression, thinking they could find those kills, that first blood. Both LASBRA and Dardez have been feeling the brunt of that. A couple dropped kills from LASBRA, he just hasn't had enough damage. And Genetics is very tanky. It's going to take a while to try and find a kill here. And honestly, Pegon might be able to turn this fight once he shows up. The Jade Dragons respect that, and they do just give up on the chase.
What buff did they have brought that deep? Was that the speed buff?
I think that was speed, yeah.
That came all the way up there with them. And unfortunately now for the Dragons, it's gone. It's just over there to the Warriors. Luckily, there's 2 of them, right? So you're maybe not that much worse off for wear. But another small win for the Warriors in a place where they honestly weren't even looking for it. And Charlie, they're starting to push themselves, up into the 2,600 gold mark. 7.5 in. I mean, this has been a very oppressive start to the game. Very similar to what we actually got to see yesterday in Game 5 versus the Leviathans.
Yeah, it's not easy. I mean, again, I'm not going to say that the Jade Dragons gambled their whole game on that first blood, but the early game, at the very least, they have forfeited so much pressure for dying in that 2v2. And now, yeah, playing through Nika might be nice. Playing through you vote, getting this Freya online might be nice, but you've seen what Panitom has done with that lead. He hasn't stopped looking for aggression. He hasn't just given up the farm. He has been right side of the map, left side of the map, invade. This purple buff doesn't belong to Vote as long as Panitom is here. He can keep trying to go in for steals, but the Pele is not leaving him alone.
And Panitom, even now, just trying to get some damage on the Mike. Gonna be a 2v1 in mid. Pegon in trouble. The dash gets canceled, and there they finally find exactly what they were looking for before. And they find an open kill on Pegon 20 seconds before those beads come back up. In 20 seconds, he's going to be wishing he had.
Bro, I really want to see a highlight reel of how many times Pegon has died with his beads off a 10-second cooldown. Panitom should be able to get out of range with the beads, but waits out the taunt perfectly. Dardez plays that so clean. He pre-beats the taunt, and Dardez said, I didn't taunt you yet, bro. Waits for the CC immunity to run out. They are able to grab that kill. I don't think there's any follow-up here. Dardez shouldn't feel too threatened. If anything, Dardez might want to go in on this.
Yeah, they were happy to get pulled here. Dardez, the shell needs to be used. Ult from Netrioid. It's going to ring true. Second shot doesn't connect. 1 and 3 do, but it's not enough damage. Dardez gets to walk away from there. The chain's body blocked by Mike. Dardez uses the reach to turn some damage around. Now Pegon's deep. Has the beads this time around. Can he get the Thunder Crash off? Yes! Over the wall. And the escape is going to be there. Genetics. You had called it earlier. Pretty tanky. And so a dangerous position, honestly. No ult from Netrioid there if he didn't have it. Probably another kill for the Dragons. Maybe even Pegon. If he had mistimed that and it had been 2 seconds left on the beats, it would have been yet another one. But as it stands, it's 2-2 as we go into 10 minutes. And it's still that 2,500 gold in favor of the Warriors.
Certainly is, but they've shown some signs of life, right? The Jade Dragons saying, hey, even though we're behind, we can still find some opportunities to look for kills. Some important power spikes are being hit as well. Nika already extremely tanky, has Phalanx, has Oni Hunter's Garb as far as I'm concerned. Shouldn't be dying anytime soon. LASBRA starts stacking up the Soul Eater, something that Panitom already finished because he went at first item. And more importantly, Dardez, who needs cooldown, working on a breastplate. This Athena, if you want to clear waves, if you want to be able to grab anything, you got to be able to step forward and actually use your cooldowns. As we see Genetics go for no escape, just to try and start something. LASBRA takes a lot of damage though.
Pegon going in, has the drums at least to kill off Mike. Dash from LASBRA gets him just far enough. He's not going to worry about it. Single pick from the Warriors. And Trelly, I was thinking with this amount of a rotation, maybe you go for a Fury, but Netrioid's going to start pushing the tower. You got Panitom, Genetics on this side of the map as well. So that tier 1 forfeit by vote. Now you go for the Gold Fury, and that's exactly what the Warriors are going to start up. And the kills look even. The taunt onto Pegon's good. You know, beads down for another 70. Maybe if LASBRA can loop around and find something, there's a kill to happen there. But otherwise, with this Gold Fury officially going to the Warriors, we have to talk about oppressive gold leads. And we have to talk about them where they are. Kill does happen finally for LASBRA in mid. Did loop around, stop Pegon's back, find exactly what he needs, but it is still, at this point, approaching 4,000. I'm sorry, 5,000. As the Warriors continue to just find every victory they seem to be open to, I guess. Every victory they can. There you go.
Big farm in duo lane is what I've realized, right? Because Vote, that tower that went down, his buffs don't belong to him. 2-level deficit that Netrioid's been able to grab so far. Same for Mike and Genetics. I believe Genetics is very close to level 10 at this point. So essentially 75% of a level there. You don't want to take this trade. Vote does not have much damage, but might have to fight it. Doesn't have the pulse for a bit, has to juke around. Let's see how much damage he really has.
Aegis. Buy some time for Netrioid, up to the sky, one shot, canceled immediately, rolls forward for the autos, misses one shot, now you've got Mike there, and the Dharmic Pillars come out, but does Vote have anything to save him? He has the Aegis, it keeps him alive, but the pull is better.
He had beads.
He had beads.
He thought it was going to kill him, so he didn't beads, it didn't kill him. He could have beads and lived that.
He could have just gone out of there.
He really thought, I mean, I honestly, I get it, right? Because you're Freya, your Valkyrie's discretion is down. If he beads as that and the pull kills him, he gets ganked again, and then he's like 3 levels behind. But if he beats, he also lives there. Unfortunate for Vote. I understand the play. He thought, hey, if I beats and die, it's 2 deaths. Either way, let's see how much damage you really can do. And beautiful play by Netrioid as well. All he was doing there by stalling in the air was trying to wait out the pulse. He said, hey, I'm going to snipe once and then go in for auto attack. Genetics is here, blinks in, forces through the Cosmos from LASBRA. Has to ult defensively. And despite it being 3-4, the Oni Warriors are dominating the map.
I mean, and that is somehow even still an understatement. I mean, dominating. They have made this map theirs. Panitom has the beads, is so unfrightened of Dardez and Mike. Doesn't have to pop him for the taunt. Did take half his health for the trouble, though. And that, I think, symbolizes where the Warriors are at mentally. Maybe more so what Genetics is doing. He's just hanging out in the jungle in their face with the kind of ever-present try-me threat available. And that's what the Warriors have. And this is what I was really expecting more when I brought up that point in Game 1 about the clashing of style. We got a slower Warriors pace game that time around, but this is what it feels like they find their success in, is when they are able to run it down, their early game gets them so far ahead, it changes everything. And even now, I mean, Genetics is just scoffing at the damage. The Dragons throw at him. Dharmic Pillars thrown up by Mike defensively as the Taiko drums come rolling down mid from Pegon. Not enough damage to find any kills, but Dardez and Mike are both poked out. Pyromancer's up. And when the Warriors have been playing the map this well, they're of course going to try to continue. Now Nika looking for a repeat performance from the Amaterasu to try and walk in and steal this one. Not taking too much damage in the process from SOT. Gets dropped actually by the Warriors. They're going to turn, look for the kill. Pyromancer goes their way. Nika has to run. And it's the leap over the wall. Chase is still slightly on from SOT, but it's not going to result in too much else. And Trelly, it's SOT that I actually want to zone in on, because this Chaac on the Gauntlet of Thebes that he had gone day 1, game 1, if I remember correctly, was kind of the start of what was the wildest set of solo lane plays that I had gotten to see in a long time.
It depends on the character, obviously. In this case, I think that, Chaac provides a lot of utility for your team, so just being as tanky as possible and resetting your cooldowns is a good call. So SOT, once he does actually make some impactful rotations, it's going to be so annoying if you're looking at what the Jade Dragons want to do, Freya, she wants to just build attack speed and free cast, and that's something that Chaac is not going to care about too much, right? That range, slowing attack speed, get to the back line, force out Valkyrie's discretion with your Storm Call. You can do a lot to the back line, to the ADC of the Jade Dragons, and that's the call, right? Build Oni Hunter's Garb, get as tanky as possible, force fights. LASBRA needs to get up into the sky. Should be able to. No, the Raijin just does too much damage. This man just finished that Obsidian Shard, and plenty of DPS coming from Taiko Drums. LASBRA's way too far forward.
Primal Fury should go the way of the Warriors. Seems like everything else so far this game. If it's on the map, it's theirs. And right now that seems to include the Dragons' lives. Vote. Pushed under tier 2, forced to ult away. Manages to survive 7,700 gold. And if we're talking 35 minutes, you expect that to be, oh, they got a Fire Giant, they've knocked down every single tower. No, this is tier 1's 16 minutes in, and oppressive play from the Warriors, Trelly. And there's not a whole lot the Dragons have as an option to really counter it. I mean, all 6 towers, not only up, but the tier 1s are all healthy on the side of the Warriors. And the only neutral objective that's up is the Fire Giant. They can't even secure their own buffs.
Nope, they can't. I mean, Vote is a late game hyper carry that does not seem like he will ever get to that point. Pegon is intensely playing jungle Raijin, just constantly ganking every other lane, because why is he going to sit there in mid? Fortunately for Nika, has went about as tanky as you can get, so should be just fine to all this aggression, but everyone else, it's a bit of an issue. Dardez has been trying to match that rotation, and to his credit, has been able to stay relatively even XP-wise, considering how much Pegon and the Oni Warriors have been able to accrue for themselves gold-wise. But Netrioid's here, rotating over to the right. Is this a Fire Giant attempt or a jungle fight that they're looking for? Stepping forward, just looking for anything. Genetics is going to be able to find a big ult here.
And then he's going to go immediately forcing ults onto LASBRA and Dardez, forced to use theirs to retreat and stay safe. Vote is 2 levels down. Let's call it 2.5 because it was 3 just a second ago.
He can't leave.
He literally is tethered to the lane at this
I don't
point.
want to see Vote anywhere near the right side of the map until that tier 1 tower is gone at the very least.
And he's not even a hunter, so you don't have the benefit of, hey, this tier 1 is going to get knocked down easily. And so in the time it takes the Warriors to do a Fire Giant, Vote's gotten half the tower over on left. The Dragons have nothing they can do in response. Finally, some small victories. But Trelly, sometimes a small victory is oppressively small, and I feel like that tier 1 is a drop in the ocean that the Warriors have managed to amass in terms of a lead.
Yep, now the tier 2 is what the Warriors are after. They're even positioning aggressively as if they want to go in for this Phoenix. Still 18 minutes in, it wouldn't be easy to grab a Phoenix, but Sot might be able to tank this one up. Let's see if the Oni Warriors want to step forward. Seems like they're sort of feeling this one out.
Well, the Dragons go in, taunt's good. Netrioid has to use the beads immediately. Knock up from the Pele, finds a little bit. There's Panitom deep in the back, spreads the damage out, looking for Vote primarily, unable to find it. Phoenix still standing. Taiko Drums damage, good onto Nika, might be tanky, can't do much. Snipes, ring true, Netrioid kills off Vote, and that's an opening that the Warriors needed. They can now walk in and take this Phoenix. 30 seconds, no Nika, no Vote. Too many towers up and too early in the game to try and go for an end. So instead, the Warriors are going to back, reset, and Trelly, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if they have a lot of money to spend as well.
I mean, this is, yeah, you can see the
Oh my
damage.
God.
You can see the damage differential so clear. I mean, Genetic steps forward, gets a beautiful taunt from Dardez, but tanks up those Phoenix shots like it's nothing. Even with the Darwin Pillars, was able to just walk right through them, and there was no follow-up. It really is just an initial engage, and if they're not dying, there isn't much chase down potential. Nico was in the back line, but eventually just ended up getting feared back in, or taunted back in, by Taiko Drums from Pegon. And no matter how tanky you are as a Ravana, if you're getting just taunted constantly into 3-4 damage dealers from the Oni Warriors, you will be falling down. I think that's the big difference maker. The Rat isn't able to get to the back line and confirm some of these kills. Nika is essentially diving by himself, and if it's not a taunt into a Dharma Pillars into a pick, the Jade Dragons can't find it.
Now, and it's about maybe tenacity in your defense. It's wild, Trelly, this early on. I mean, I don't even know if I can advocate stepping up to a tier 2 to try and even soft defense it. I feel like there's a lot of pressure on the Dragons, and really, it's on Vote right now to get farm, to get experience, and to get gold. And this Freya at level 16, it feels like, especially without a standard mage, you might not have the defense necessary. This might be the best case scenario for you, as if LASBRA can do something, but he's just proxying right now. Vote forcing the ult. Thanks to the no escape from Genetics, Mike has no such grace. Pulled in, killed off, and it is 5v4 now as LASBRA rejoins the fight. Snipes coming out, and all 3 shots connect from Netrioid, sends Vote out, opens up this Phoenix, and it's a second bird down on the base of the Dragons.
Yeah, 2 Phoenixes down off of a pre-20-minute Fire Giant. He's insane. There's no way they look for the end call, but at the very least, that tier 2 in mid could be their target. LASBRA is attempting to pull the minions away so they can't go in for the tier 2. But at this point, why not just tank it up, right? You have so much damage, you have so much tank stats, and no one on the side of the Jade Dragons is feeling confident enough to try and defend. They're playing it smart, though. They decide to go in for the Oni Fury instead before pushing down a tier 2 tower. But with 3 Phoenixes, the base is broken. The Jade Dragons are saying one thing: hey, at least now that our Phoenixes are gone, the farm has to come to us, right? The fire minions are going to push in no matter what. We can just stay here, and then we can get more gold.
And then maybe flashbacks to game 1, though. They were on the happy end of Winions. Those fire minions can become a lot to handle.
Yep.
I'm watching Vote with rapt interest, and honestly, I'm watching the jungle beside him a little bit more. Not just for Warriors' presence, but maybe some ward coverage from the Dragons. None so far on the board for him. A lot of deep wards from the Warriors to catch any rotations, especially around this tier 2. Fire Giant wore off just a few seconds ago, so it's going to be back in about a minute. Genetics tanks up the tier 2. What a vast difference it makes when Netrioid is there and not there. Well, the tier 2 in mid will go down, and LASBRA will find, well, unfortunately, the black and white version of SMITE. Panitom picks up a solo kill in right, just as easy as you can imagine. The ult gets used, and Trelly, there is no fight back from the Dragons for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, it's funny. The second I saw Panitom see LASBRA in the jungle the first time, I assumed a 1v1 would break out. And then Panitom's like, I don't know if I have enough damage to kill him before he ults. And then this time a 1v1 did break out, and he's like, let's just see, maybe Volcanic Light will come through, and just the hit into one auto and a Pyroclast, that was enough to confirm that kill. Like, just so much damage coming from a full build Pele at this point. LASBRA could not hope to match it, unless he just channeled the ult the second that Panitom was even in the same area code as him. He was not making it out of that one. Second Fire Giant goes down 23 minutes into the game, and that means these Titans are going to be zooming down mid lane with the beacon captured. The Oni Warriors should have no problem getting this last Phoenix. The question is, are they able to go in for the end call after? Remember, still early on, but the builds don't look it, right? I mean, besides starter items, or besides the recipes, rather, everyone's maxed out here on the Oni Warriors. They are feeling very confident as they march up mid.
You're trying to get there if you're the Dragons. Fire Minion's about to go towards the right side Phoenix, so someone needs to catch those. Vote has pushed up heavily on left. Caught up in some terms of levels, 18 to 20 on Netrioid. Should be a mid Phoenix here, no problem. The fight is what I'm concerned with. I was going to say this is actually a huge deal. The Titan leaving the base right now. It was the Dragons that captured that beacon and got it. It's going to buy him a little bit of time here to work against the Warriors. And time is what you need when you've got a Freya. Straight shot from the ult. LASBRA decides not to go in. But that's exactly what I was looking for. Now the Titan, well, it's gonna go down fast. The Warriors have a massive lead. 20,000 gold. And they are going to continue to just stand menacingly at the base. Nika's the target. Nika's getting burned, has to ult. And that Mystic Rush gets him over the wall, Vote into the sky. Can he get out of here? Snipes from Netrioid. Not going to find the connection they need. They step into the Titan room, try to get some damage out there. LASBRA, half health. Sot with the silence, opens up a lot. Nika goes in to try and zone, but gets killed off. The Warriors say no to a 3-0. They step into this game, and they just hit different. The Dragons, no chance to respond since minute 1. And Trelly, we're at least going 4.
Well, Gore, after that first blood where the 2 kills were dropped, I said, hey, the Jade Dragons didn't entirely throw their game off of that one play. The truth is they did. That one kill where they thought they could first blood Pegon, which turns into a first blood for Panitom and a backup kill for Pegon, thwarted this Athena, thwarted this rat so much. Then Panitom says, hey, you know what I'm going to do with this lead? I'm going to take it over to duo lane. I'm going to make sure that Vote doesn't get to play the game. Did Vote get a purple buff? Like, not until Fire Giant was being looked at did Vote get his own buff. It was the snowball that kept on giving, and it was one mistake where they overstepped.
And realistically, and that's why I wanted to highlight, like, the Dragons grabbing the beacon, like, in hopes that Titan makes it a little further than your mid-Phoenix.
Yep.
Because then, you know, Vote at that point hit level 19, was almost ready with the 5th item, and so you feel like, yeah, we're getting there. All we need is, oh, never mind, the game's over. The Freya can't do it. They wanted that late game so badly. They just never got to see it. The Warriors were in that late game stage 10 minutes ago.
I mean, and that's the issue with these picks, right? I think if you're not Athena mid, you can risk losing first blood, right? But when you're a character that thrives on being ahead, you don't get natural male scaling or mage scaling, you don't actually have the extra damage baked into your kit. You need items. Items come with gold. Gold comes with farm. They didn't get any of that.
Well, last time the Warriors were in a finals, it was a 3-0. This time they stop it from happening. Their backs are still against the wall. We'll have to see how they respond and maybe try to continue this aggression in Game 4 right after this.
You can never sleep in traffic. There's living steady panic. I know 'cause I tried acid. Now I see through your habits. Just like gadgets. You tell me with the
Well, game 3 pans out almost exactly as you call for it here, Mifflin. Sit on the Athena a little bit in the mid lane for the Oni Warriors, get that lead for that mid-jungle combo, and just keep this Freya from existing, because it felt like Vote in that game just wasn't even able to even step up to buffs at that point, as we're sitting 8 to 10 minutes in the game, and then from that point on, the Oni Warriors just continue to snowball the map in probably the truest sense of a snowball fashion.
Yeah, I called GG at the 2-minute mark, I'll be honest. I'm watching the game thinking, oh, okay, yeah, double kill first blood, got the Athena, Raijin's in a good spot now, GG. And then they rotate through, and as you said, Vote stays down. This is a very clear-cut game. It's cut and dry. Oni Warriors, everything that they could have got, they did, and they made it look easy in this one. And that was one of the weaknesses of this Jade Dragons composition that we'd seen or been hypothesizing about all week. How does it play from behind? What happens when you aren't getting the ideal situations? What happens if Dardez isn't allowed to free farm in lane? That's what's happened, I suppose. I mean, it is just so simple from there. Pegon gets the redemption game as well on his Raijin, which is, I think, pretty important for the mental. But this is also the Jade Dragons' MO. They have never once, well, once this event, I suppose, but for the most part, never really called for a 3-0. It's always been 3-1 wins. They always tend to struggle in that third game of the set. So we'll see if the Oni Warriors can keep things rolling. Jade Dragons, adaptations on them. I think it's pretty easy in games like this. Just go ahead and say everything that could have gone wrong quite literally did. So maybe if we had Conduit Gem in mid, we get first blood. Maybe if we just like farmed a little bit safer throughout that mid game, things go a little bit differently. But none of that happened. Jade Dragons, I mean, they were essentially just not in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's reflected in the damage numbers for everybody. Genetics outdamaged everybody except for Nika on the Jade Dragons, and that's just because Nika's a solo laner and he just gets to get a lot of free poke and damage up against SOT for the first 15 or so minutes of the game. The Oni Warriors just did not allow the Jade Dragons much opportunity. There were a couple of moments where we did see 1-2-man rotations to try and take down Pegon, but that was already after the damage had been done in mid over in the duo lane there. So now for the Jade Dragons, the question is, what gets swapped up? Because the Rats worked so well in the past, the Athena mid has worked well in the past, the Ganesha has also been a strong pick for them. But maybe you don't let some of the top picks all together go together. And what was that? Pele, Raijin, and Ares? Probably not a great combo to give over to the enemy team. We'll see what changes do get made in the picks and bans for game number 4 as we jump in here. But I mean, if you're going to run a comp like that, probably don't give the Oni Warriors everything that's also really good too.
Yeah, I think you're right to say that the Jade Dragons could run back their exact same composition. It's just more so about limiting what the Oni Warriors have gotten. Jade Dragons probably feeling like as they're drafting their draft, checkmate. This is everything we wanted, but unfortunately for them, the Oni Warriors got everything that they wanted and picks that are also higher on the tier list. So things like that tend to pan out as such. I would still say, though, there's a world where it's an exact same 5v5 stack up as we had seen in the previous match. Exact same picks, bans, everything this, that, or the other. And I wouldn't be surprised if the game looks wildly different. Just don't fight at the level 2 mark when you've got Athena in mid, I suppose, and things probably go a little bit better. But it won't be the case. It will not be a salty run back. Instead, bans zoomed through. A lot of targeted bans at that.
Yeah, I had Ares, Ama, Hera from the Oni Warriors, not wanting to give the Ares potentially over to the Dragons. And the Dragons ban away. Kefri, Yamoja, Raijin. This might be the fastest picks and bans that we have had so far this event. It's already a Pele first pick. They Chernobog, Morrigan immediately in response. Been a lot of bans focused towards Dardez of this Morrigan. One of the first times we're seeing it picked away from him.
Yeah, so now you've revealed, though, a lot of your composition. The Morrigan does have some counter matchups that she needs to be concerned about. Gods with bleeds, very good into the Morrigan, as well as just generalized divers. Anyone that's not overly concerned with the initial burst of damage, if they can survive that and then stick to the Morrigan afterward, generally find some value as well. You can go for things with reveals. Maybe you're so concerned you pick up something like a Ho Yi. I'm not saying that they should. Ho Yi Not exactly a comfortable matchup into the Chernobog, but should be able to hold his own. There are options available, is all I'm saying. Generally, when we see the Morrigan, it's in that third pick slot or a little bit later on, so they can see a bit more of that draft. The Jade Dragons pick a field on solo laners right now. Sun Wukong comes to mind. Maybe you're concerned about that Chaac. I'm not a massive Chaac fan, but it is really annoying to have 2 Chaacs on the enemy team, so maybe something you want to keep your eyes on. Double AoE silence, very difficult to deal with. Wonder though, could just grab the Athena. We'll see if the Jade Dragons like to go down that path. I'd be surprised if they've completely given up on that pick. One poor game I don't think should lead you to that position. It's had a lot of success so far throughout the week. Jade Dragons seem to agree. Terra and Athena, double Guardian lock in. And that's your dive immediately from the Jade Dragons. There's your front line. Let's run it down.
And now with the Ares off the table, Mike and Dardez don't really have to worry about that potential counter matchup for themselves. So the Oni Warriors, they'll end off their top 3 with their jungler. So we have the damage dealers now of the Oni Warriors drafted up. Chernobog, Morrigan, Susano to round things out. So now it comes down to the front line. What does Genetics, what does SOT want to run? Jing banned by the Warriors. That's been Vote's top pick. One of his top go-tos alongside the Ram. If maybe the Oni Warriors want to continue focusing out Vote, because it felt like he just didn't really get to exist much as the Freya that game. It felt like every time we panned over to Vote, he's either between tier 1 and tier 2 or at tier 2 tower with his buff being stolen just about every single time.
You need at least one lane to win, and it doesn't need to be Freya's lane for Freya to exist. If mid lane's winning, it alleviates pressure. If solo lane's winning, it alleviates pressure. Unfortunately, the Jade Dragons lost every single lane and team fight, so you're going to see that reflected on the most vulnerable members of the team, and for the Jade Dragons, that was Freya. So no surprise to me, the performance in the previous match. I'm not sure you want Freya into this composition though, from the Oni Warriors. There are a lot of magical hunters still available if the Jade Dragons do elect to go down that path. Ola Run comes to mind immediately as something that's been pretty dominant so far this week. Maybe could put your eyes there. Would put you in a 3 magical position, but I think that's generally okay. So long as you can get a little bit more physical damage elsewhere. You probably will, considering a soul laner still on the table here for the Jade Dragons.
Taking a look at what at least Nika has been playing so far this event. Amaterasu is #1 go-to pick, 100% win rate on it. No wonder we're seeing some of those bans finally start to make their way through. Ravana, Sun Wukong, Thor have been his physical options, but Thor has already been banned away now. So that leaves the Ravana and the Wukong if he wants to go a physical route. The only one I'm leaving out is the Raijin solo that he played, but that's banned, so we also can't get to see that. So where does Nika go? Does he go back to the Wukong or the Ravana? Try and fight up into this one? Do we see something new from him? We'll have to wait on that for a moment because Odin now drafted up against Pele, Terra, Athena. All 3 of those gods going to struggle into him.
That is a very good Odin selection, especially considering I was really eyeing Sun Wukong, but do you really want Sun Wukong into Odin? Not exactly an ideal matchup there either. Wow, that is actually very stifling from the Oni Warriors. That's taken off a lot of the top picks I was imagining for the Jade Dragons. Phantom Shell clearly going to be on the mind for the majority of the game. You could at least rest easy knowing that Odin isn't involved in the early too often. And he's slightly susceptible to ganks if you want to catch him pre-5. Pele's got an okay rotation towards solo. Yeah, that is... that Odin really has put a major stopper on easy selections to the Jade Dragon. Sun Wukong, though, will still be the lock-in. Bluestone Wukong, real good at keeping the Morrigan out of that stealth. Jinku Bang or Magic Cudgel connects from range. Bluestone tick damage keeps her from going invisible. Should be able to keep eyes on him relatively easily. Ram to start off the fight. I think Ram is actually one of the smarter answers to the Morrigan in particular. So often we talk about how do you deal with the Morrigan, its damager before she transforms. Go up into the sky, hit your 3 shots, she's down to 40% before the fight even starts. It's not a bad answer. Won't be an easy one though.
I went back to pull up the numbers at least. We have seen SOT run this Odin one time before. That was against the Camelot Kings earlier in the week. It was a 7-0-5 game for SOT on the Odin then.
It's a good Ymir pick.
A fairly tanky build. But who cares about the Odin? We've talked a lot about the Odin. Let's throw another wall into the mix now. We already talked about how difficult it is for everybody on the Jade Dragons to get away from a cage from Odin. seems like it's very similar by throwing an extra set of walls up there with the Ymir now.
I mean, there's a world where SOT rotates through, throws up the cage, first Phantom Shell goes down. We get Pegon rotate through, second cage, second Phantom Shell goes down. Who's dealing with the Ymir? You're not getting a third Phantom Shell. You're probably not even getting a second Phantom Shell, if we're being completely honest. This is going to be really tough for the Jade Dragons to maneuver in any jungle engagements. Simple answers to that scenario is dominate the early game so hard that it doesn't matter. We saw that from the Oni Warriors in the previous game. Get enough of a lead. I don't care how big of a draft diff it is. You're going to be okay. That's one way in, to be sure. It's not exactly what this composition was entirely created for the Jade Dragons, but the potential of Pele and Athena just dunking on your head is enough threat to cost just about anybody on the Oni Warriors their lives, at least in the first 15 or so minutes of this game. I really like the Oni Warriors draft, though. I don't think I could hide it at all. Just the last two picks and how they interact with every member of the Jade Dragons, it's going to make it so hard. Volcanic Lightning, Cage, sorry, bud. Stay there. You're not hitting your AoE auto attacks anymore. You're charging up an Athena dash. Please don't connect with my backline. Give me your wall right in your face, right? So there is a lot of difficulties the Jade Dragon's going to run into on initiation, on escape, on all of it, really. I mean, pull a lead, I suppose. That's got to be the strategy.
The question is now that I'll posture towards you is, where do you even find that lead? Do you go over to solo lane and try and deal with an Odin? Do you try and shut down Morrigan in mid?
Not the Odin.
Where is the option here for the Jade Dragons to be able to find that early game lead?
Well, Ymir is very susceptible to awful games. Feast or famine before Erlong Shen existed, right? It was always that Ymir or that Ares pick, right? Immobile Guardians generally tend to be easy targets throughout the early game. The Morrigan, a great target. If you can catch Susano in the jungle, you've got decent ability to leverage the global presence of Athena and catch him unaware. So ignore Odin for the most part. Probably not going to get too much done there. Feels like Chernobog is going to be largely pretty safe too, just by nature of how the CC applies from the Dragons. So Morrigan, Susano, Ymir. Those are your places.
We'll see if the Jade Dragons can run it down and find themselves an early lead to push this one, or are we going to be going to Game 5 here in the finals? Let's jump right into Game number 4.
Thanks so much, J-Mac and Mifflin. It's going to be Gore, Trelly, and Doug here in Game 4. Dragons lead the Warriors 2-1. Trelly, I'm interested to see what the chat vote is going to be, because so far it's been hovering very close. The biggest difference between the two has been the 55-45. But now, leaning much heavier in favor of the Warriors. And this comes multifaceted from me.
Okay.
Is it the walls? Is it the Athena in mid again that we saw so easily shut down in last game? And do the Warriors maybe have the same capabilities to do that again?
I would argue that it is the lack of faith in the Athena part 2 on top of SOT getting to reprise this Odin into such a good matchup. But I will say the Jade Dragons have changed up their strategy a bit. Now they have 2 Blinks, and LASBRA's on the Pele. So the issue, of course, was that they went too hard for Pegon, they did not confirm the kill, and then Panitom on the Pele was able to run them down. Pele is just so good early game. She has so much damage, getting 2 casts of Pyroclast on top of the fact that she can use her fuel for, extra damage, extra mobility is a big deal. So I really do want to see if they're able to find a first blood at level 2. I mean, pop the shard. They've got Claw Shard as well. I'd be shocked if they don't use these Blinks in tandem onto the Morrigan with a Claw Shard prop, with the Carapace Shard prop, and try and go for first blood here at level 2. They've got better clear as well. They are getting there first. And they're going around, too.
LASBRA goes long. Dardez straight down mid.
It's got to be Pegon.
And you have to keep your eyes on LASBRA. He's hovering off to the side.
They're playing
Pegon,
safe.
Panitom recognize the scenario. Dardez is going to go in, stunned out. That's how things went awry last time. They thought they had the fight for the Dragons, and it was turned around. Netrioid even under a little bit of pressure over in the left. And so, Trelly, it's the early game. And the Dragons maybe don't get exactly what they want, though can't be counted out. The blink is still up. They've still got that advantage and capability of finding a fight. But I have not seen the Warriors step up beyond the tower line too far. Or if they do, it's in an instance, as we just saw from at least Panitom's icon, which is step forward, dash back as fast as you can.
Yeah, they played it smart. I mean, I'm thinking Pegon said, I'm on the Morrigan. I have no movement. I've got a stun, but it's not going to be able to get me out of trouble. So I'm going to stay back until we get confirmation on their relics. And once he saw double blink, he said, yeah, there's no way I stay anywhere that's not the tower line, which is definitely the right call to make in this situation. Just too much damage, too much immediate damage onto the Morrigan. Does find the taunt, but LASBRA isn't going to blink in. Might need some heal here. Dardez should be fine for the time being, again, because of the pressure that Pele can provide. You can just run down an Athena with no dash there if there isn't a damage dealer right next to you that you have to worry about.
Wall from Genetics keeps Vote and Mike locked in. Double freeze. And a lot of damage bullying out Vote. Netrioid didn't seem to get the memo, at least on target acquisition. And so it's been Mike who's been taking up a majority of that damage. Shield buff was his goal, and shield buff he did scoop up. Vote walled off, though, and left by himself. Freeze used. Beads has to be the rebuttal. And it seems like that's going to be enough to get Vote away here. Half health for both Dragons in the duo lane. And Genetics already showcasing exactly what this Ymir can do.
All right, well, now we have two different avenues to look towards, right? You got the beads that we just saw Vote go down. We know Pegon's beads are also down, which has to be a topic of conversation. There are 2 blinks and a Morrigan with no beads. How many times this set have we seen Pegon die with those beads close off of cooldown? I mean, it has been many, many times. And you know that timer, that 107 seconds, is plastered in both Dardez and LASBRA's head. So I'm thinking positioning where the Morrigan is at any given moment is going to be broadcasted to all of the Jade Dragons, and that's where those blinks need to be used. But if Pegon has learned anything from a best of 5, it's that he is a target. He has been tried to be dealt with time and time again by the Jade Dragons, and he needs to be very wary about where LASBRA is at any given moment if he's going to step forward.
Mike gonna have LASBRA here. Blink now from the Pele. Goes in, knock up on the Ymir. Wall's good. And now with the Athena, you'd think it'd be enough, but a wall from Genetics creates a lot of space.
He's gonna die to tower.
He's running as far as he can, and like you said, doing his best to deny this.
They lost him? Oh, he don't. Yo, Dardez still got it!
The damage. He didn't wait it out long enough. Thought they were chasing him. They were on the XP camp.
That's crazy. Not only did he get the wall of the sentry, they didn't know where he was. LASBRA ulted towards Jester. He thought he was going right. And I think dying to tower was the correct call, but he didn't wait out long enough, so Dardez still gets first blood there. That's crazy. He big-brained him and didn't even know it.
Didn't even connect that's first blood. That's so much gold. Oh, no.
Yeah, I mean, he could have backed, but dying to tower would have been prevalent to giving a free book of thought to Dardez already. I'm telling you, he didn't know how big-brained he was. He's like, surely they're right behind me. I need to die right now. Nope, they had no clue, bro. You were out.
Honestly, there's maybe a world he could have backed over there and gotten away.
I didn't see how close the wave was.
Yeah.
Maybe the archers could have stopped his back, but either way,
man,
that is worst case scenario.
And that's going to live rent-free in my head. I can't imagine for Genetics.
Well, that's the thing. I don't think Genetics even knows that he was out, right? Like, he probably thought they were close.
Oh, yeah, and for him, it's just, well, they were going to get me anyway.
Yeah, maybe when he'll watch the replay back, he'll be like, wait, they didn't know? You mean LASBRA's ulting towards green buff? What? Unfortunate.
But hey, first blood over to the Dragons, and it's an early one. Even if it wasn't maybe the most explosive thing in the world. Speaking of explosive, SOT potentially going to be exploding the shield here, looking for damage. Stun, maybe onto Nika. No, it's going to be LASBRA rotating in alongside Dardez. They pressure out Panitom. Jump forward from the Odin cage down, and good luck getting out of this one. Kill to the Warriors on LASBRA, locked down. Ymir wall up, Ymir wall down. Not much you can do about it. Dragons fighting around. Pegon low, Pegon gone. And that's exactly what the Dragons needed. Panitom's too low, and the chase is good. Reach gets a little damage. Dardez needs something extra. Just won't have the cooldowns to make it work. Wall from Genetics creates more space, but it leaves him out to dry. And the support for the Warriors ticked one more hit. I have to admire it. Dardez goes for a blink play to try and get the kill on a backing, I believe, Panitom.
Yep.
Or Pegon, one of the two.
It was Panitom. Pegon did die. Panitom was backing right underneath tower. Could not catch him out. And I understand, right? He left Nika and PBM to just get the... They're like, you guys have no mana, but you have to kill the Ymir, right? I'm just going to leave you alone, see what else I can chase down. And now, this is the start to the Athena mid that you want, right? This is the complete opposite of game number 1, where Dardez gets first blooded, has no farm, has no presence on the map. Ulting in is only going to lose him XP. Just doesn't end up working out. This time around, 2-0 uses those rotations impactfully and is able to essentially run the map. Even Pegon transformed into Dardez to make his rotation in. Had the opportunity to use that Defender of Olympus. But you got to turn back into the Morrigan eventually, and when he did, he was able to get chopped down. Plenty of damage there.
You know, Trelly, something that was, a discussion in chat earlier. People were talking about, like, gods they wanted to see. And, of course, inclination is to throw out your favorite gods in times like that. And I realized and prepared this as, like, a talking point for at some point today.
Okay.
That I'm pretty lucky. Because of my, let's say, top 5 gods.
They're all Maui.
No, before I had favorite gods before Maui.
Yeah, sure, man.
Ymir.
I know you like Hebo.
Athena and Hebo were on that list, and I consider myself super lucky that they're getting played as often as they are. But then Genetics had an 0-2 start, and I started feeling a little shaky about keeping Ymir on that list. It's not as fun as a talking point if it's just Hebo and Athena, but right now, they still have their opportunity to maybe try and prove things right. Pegon taunted in. A lot of damage, oh my god, coming in from the Dragons, but it's a split fight. A little bit in mid and a little bit on SOT. One more hit, someone's gotta get him.
No
but
one?
the shielding, it's gonna get him out of there. Instead, they turn things around. Nika is the one who dies in mid. SOT walks away, and the Warriors seemingly get away with murder. Panitom's not one to let it out to dry. LASBRA, not a lot of mana to work with, no health. Panitom waits until he goes around the wall, tries to get the vision. Movement speed disappears here from LASBRA, but how deep are you willing to go? Panitom looks the wrong direction, thinks he's going towards the tier 2 and right. Instead, it's the tier 2 and mid. And if he would just wait a few seconds longer, he'd at least get the speed buff, but he doesn't know that. And the chase doesn't get him any sort of lead that he would have wanted.
I mean, that's incredible because LASBRA, by all accounts, should have died in that cage. Was able to stall with his ult long enough to actually get the mid camps to spawn, to Soul Eater back up and heal. And then SOT's just left out to dry. His team bailed on him. But he lives with 1 HP, jumps over the wall where no one can cover the option, and Nika is the one who falls down there? That's incredible that the Oni Warriors were able to make out with a good play for what looked like, I mean, a terrible start. The fact that LASBRA makes it out with 1 HP there is disastrous. All the while, see the Jade Dragons still pulling ahead just a bit as SOT is attempting to steal this buff. Will not be able to grab it, but shows how unkillable this Odin is at the time being with just that breastplate. Upgraded his breastplate immediately, by the way. He took the glyph and said, hey, I'm going to need this movement speed as the game continues, so I'm just going to grab it right away. Odd that someone spends that much gold just for the breastplate upgrade this early.
And you can see how much it set him behind, at least tier 2 so far. He'll probably back sometime soon. A small skirmish over the totem will maybe give him the advantage he needs, but he hasn't been able to go back and quite equalize things out. Charlie, I'm going to ask the over-under at this rate, right? 001, keeping things on level with Nika. Maybe I'll have to hold that question because LASBRA wants a little bit more of a fight. Dashes in for Panitom, finds the damage. It's Mike who gets the last little bit there. But a kill nonetheless, and they might as well add 2 for the support. Double kill for Mike, 3-0-1. And a great play from the Dragons to pick up a couple kills on left. Should be a free gold Fury unless Pegon's got something to say about it. He's walking up and Dardez is playing zone duty. There's no way that Netrioid gets involved with there. Will be the Morrigan watching slowly. There's some low health bars here too. Who does he turn into? Probably Pele. And that is the call. Can he find a kill is the question. Goes in for it. Immediately has the autos necessary to help out, get a kill on Mike. Netrioid finds that last weave to auto. Not enough there. Up into the sky goes the Rom. The snipes. They're good! All 3 shots, and it's a great, great kill. But Netrioid burns them down for stepping forward despite the play from Vote, despite the kill from the Dragons. 3 of them disappear, and the Warriors turn this fight around and pick up the Fury. Well, now it's Nika's turn to try and make something happen. Does have his ultimate. It's SOT who might just go in for the cage to zone him away. Can he find a cudgel to go in for the steal attempt? Does not seem
like he will be able to. Good wall from Genetics, and it's the Oni Warriors off of a fantastic. I said Netrioid wouldn't rotate in. I honestly didn't think he would, but once Pegon comes through, gets a great rotation into LASBRA, and is that tanky and is able to create that much space, yeah, you might as well walk in, and gets a triple kill for his troubles. This Chernobog is a threat. All he has is Aussie, by the way. This man has one item. It's crazy. I mean, he got a full Executioner and tier 2 fail not off that back.
And that's the thing. Having just the Aussie, he's the only one. It feels like, look, we've seen Executioner. We've seen a lot of Kinsize. In fact, that's been on the top of the conversation more often than not this weekend, is Kinsize equals win. Aussie, I feel like Netrioid's the only one who's been going for it. That's the only item in that tree. Others, even Vote included, goes to the Devo's gauntlets. Petrelli, it's the positioning, and I'd love to watch it back, see the triple kill from his perspective, because the way that plays out, I mean, I'm so focused, at least personally, on the snipes that are coming through, that instead you get Netrioid essentially free because all the attention of the Dragons was going over towards Pegon, and it's such a wide opening for him.
He was able to free cast there. I mean, again, Pegon created so much space. Luckily, Panitom was able to rotate and help him out as well. And I think Netrioid's build choice has a lot to do with, starter item selection. If you're going Death's Toll into Dev Gauntlets, you have no sort of attack speed. You're reliant so much on the stim from Chernobog, whereas Vote, he's got his own stim, right? He's able to use that Rama to his advantage and ends up helping out a ton. Sot has the cage, opts not to use it, and the Jade Dragons look like they're going to retreat here and just let the Oni Warriors cap this beacon. Mike's too weak. Phantom Shell not upgraded just yet. Trying to die for it. Just does not seem worth it. Slowly, the Oni Warriors will be able to grab it. And it's actually Pegon who's going to go cover right lane while SOT is gone. Don't want to let that farm go away for nothing.
So this is how wild the pace of this game has been. That was the first beacon. That feels like it should be at least the second, maybe the third with the amount of fighting. 11 kills, 13 minutes. And not for lack of trying, it'd be higher otherwise. Even Sot's over here on left right now. And wow, the gold. Dead even between these two teams. It skews a little bit in favor of the Warriors, but that's going to change wave to wave. Trelli, I mean, asking for it. This is the exact kind of Game 4 pace you want. And maybe a far cry from what you would expect when you see and go back to remember that a lot of people, what was it, 63% if I remember correctly, were leaning heavily over in favor of the Warriors. I don't think that's going to amount to too much with SoloOrTroll over here, but it's these, the walls, I think with the play we've seen from both of these squads has really showcased exactly what it can be. That triple kill, though, for the Warriors into the Fury, I mean, that's been the saving grace. Otherwise, this game's starting to skew Dragons and get out of hand.
Definitely so. I think that if that play doesn't go as poorly as it does, and again, it was just a beautiful rotation in. I cannot believe that the Oni Warriors even made that call to step forward, but because LASBRA built so tanky, because he went Soul Eater into Contagion, Pegon was able to stall that fight out so much. But now that fight's over. Primal Fury is spawning in. We'll get the second iteration of that fight. This time I assume it'll still be the Jade Dragons with aggressive positioning with ward coverage, but you gotta look towards Sot. Hasn't really had too much opportunity to find massive cages, but there is no Phantom Shell available. Mike is, really forewent upgrading this starter item, prioritizing getting a bit tankier, helping out the team with his heals. He really does want to get that Phantom Shell online before this Gold Fury fight, though. I wonder how much gold he has in hand. See if he could do it just by going back. Yeah, he's got the gold to upgrade that Phantom Shell, and the Primal Fury just touched down. Hasn't went for it yet. Sot upgrades the Heroic Teleport, could join behind at any moment in 8 seconds once that teleport comes off cooldown, and there are plenty of wards on the left side of the map to do it.
Now the question I have for you, Charlie, as serious as it can get. 001 tied 14-14 with Nika. How many butt bounces from Sot are we going to be getting? When do they start to factor into this?
First of all, Without context, if you guys are just listening.
Oh yeah, if you didn't watch Warriors versus Hounds, that sounds wild.
Yeah.
That I asked that.
He's on the Glizzy skin. He's a Glizzy gladiator, and there's a special emote where he butt bounces.
I'm glad you provided some context there.
I'm just trying to save your job, man. I got you.
If it makes you feel better, I was looking up. I think you saw me pull my phone out earlier to look up. I was trying to find a synonym for bouncing that started with a G, so I could try to get it with like the Glizzy combo. There wasn't one.
No, not that we're aware of. So far, none. When Sot feels unkillable and he feels on top of the world, that's what we're gonna start seeing that special emote come out. But at the moment, has not had the opportunity to do so, and this game is far too close, bouncing on a knife's edge to really be. I was gonna say horsing around. I don't have a much better of a phrase to describe what Sot would be doing in that instance.
Yeah, I don't know how to describe it either. Myth was very good at those words, and I feel like that's like the fighting game community in him more than anything. It was an interesting sight. I recommend it just for the hilarity of the moments. If you want to go back at some point, you can go to youtube.com.
You can hear us.
/SMITEpod, and of course go over and watch the Warriors Hounds. But it wasn't in the face of the Dragon. It was like slightly adjacent to the Dragons. Until he's, I'm gonna use your terminology because, like you said, you're trying to save my job.
Just glizzy bouncing, man. That's
glizzy bouncing. Probably better than just butt bouncing. Special emoting.
Yeah, that's the correct
using
call.
the
VX
Q?
G. Yeah, it's VXG.
Dragons get Pyromancer. Let's just resettle, get back into this one. And they get it without much of an answer. Primal Fury started up by the Warriors. Mike goes around the back. Has Dardez. The lockdown onto genetics. Damage seems to be there. But the rest of it just is not. The team hasn't responded just yet. Sot comes in. Sot has the cage. Just waiting to see when he's going to drop it. If he's going to drop it. If he even needs it. They have the damage. And he locks in Vote. They kill off Mike. And it looks like the duo lane going to struggle a little bit. Chernobog is going to dash around. Up into the sky goes the Ram. And they just decide to ignore him. Nika goes down, and the front line for the Dragons disappears. LASBRA is looped around the back, but is not for help to save his own life. Dardez goes down on the chase, and the Warriors lead now 8-7. Pull in, teleport from Panitom. He has the health. He tries to hold it. Sot leaps forward and gets the kill, and 4 disappear from the Dragons. The Warriors run down mid and take a lead.
Yeah, but you can still see LASBRA hiding. He dropped a ward as well just to see if this Gold Fury would be gone for. The Primal Fury is definitely still a target. Will LASBRA go in for the steal attempt? It seems like yes. Here comes PBM. They're the only 2 alive. And they've got plenty of ward coverage. It's just, hey, do we walk up with a Pyro class or are we going to hide? Mike is the only one who's shown face so far. I don't think you want to fight here. You really just want to go in for a steal attempt.
Primal dropped. LASBRA takes it. Does get dropped fully now. Reset. And we'll be healing back up. So objective, not going to get traded in a weird way. As we've seen, Beacon's been up. And it seems like it's going to be the Dragons, mayhaps, that capture it. No, Nika's not going to hang around too long for it. And I think it's the threat the Warriors pose on the map. So there's not too much to do. Both of them are running over towards right. Maybe some ward coverage. I saw one get dropped by LASBRA. Lutrelli, the Warriors, I mean, that was a massive fight for them. And if you think about it, technically 2 in a row that happened over towards the Fury Pit. One that gets them back into the game, a triple kill for Netrioid the first time around. This time around, 4 kills spread across the board. It gives them a kill lead, gives them a gold lead, and gives them the opportunity to start the Primal Fury one more time.
Yeah, I'm really surprised at how long it's taken PBM to upgrade this starter, right? The Phantom Shell seems like it would have helped out in that team fight. Of course, Sot saved the cage for so long because it wasn't even necessary at that point. So maybe that's the call. Hey, we lost the fight anyways. We didn't need the Phantom Shell. Let's just try to avoid fighting until I actually do get the upgrade. But you're not out of the woods yet, right? This gold lead is not insurmountable. Dardez actually has a 2-level lead over Pegon, who was the first target in that fight, right? He had to defensively turn into Panitom just to get out of the way, just to retreat after being targeted by what I believe was PBM with a Dardez ult on top of him. Yeah, it was the Terra initiation. And look at the relic selection from the Jade Dragons. 4 blinks and vote. That's the team comp. They will be going in.
It's also their band name.
Yep. 4 Blinks in vote. Hopefully performing after this set.
It's a political ban.
In the draft show. And they are just looking to initiate and win off that first fight, right? They're not looking for a drawn-out engagement. They are blinking in. Hopefully everyone's dead by the time we've used these.
Maybe it's, maybe it's just me. I'm kind of surprised to see that they only went for 1 shell, if I'm honest. Like, even if you weren't going to go Aegis, that was probably the next thing on my list, because Odin's going to have his walls up often, Genetic's going to have their walls up often, and so it feels like maybe it could have been helpful. Do you like the 5? Or no, sorry, 5 Blinks is too many. 4 Blinks. Do you like them, or is that maybe an overcommitment from the Dragons?
I'm not going to say it's too many Blinks, because you can never have too many Blinks, but
otherwise your eyes get too dry.
Exactly. The issue with this composition is that everyone on their team wants to blink in, right? They don't really have much choice. Dardez wants to be able to start the fight with a blink taunt. If Mike wants to get the most value from his ultimate, he wants to blink in and hit 3-4 targets. LASBRA doesn't want to just use Volcanic Lightning and get aggressive. He wants to be able to close that gap, blink in first, and then see what happens. Pyromancer juggled, but the Oni Warriors still able to pick that one up despite LASBRA's presence there. So I don't hate it. I get that everyone on their team wants to get closer. They want to be able to get involved. But the issue, of course, is what if the Oni Warriors start the fight? If they're the first ones in, they put you in combat, 4 of your team has lost a relic, right? You have lost that ability to close gap, to engage, and you just got to buckle down and fight. Wouldn't you prefer a shell, a sprint, a frenzy at that point? It is putting all the weight on the Jade Dragons to be the first ones in, to be the first ones to start the engagement. In the past couple fights, that hasn't really been the case.
And I think realistically for me, and it's TBD as to whether or not it will work for the Dragons or not, but you would think Nika, Dardez specifically are the players I'm thinking could have maybe aired toward one of the other relics you had mentioned and not lost too much, right? A blink taunt can be really nice, though. We'll just have to see how often Dardez gets that out. Especially knowing that you, as an Athena mid, only have the breastplate for defense right now. So you could get shredded if you go too far, too quick. And the taunt makes people attack you. Fire Giant's been started up here by the Warriors. It's already halfway down. They're going to go ahead and drop that in terms of trying to find something else. Dash, taunt, and then a great wall vote forced up in as well.
He's dead. He's going
to wait for us. And it should be the cage, and he's actually going to find a little bit more than just him. Forces the shell from the other side, but it does not matter. It's not a phantom shell just yet. It's only for the shielding, and it's not enough to save Vote's life. Dardez low, Mike low, both of them follow Vote into the ground and into the grave, and you might as well add LASBRA onto that. Now Nika, last man standing with Pegon and SOT chasing him down. The rest of the team looks over towards the FG. Panitom goes to push down right. And it is going to take a little while. They need some extra damage, but the deicide rolls through. The Warriors take the lead. They take the FG, and they're going to push themselves forward. Taking a little while to get the Fire Giant. But appropriate tanking and now appropriate presence on the map means they're going to get more towers out of it.
And that's what I'm talking about, right? Look at the blinks. 2 of them weren't even used. Vote was dead the second he went up into the sky because he's going to land in a cage with no Phantom Shell. It just seems like the Jade Dragons put all their weight on this aggressive composition and haven't been able to play aggressively. They had to walk up. They were forced to fight in that Fire Giant pit. And the second Vote clicked ultimate, that fight was over because he knew he was coming back down into a cage, into a Typhoon. LASBRA and Nika went to the back line. They weren't even able to kill Panitom. He just beatsed. That was all that took for him to get out. This build that LASBRA's went for, yeah, he's got Contagion. Yeah, he's got SoloOrTroll. He's trying to counter the amount of healing that can come through, the amount of sustain that the Oni Warriors have. Wasn't enough damage to even find a kill onto a full damage jungler.
Now you're in a bad spot. Before that first triple kill even, we watched Netrioid tie the game up. Keep things even. Gold we went to right afterward. It was virtually neck and neck. After the second fight, it's like 1,000 gold, maybe 2,000. Now, 9,000 gold, 10,000 experience as well, most of them hitting level 20 on the right-hand side of the screen. 19, 19, and 17 for Nika, LASBRA, and Mike, respectively. So a little bit of catch-up to be done by the Dragons in terms of experience, a lot of catch-up to be done in terms of the gold. Charlie, we're going to be seeing the Titans go down left here in a few seconds. SOT's caught out alone, has 2 dragons on him, 2 more in the jungle.
It's so long to kill this man.
And good luck to you. Yeah, it's not something they can commit to. In fact, they're even having to call it back now because the tier 2 already gone in mid, now gone in left. Means that knocking on the left side Phoenix are the Warriors, and the Dragons have to set up a defense.
Yeah, if they commit to killing SOT, they lose 1 Phoenix guaranteed, pushing 2. That's how long it would have taken to try and burn through this Odin without vote there. So probably a smart call to give up on that one. The Titan ended up pushing out, so the Oni Warriors have to deal with that one first. It becomes pretty easy to try and split up this team fight. I like the 3-2 split. They're not going for it just yet. They're going to back up, grab themselves a Primal Fury, and push in with their Titan. And when you've got a full health Chaos Titan pushing down left lane, and a Runic Bomb for SOT, it almost guarantees one bird, right? And unless the Jade Dragons step forward and fight outside of their Phoenix, you're almost guaranteed to grab that left side Phoenix. The question is, do the Jade Dragons want to step up? Do they want to do a soft defense? Or do they just let their left Phoenix down and say, hey, we'll defend next fire, but there's just no way we can keep it alive? Doesn't seem like the Oni Warriors even want to push with their Titan, right? It's already there, waiting for them, and they are back to base, spending up their gold. Seems like they're confident their firefight will be fine without it.
And to be more specific about it as well, they've got the buff for a while. Like, it's not like it's wearing off in just the blink of an eye. They're going to have it for another minute now before the Fire Giants even in the conversation of oh, okay, now let's wait for respawn, reset. The Chaos Titan, something that with the crew around probably wouldn't want to be messed with. Instead, Warriors back away, spend that gold as we had mentioned, pick up Pyromancer, get a second Runic Bomb in pocket, and Trelly, let's see, 30 seconds or so. That means 28 minutes for the FG. Depending on how long the dance around the FG goes, we might get to see an enhanced Fire Giant between these two teams, and that changes the song and dance a little bit. If you're the Dragons, you don't want the Warriors to have an enhanced Fire Giant. If you're the Warriors, you still got 5 towers standing up. Your side of the map's actually looking pretty unscathed.
Yep, and again, this time Mike will have the Phantom Shell, but the gold deficit, it's just too little too late. Even with the ability to run away from SOT, I wouldn't put it past him to go for the first random cage he can find, 1-2 members max. Mike's gonna pop Phantom Shell, right? Because of what you said. You fear the enhanced Fire Giant. Cannot risk losing someone to a cage. And you say, all right, back up. I'll come back in 50 seconds and I'm going to do it again, and you won't have Phantom Shell. And that's the easiest engage the Oni Warriors could look for. Tier 2 tower will be grabbed for absolute free. They're still stepping forward here. That tells me one thing, Gore. They're looking for Enhanced Fire Giant if possible. They would like to stall this one out, but the Oni Warriors, aggressive? Yes. Patient?
No.
Not so much. I wouldn't be surprised if they killed it at 29-59 just because they really wanted to fight, right? Like they just saw an opportunity to go in, and they didn't care to wait that long.
I have to keep our eyes on them. Now they've got, well, a few more seconds before the Fire Giant's even back. And then on top of that, a minute till it's enhanced. So how patient are they?
LASBRA's still cooking. I mean, it's even
oh my god.
Yeah, he's still cooking. He's going to sell that for an item, and it's not even going to be finished. He's starving right now.
Look, he's just like a college student who had just moved out of his parents' house. He's got to learn the microwave ramen is the way to go.
It would have been done faster.
It would have been done faster.
And for those of you who don't know what I mean, his recipe is not finished.
Yeah.
That's what I mean by he's still cooking. I don't mean, his sturdy stew is not stacked up yet. That's what I'm talking about.
Now, so Pele, the crowd control aspect of that, you've got the knockup. And it does hit multiple gods. But you're supposed to get to 10. I mean, like, you're aiming for it 10 times. So that means that there's been a long drought of even just defensive knockups coming from LASBRA. Now, you've got offensive plays coming from the Warriors. Aggressively, LASBRA comes in. There's going to be a couple of stacks, or at least one more for him on the knockup. Cage is good. Phantom Shell gets him out of there. Vote into the sky. Snipes ringing true. He's looking for Pegon. Finds the second shot. Invisibility should help get Pegon out of there. So it's trades for trades, ults for days. Some relics used on either side. Enhanced Fire Giant on the board. The Warriors maintain control of the pit.
But that was the Jade Dragons finally initiating a fight, and that's what I'm talking about, right? Sure, Nika gets caught out. The wall comes through, forced into the sky. He has to go up, but instead of leaving off Somersault Cloud. He actually goes in, goes on to Pegon right when LASBRA blinks in, and you're wondering, where's Netrioid? I looked up, Dardez was 1v1ing Netrioid in the backline, saying, hey, there's no way this Chernobog is going to get through to shred my tanks. Pegon forced into both relics, and he had ult out as Susano, and Dardez still has Blink. Nika still has Blink. The target is clear. There is one carry that does not have relics on the side of the Oni Warriors, and it's the Morrigan. Let's see if they can get to her.
And it's a balancing act. They finally engage, and they only use one of the blinks of the 4 they picked up. But like you said, they maintain 3, which means they can engage again. Dardez, someone to keep your eyes on.
LASBRA's going around.
Combat, LASBRA. The one without blink and no beads. Stun from Sot onto Nika. As they try to figure out, both Warriors and Dragons, how to crack this fight. Ult's coming back up. Relics, 80 seconds left before Pegon has his. 40 seconds on Genetics. And maybe the most important one, actually, for the true safety of the Dragons. That Phantom Shell. Now 30 seconds before that one comes back. Pyro goes over to the Warriors. Genetics double bombed up on a Sunday afternoon. Fire Giant. Gonna get started up. Panitom caught out. Panitom has to use the dash, a lot of it defensively. Tries to get away. Loop around though from Pegon. The cage is good. Nika gets the kill, but do they have the lockdown necessary to find anything? Pegon goes in, but Pegon gets shredded. The damage from the Dragons is looking great. 2 already gone on the side of the Warriors, and Sot jumps forward to lead the way. Nika has to fall back, but the rest of the team is there. Taunt good on the Netrioid. Beads will not protect you here. The double dash gets some distance. The egg is still there, but it's not gonna get used. No safety, and now the front line, all that's left. Sot forced to back, and an EFG laying and wait for the Dragons, but Trelly,
that's sketchy.
They're too low.
Yep, that's low health bars, and Sot is teleporting in. There's no way they go in for the EFG just yet. It would take them a solid 15 seconds just to burn through SOT's HP with this health bar, so I think it's the correct call to not go in for the EFG. They can reset, get full HP, and then step forward. Netrioid won't be able to fly in for 30 seconds at the very least, but Pegon can turn into Netrioid and join the fight in 10.
That's going to allow a lot. Panitom respawning now. Pegon in 5. Waiting for that ult to come back for him. Until then, he's going to have to walk in the old-fashioned way. Fire Giant, half health.
No runic bombs for the Dragons.
They've got 2 on the other side. Cage gets dropped. The fight is on. The Warriors want to make sure this goes their way. There's Pegon with the ult and the transformation. They come in and they steal that one away. Now the Dragons forced to turn tail and run, but they just cannot escape. Vote with the roll. Forced into the sky and into their waiting arms. Snipes coming down onto Panitom. Does not connect on the last bit of damage. Instead, it's the Warriors looking great. They find the kills. They roll through the Dragons. 4 of them gone, and now run straight down mid. Use this EFG and tie this set up.
It was just too difficult. Burning through SOT's HP was not possible. They said, hey, let's just ignore Sot. We'll go in for the enhanced Fire Giant. Pegon flies through. Panitom was already there, and 2 runic bombs was just too much to try and contest. That Titan is certainly dropping down, and we are going to a Game 5 score. What a well-played fight by the Oni Warriors. They knew even if they lost 3, they could stall that one out.
They held exactly where they needed to, and much like you highlighted, it's the health bars at the time for the Dragons. If they were able to start that first EFG, you still have to deal with the Odin, but Genetics doesn't make it back because of all the amount of time it's going to take him to walk. It feels like
Pegon wouldn't have been there either.
That teensy bit of time changes everything for the Dragons.
Yeah, if they somehow win that fight with like 2 ticks more of HP on everyone, they could have just used Terra, healed back up, went for the EFG. You still have to try and gamble with the runic bomb, but you can destroy it. There's more focus. Once Panitom and Pegon spawn in, that's double the issues that you have to worry about. And the Oni Warriors, I don't think they were too worried. Sot was bouncing around the whole time just saying like, yeah, go ahead, boys. Let's see you do this EFG. Let's see how long it's going to take. My team's going to be here by the time you get to 10 HP.
Wasn't as oppressive as the last time we saw him on Odin, but it still gets the job done here. The Warriors look fantastic. The Dragons have to give them credit. Great fights into that. But now we're tied up 2-2. It's going Game 5. We'll see how this all closes out right after this quick break.
I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me. We're forgetting how to talk. Nah, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. I'm here for a moment. No, I like him better. I got a church place somewhere and making last forever. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me. Why forgetting how to talk? Nah, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I've been giving you the worst of me. Give me a second, I'm the weapon, I'm no vegan, I bleed. I'm off the leash, go down on your knees. I got PhD, I'm all that you need. You just give me I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pity how you work hard for me.
Well, the Oni Warriors get it done here in game number 4, now tying themselves up and putting them one game away from being able to take down the Jade Dragons here in the Grand Finals. And Mifflin, it really felt like it came down to those bottom 2 picks here for the Oni Warriors. The Ymir maybe struggled a bit in the early game, but we talked about how it feels like that feast or famine style god. And really, when we got to this Odin, once this Odin started rotating into these team fights, felt like the Jade Dragons just had no real answer to it.
Yeah, I mean, I really thought it was going to be a draft diff going into it. That seemed to have been the case as the game started to develop as well. There was one weakness of that Oni Warriors draft that I think really rears its head, and it was they didn't have the damage per se to like secure a whole lot of those kills. Oftentimes people make it out at very low HP, and even with all those structures to lock them down, there were opportunities for the Jade Dragons to fight back in. But once it came down to 5-on-5 after 5-on-5 after 5-on-5, where there's always a cage available, sometimes 2 of them, there's always a Ymir wall available, the Jade Dragons really struggled in maneuvering in those jungle corridors. And unfortunately for them, a good early game was not enough to make up the difference in those compositions. The Oni Warriors win out cleanly. Seems to me that the Morrigan is going to be highly prioritized going forward from here on out. I mean, the performances from Pegon and Dardez both on this pick, something that you wouldn't want to see repeated unless you're on their team. So maybe that's a dedicated ban going forward. Or maybe the Jade Dragons go back to a more standardized composition. I think the primary reason that this heavy structure-focused top from the Oni Warriors works is because of how specialized the draft the Jade Dragons have grabbed for themselves.
Yeah, the Oni Warriors felt like they just got everything that they wanted in that draft. Get a Chernobog that's worked so well for Netrioid for a lot of the players so far this weekend. Morrigan for Pegon. Panitom on one of his signature picks with the Susano. And then that bottom two, SOT Genetics, just feeling nigh unkillable as well. Well, Genetics not so much in the early game. He definitely felt killable in the early game, but late game when those walls go through, blocking off all these corridors was such a difficult answer for the Jade Dragons. So now, I think we once again revisit, the Morrigan bans. We saw a lot of it against the Jade Dragons at the beginning of the weekend. We said, man, what's up with the Morrigan? Is it just that it's really good for Dardez? No, apparently it's just like really good for a lot of people.
Dude, they got you. No, that's not. No, don't put the broom on the desk, man. Look,
the desk is clean.
Hindu breaks my broom. He's gonna buy you a new one. Wait, give me that. That's a fancy broom, man.
That's nicer than the one that Hindu broke.
You got grips and stuff for the reverse sweep. Oh, you're not mic'd up. Good. Yeah. Carrot Top out of here. That's not a silent comedian. I don't. No, what it said not on the desk, buddy. Okay, that's my leg. That's my watch.
Just gotta clean everything
There's
up.
dust on my watch.
I think the desks in you are now dirtier than whenever
Yeah,
you walked
thanks,
in.
man. Yeah, that's great. That's great. Yeah, that's what brooms were built for. Yeah, good stuff. Reverse sweep is the bit, guys. Thanks for tuning in.
We'll see if the Oni Warriors can get that reverse sweep, but they got to do it here in game number 5. Picks and bans for the 5th and final game of this best of 5 grand finals between the Warriors and the Dragons to see can the Warriors continue the sweep through, or would the Jade Dragons be able to stop that one in its tracks? The Jade Dragons have been pretty much stalwart in their bans against Yamoja and Khepri. They say those are really good for genetics. We don't want to ban those. That third one has kind of been the flexible option. I wonder if maybe we see Morrigan make its way into that column.
Yeah, I wonder. I mean, you could potentially let Khepri through and then look towards executes if you want to open up your bans a little bit. And it's not as if Khepri's a guaranteed dub, but the Jade Dragons seem to think that Genetics' Khepri might just be a guaranteed dub, so they'll be banned out in that second slot themselves. Morrigan, that's surprising. I thought the Oni Warriors would try really hard to fish for that Morrigan pick. Instead, they decided to elect and get rid of that one themselves too. So in first pick, similar position, lots of high priority Warriors available, a few Guardians too. Ares taken off the table, so the Ganesha Ares trade not exactly there. So with Amaterasu locked in, we're just getting our front line out.
Take the guaranteed win pick away from Nika, says the Oni Warriors. Jade Dragons, they can start taking some of the winning pieces of the last puzzle for the Oni Warriors.
Okay, that's good.
By grabbing Chernobog,
That's
Pele
real good.
themselves. Now I will round back to the comments about the Khepri. While it may not be a 100% guaranteed win, has been for Genetics so far this weekend, 4-0 on that pick. And also, I believe, a 71% win rate on that god over the course of his competitive career. So it has been a staple for Genetics. So maybe some
Really?
respect to see that one bad. The Oni Warriors, they're going to take Susano Athena. And I guess for me, the ultimate question comes down to, is that Athena going to mid to replicate what the Dragons do? Doesn't feel like a Pegon god. So Genetics on Athena is going to maybe be the next interesting point of conversation.
It would be just an awesome individual, like, anime moment if Pegon, like, 1,000 eyes steals away the Athena mid. I feel like that's something you have to practice. That's something you have to know how to play around, and I'm not certain anyone besides the Jade Dragons had come into this weekend prepared for it. So I think much more likely we're looking at either a soul laner or a support with that Athena, depending on whether or not that Amaterasu wants to flex around. I think with Amaterasu, though, most likely looking at that Athena out of support. But man, that would be sick, though, wouldn't it? Imagine Pegon, Game 5 situation in finals, takes it in a mid. I'm not even doing analysis right now.
No.
I'm just excited about the idea.
God, if only we had the rights to that song. if he gets a win, just starts playing that music in place
nice.
there. I don't think that one's hit public domain yet, though, so won't be able to get that one going through. Instead, we can talk about the picks that have been drafted here by the Dragons, along with the Chernobog Pele, Tyr, and Cabrakan. The next call-ups for these teams. Cabrakan, something that Dardez has also played in mid, was another one of those Guardians alongside the Athena that he's been able to pick up for himself. Thought it would be dismissed if I didn't say that Cabrakan still has some of that flexibility over to the support role, but given that Dardez refuses to play what is the quote-unquote maybe meta of the mid.
And there is no quote-unquote, or there's no air quotes. There's no,
it's still
like,
kind of a developing meta right now.
no.
But
Cabrakan Athena is not going to be like meta picks.
no, I'm not
ever.
saying that those are the meta. I said he goes against what's normally
I agree.
considered the meta.
Yeah, and don't air quote it because he's doing it. That's just the case. He does not want to play what anybody else is playing.
And he's not right now, at least to our knowledge.
I mean, it could be the Chernobog in mid. There's that flex potential. With Tyr, Pele, Cabrakan, I feel like kind of locks you down a little bit in that front line. Maybe it's Chernobog ADC, Cabrakan mid. We've seen it, as you said. Cabrakan does have a really good matchup into Athena, Susano, and Amaterasu. Olorun would be included in that conversation, too, if he's locked in, and he is. I'd almost prefer, though, now that Sanctified Fields is something you have to be concerned about, and the taunt is something you have to be concerned about, that glass cannon, Cabrakan, feels like it'd be really difficult to actually make contact with priority targets. Athena gets to choose your target for you, and it's her. And she's got block stacks, so good luck actually stunning her. And this is, yeah, I think much better if the Jade Dragons take that Cabrakan into support.
Now, both Pegon and Panitom have gone on career of playing Susano and Set for the both of them. It's both within their wheelhouse. We've seen them both play competitively in an SPL matchup. I wonder if there's value in the Susano mid now, potentially against this Cabrakan. Now with the changes that came to Cabrakan, those tremors no longer was in an 8-second cooldown, now on a 3. Is there any value to maybe draft this Susano to pull them out of the tremors now that they are on such a short cooldown?
Less value. I mean, that's just the truth of it. They're just going to have it more often, but Susano and a Cabrakan feels like a matchup that Cabrakan's going to have a much easier time in than it would be in the Olorun. Olorun could just clear wave from a distance, play pretty far back with that extended range on his first ability. Or even if you want to, I mean, if we're getting super crazy Olorun jungle set mid, things could work out that way too. Hope it's not that, personally. What's gotta be Olorun ADC? Is it set ADC? Oni Warriors, man. I love and hate these guys. I love it because anything that's different is unique and interesting to watch, but difficult because it's my job to tell you what to expect.
And what do you expect?
Susano jungle,
Okay.
Olorun ADC set mid. I think that's fair.
I think that lines up a lot of what we were seeing in some of our previous tournaments, even in previous metas. That seems to line up. We don't have a Sino in this game, so we're probably safe to say the Olorun not going to be going over to the jungle. Though I think you're right, talk about potential flexibility with setting Olorun from mid and ADC. And a last pick, Aphrodite, for the Jade Dragons. You have CC locked down with Tyr. You have some CC locked down with Cabrakan.
The Afro.
But Afro is a final pick.
Wow.
What are your thoughts on Aphrodite now? Because Afro has eaten quite a few nerfs since her rise to fame and her time in the spotlight.
Wow.
Not really the pick that we often see anymore. I think Genetics pulled out once yesterday, but now it's the 10th pick here for the Dragons.
I'll tell you what I've talked to Dardez about explicitly, because Dardez is one of the most vocal Aphrodite lovers on the planet. Just really likes that pick, feels like it has a lot of potential. I asked him, I was like, Dardez, is this something that you just want to play, or do you think it legitimately is just that good? And he said, it's good, and the only reason I don't do it is because my team doesn't let me. So that does lead me to believe that it might not be Aphrodite mid. We could be looking at an Afro support. We know Mike really likes that pick too. But in a Game 5 situation, if your mid laner's asking for it, I think you might as well just let him run it. Either way, it does synergize very well with the 3 frontline core of the Jade Dragons. Pele, Tyr, and Cabrakan all get point blank, so back off should find value. And with that being the case, I almost would just prefer to see it in mid as opposed to support, just so that that back off is actually doing like upwards of like 600 to 700 damage late game instead of just doing a 120 damage slow. But it is a little bit difficult for Aphrodite to survive this amount of dive from the Oni Warriors. You've got 4 dedicated divers, Amaterasu, Susano, Athena, and Set. Afro's got Beads Aegis, she's got healing, she's got 1 stun, single target, and then she's got Beads Aegis built in the kit. So she's got a little bit more survivability than the others, but because so much of that dive from the Oni Warriors is also CC, Susanoo's got 2 or 3 ways that are going to force out your beads. Athena, the exact same thing. Amaterasu, the exact same thing. I could see it being very difficult to survive should the Oni Warriors establish a decent early game. And looking at their draft, early game, generally the MO, barring Olarun.
Well, draft expectations for the Oni Warriors, as far as where these picks land, is where you would expect them to be. We do have the Olarun going to ADC, set mid, Susanoo jungle. That much, pretty simple to kind of get a general analysis there. But you bringing up Dardez and the Aphrodite ends up working out in your favor, Mifflin. It is going to be Aphrodite mid, Cabrakan support for the Jade Dragons. We'll have to see if this pick that Dardez wants to play so much that he calls for his team to grab for him in a last pick scenario in a Game 5 against the Oni Warriors. We'll have to see if this is a pick that can work out for him. We'll have to see how the Cabrakan can do in that support role for PBM. And then I got to keep eyes on Nika as well with this Tier C, the performance that he can bring over there in the solo line. It is game number 5. Reverse sweep potential for the Oni Warriors. Can they complete the sweep, or will the Jade Dragons shut it down here? Let's go into game 5 with Gore and Trelly.
Thank you so much, J-Mac and Mifflin. And for the last time for this set, for this event, it's Gore, it's Trelly, and of course it's Doug giving us the views in. And Trelly, so much to lock onto. A nice long set, 2-2. Tied with the Warriors here, 52% to 48. We're back to the very close, even games, but it's leaning Dragons.
Interesting.
I've got to ask you, well, okay, so you say interesting, and I'll just let you elaborate.
It's just interesting that it's leading Dragons after the Oni Warriors have all the momentum in the world, right?
Yeah, good point.
If they're looking at draft-wise, also interesting, just because Aphrodite traditionally does not have the greatest track record. I know that, yeah, Dardez loves the pick. Doesn't mean it's good. In this case, I think he does have, Mifflin highlighted, it's great targets to actually attach to. If Dardez and LASBRA are just like hunting through the jungle, they can certainly find just about any 1v1 or 2v2 they would like once they get access to those ultimates. The issue then becomes getting value out of Undying Love, right? You need to make sure that ult is on point. You have to make sure you're immuning either a massive skewer from Pegon or a taunt-in from a Genetics, maybe Netrioid's ultimate, more specifically the Typhoon from Panitom. Those are probably the things that you're looking to immune in the early game, at least until SOT actually rotates out. But if it does, you should be having a good time. Dardez and LASBRA, they're able to just like stay attached and farm up efficiently. They've got a hard carry situation that they could try and play through. But if that is the case, I don't want to see LASBRA go into this Contagion build, man. I want to see full damage. There's a reason Afro is here. It's to keep you alive. Your build doesn't have to be that tanky. Afro will provide that healing. She will provide that beads and Aegis. You just have to do the damage.
And I did want to ask, I mean, you know, we've seen a lot of it, and this isn't necessarily a question of Afro over Cabrakan, but really just Afro mid versus Afro support. Like, we've seen her this year primarily go to support. The other day, was it just yesterday, actually? We saw it go thrown into support, but the cooldowns on it just not great compared to where they were at the beginning of the year. And something that Dardez is going to have to contend with. Didn't work too well for Genetics, who played it in the support role. How do you think it's going to fare for Dardez and mid in general?
Well, I'm a believer that Afro mid is better than Afro support in the right situation. Just because early on, yeah, she shares protection, she gives heal, she gives that sustain. But it just seems like even when you're full tank, you still die late game, so you might as well have some damage online. Again, Afro, her win rate does not reflect that well, right? She doesn't have the highest win rate for a reason, so I'm not saying Afro mid is really good. But what I am saying is if you're going to go full damage, there's ways to amplify that. If you're just trying to get LASBRA to get to the backline and just absolutely pop off, having a full damage Afro kiss to him is the way to do that, right? You're going to be able to amplify him. Who cares about protections? You're not trying to survive a long time in the fight. I want you to one-shot. That is the idea.
Well, Fearless now onto SoloOrTroll, gets him low pull in from Panitom. Make sure his solo laner gets to walk out of there safely. Careful pathing back into the lane, make sure that goes well. Pegon poked out by the birds. And outside of left lane, where currently Netrioid and Genetics are just standing on PolarBearMike's tower line, things seem to be going pretty well for the Dragons in the other two lanes.
So far, able to get very close to finding a kill, but not quite. So much movement out of both of these solo laners. Amaterasu has been a pick that I definitely expected to be pretty highly contested, but so far has been very looked at by both of these squads in this whole Game 5. I mean, Nika, if he could have had his choice, would have picked it probably every game, right? He has had the opportunity to take that Ama plenty of times, but now Chaac gets his hand at it, and Nika on the tier. Both have tons of CC, but the difference maker, Nika has the blink, right? Doesn't go in for teleport, whereas SOT still does have that teleport, used it to try and get active there. Possible invade going for the purple buff. It looks like it was not confirmed there by the steal, so Genetics can't pick it up. It's okay for the Jade Dragons. They're happy with that often, but still, the dive that these Warriors can provide. Pulling beads, very important in this matchup as well, Gore. I mean, think about it. You got Susano and Set. You only get one set of CC immunity there, unless you're going Magi's or Absolution. Those beads are going to be so important, and I think that Nika is the man for the job to pull those down as this game continues.
Oh yeah, right tier, fearless, once you get involved. We've been talking about it last couple of days, but earlier this set even, Nika and Sot both have exemplified this, as the solo laners are not tethered to that lane as heavily as they have been in the past. We've seen them rotate pretty early. Worst case scenario, if you don't see them sub 12, you'll see them usually around the beacon fight at 12 minutes. So guaranteed opportunity for him. Panitom getting aggressive, forces the ult. Now they've got the Athena here. They've got exactly what they need. A couple ults used, but it's first blood to the Warriors. Panitom kills off Dardez and starts this game off right.
Yep, and that's one of the big issues with Aphrodite, of course. You only get that one ultimate, and if you can't find the immunity you're looking for, you're going to be ran through. Dardez loses speeds, loses ultimate. Thank you over to Genetics, of course, for having that extra burst that needed to be used to find the kill. I mean, dropping 3 ults, yeah, that's going to end up being worth it. LASBRA couldn't even help, right? He had the ultimate. He could have said, hey, should we go in with Volcanic Lightning? Should we try and get aggressive? There was no option. 3 members showed up, using the strength of that global presence. That's going to give first blood over to Panitom. The Susano off to a great start.
Now, still have to play carefully. LASBRA wants a little bit more. Goes for Pegon, beads used. Has the ult. Couple of autos, but the pullback from Panitom keeps things safe for his mid laner. Pegon, no health, no mana, but still makes it out of there. The Warriors. It is a massive play to make sure they don't fall down, and specifically to keep LASBRA under wraps.
Yeah, Pegon used the beads, had just enough to make sure he was able to get out of trouble there. I can't help but think if there's a different build. Like, the Soul Eater gives okay stats, but you want to stack it up. I don't know. I guess I'm weighing on the Soul Eater too much. I just know that there's already an Aphrodite, so anti-heal is going to be a priority. Seems like LASBRA could have went into more stats, but it just is so good. It synergizes very well with the Pele kit. Unlike last game, was able to find the beat at the very least. So Pegon has to play a little bit safe for the next 2 minutes, but he has so much movement on this set, as well as the Sigil, which is going to give him some protections. Shouldn't be too worried about getting ganked around a corner or just pulled back or knocked out by LASBRA. The set should be just fine, just continuing the farm as usual.
Now we have seen actually a pretty good smattering of every single recipe so far this weekend, right? The golden gooseberries, we've seen some sturdy stews, quite a few bountiful bow. And one that really, I guess, has stood out when it gets locked in has been this party punch, which is what LASBRA is going to be rocking. I guess we've been missing the durable drumstick. But the party punch, I'm just kind of wondering. I had to wait a moment because it looked like LASBRA was going to show up over here. How do you like it with the Pele? I feel like I've been seeing it on a few different junglers, and it's not been incredibly consistent as a yes, you need to lock it in, or maybe you can go for it. But LASBRA has gone back to it a few times. Do you like the synergy that it brings with a Pele?
Yeah, it's pretty much just, do you prefer, are you a god of spammable cooldowns, which Pele really isn't, because you already get 2 casts of your Pyroclash, your 3 doesn't really have a cooldown in that instance, so Bountiful Bow isn't getting as much value. So just getting extra damage after you travel a bit ends up being pretty worth it. A lot of these junglers can pick it up if they have that sort of value that Party Punch can provide. So I'm a big fan of it, especially on a god like Pele, who's just going to be zooming around looking to use that damage anyways. Speaking of Pele, you can see that Panitom was nearby. I was wondering if LASBRA was going to make that rotation, because he's close. He was kind of between tower at that moment. But it looks like he's more so looking at the shield buff, so the right side of the map untouched for the Jade Dragons for now. Pretty quiet though, right? I mean, the Oni Warriors are just pulling ahead slowly but surely off of some good rotations and farm. They've been clearing waves, pushing stuff in. I mean, Netrioid and Genetics, they don't really have to leave this tower line fearful. This is kind of the issue with Oleron, is the early game has to be played a little bit careful, especially when the walls from PBM could pull your beads very easily.
Yeah.
But no one else is here, right? They know that there's no other gank coming. So there's no punishment for Genetics and Netrioid playing a little bit passively. LASBRA's close by. Let's see. Doesn't even go past the halfway point. Has no need to go in for a gank, apparently.
It's actually kind of rare, the gold chart. I mean, it does exactly what you would ask, which is you can see the time of First Blood, and then you can see, as you had kind of mentioned, the steady rise then from the Warriors. But really, that's where a majority of this lead has come from, right? It's a couple of invades, it's a couple of neutral farm camps going their way. But really, it's that First Blood that gave them the big jump forward. Now, as you mentioned, kind of quiet from him. Panitom hasn't really been super active as far as ganks and lanes go. Pegon, who on a set, you would maybe expect some of that, has gone for the Transcendent, so maybe that's part of what the team is waiting for. It's a pretty big power spike. But Trelly, I'm guessing the real question is, at this rate, 9 minutes in, 1-0 for the Warriors, is it better to wait and who starts to engage? Do you lose opportunities if you're the Warriors here to the Dragons potentially as the game goes on, or do the Warriors still have good engage later on that they can play at this tempo?
No, they can definitely play at this tempo. I think they're waiting for Genetics to rotate out of lane to give some taunts, to give some setup. But again, it doesn't have to be forced. It's not one of those things that they're worried about their late game. They've got double Assassin and Pegon and Panitom are only going to get better. Netrioid just wants to get itemization online. Magical ADCs just want items, right? That is their biggest boon in XP, and that's the biggest power spike. Is when they can get some attack speed, some damage, some crit chance online. The Oleron, that is. So I don't think the Oni Warriors are that pressed. They're not saying we need to force a fight, we need to step forward, we need to go in for a Gold Fury. It's not as if the Jade Dragons are happy, losing this early game, but they're also not in the biggest rush. It's once the Beacon starts spawning in, it's once Gold Fury starts to be looked at, it's once Pyromancer becomes a topic of contention. That's when we're really going to see the Jade Dragons start to sweat and maybe step forward more. But getting Dardez a second relic, getting him, that breastplate online, there's some important power spikes you can see the Jade Dragons are sort of waiting for before they even attempt to step up for any sort of engagement.
Genetics and Panitom, they don't know this. We do. Standing on a ward, Dardez is not leaving that tower. Whether you think he knows you're there or not, he is not going to step far forward against Genetics. Taunt, along with all that other burst of damage, was great earlier. This time around, the shield wall is going to be enough to get rid of the second bastion in mid. And I believe, looking at it, for the Dragons, that was the last one standing. All 6 still up, actually, the other way around. Vote forced into the wall, the damage, the burst, seemingly out of nowhere, and Pegon with the loop around finds the exact position you need to go if you're going to pick up Vote on that one. A second on the board for the Warriors, and 2 kills this game total. And it is a clean pickup. Now 1-0-1 for both Panitom, Pegon, then a nice 0-0-2 pickup for Genetics, as Vote spends a few more seconds in the penalty box.
I can't figure out a single reason Vote would be there. Unless it was just, hey, Gold Fury could be coming up. I'm about to repeat myself. I can't think of a single reason Mike would be here. Gold is not being done. Why are we even stepping up at this point? Gold Fury is going to be absolutely free here for the Oni Warriors. They had the cold lead, they have the pressure, they've got the man advantage. They just got spoon-fed 2 free kills because out of position.
And consequently, the only reason that you would be in that position to begin with now also goes over the Warriors. The Gold Fury picked up for free. And it's, you opened up Pandora's box, it feels like. Stepping into the jungle and into an unfortunate spot. First Blood, you can see, at this point about 10 minutes ago, a nice steady increase for the Warriors on the gold graph until this Fury, but now with a couple of kills going their way as well. Talking 3,200 gold and just the same amount of experience. Mostly manifesting, in a level here or there. Beacon spawns in. Maybe you don't even need the fight. Warriors aren't going to step up to it. Dragons have 3/4 of this capture point controlled, and it's going to tick over into their favor, no problem, because Chaac knocking down half of a tier 1 on his own. You've already got 3 kills in the Fury. The Warriors aren't worried about the fight.
Certainly are not. And I will give Mike a little bit of credit. As a support, sometimes you have to face check Gold Fury. That makes sense. But again, as an ADC who can pick up a buff and pull it underneath your tower, there's almost no reason to be in that lane unless you're worried about a fight breaking out, which it didn't seem like the Jade Dragons wanted to take. They're behind. Mike, once again, getting taunted back in, and Panitom has a sick wraparound here.
The walls lock Netrioid in for a little bit. Panitom doesn't go for the kill. Shield buff is going to be secured over there by Mike. So if that's all you're fighting for, it's a small win for the Dragons. Small wins. Truly, they start to add up as time goes on, but you need quite a few of them to jump over what the Warriors have done. They essentially got 1,000 gold for every kill on the board. And look at the positioning. I mean, outside of Sot, who's far back, everybody else is on the same line, and it's right outside the tier 1s. Finally, you'll have Pegon and Panitom falling back, but the line of scrimmage for the Dragons is not where it should be when you still have your tier 1 tower standing.
No, it is pushing forward ever so slightly. Every 1,000 gold, I would say, it moves up a couple yards just to make sure the Oni Warriors are able to find some extra farm, find those engages, invade on the buffs if possible. Just make sure the Jade Dragons never feel safe in their own jungle seems to be the MO. Pyromancer has touchdown though, so the Oni Warriors, if they want to keep trying to push this lead, that would be the next place to do it. They've got the pressure, they have the gold, they've got the XP. Why not start working on the structures? That Runic Bomb, I don't think you got to save it for a Gold Fury or for a Fire Giant. It might be time to start knocking down tier 1 towers for how defensively the Jade Dragons have been positioning recently. Mike does have the walls. That Tectonic Shift isn't going to do too much once Genetics upgrades that Phantom Shell. At the moment, not quite available. But I'm just trying to think of where the Jade Dragons really can look to fight. I still think it's a lot on LASBRA and Dardez. The Pele with an Afro Kiss can get to the backline pretty effectively. Panitom, the only one that really seems killable because Netrioid never leaves that tower line. He is just super safe in this lane when he knows anyone's close by. So you're essentially looking for Susano to be out of position or you're farming. That's pretty much the call here for the Jade Dragons.
Well, the farming part's been going pretty well. As you can see in the jungle, things seem to be solid for him. Mike's rotated into mid, as has Genetics. But keeping my eyes, at least on the minimap, I've been watching LASBRA. Oh, unbeknownst to him, walks right on the edge, I believe, of that ward just next to green. So vision, yeah, should be noticeable for him. And at this point, if anything, Genetics is just going to see him the old-fashioned way. Beacon's going to be coming back in about 2 minutes. Pyromancer started here by the Warriors. Sot tanking it. They're going to go ahead and drop it. 4v4. Votes back in base. You've got the rotation now coming in from Netrioid, so you got the 5v4 for a little while. Nika is getting burned down, forced to use the Fearless over the wall, or the Lawbringer over the wall. Fearless away. Pyromancer burned down, and the Warrior is going to pick up yet another unanswered objective.
There's have a Runic Bomb, hand that one over to Genetics. Sot does dash forward, maybe a tier 1 tower. Use that Runic Bomb immediately. Might be the call here for the Oni Warriors. It is a true 5v5 because here comes Nika. Panitom's actually nowhere to be found. Undying Love just for fun as Genetics get caught, but I don't think you're killing that Athena. If anything, he's stepping forward.
Sanctified Fields barely catches anybody. Nika goes
the
into
slowest
it.
Fearless.
Slow Fearless. And you get to watch Netrioid just kind of lazily walk away from it. And an unfortunate scenario for the Dragons, what otherwise maybe could have at least led to a kill. Now that tier 1 in mid is almost gone. And Trelly, they've got nothing to show for it on the Dragons. Starting to push, I mean, definitely the 5,000 gold mark here. The Warriors haven't needed another kill. They've just been able to find it through farm alone.
Well, Primal Fury's back. The Oni Warriors haven't left. They've got healthy HP. At least heading over, but it looks like a blink in from Panitom trying to find the kill. Luckily, Vote gets to the sky. Where's he going to go back down? Hiding in the wall, trying to turn this around. It's LASBRA.
Has the damage. Panitom's low, teleports away in there. The AoE, he uses it against Genetics to get the kill. Vote gets traded out, but finally the Dragons are on the board, and they're not done chasing just yet. Dardez is here. You've got some damage and healing, but you don't have the confidence, and you don't have a tier 1. They have to let that one go. 1 kill for 1. Honestly, with the way this has been going, Trelly, it feels pretty good.
Certainly does. All the while Sot just proxied behind Phoenix. grabs himself a speed buff, is attempting to grab the red as well. If Nika can have anything to do about it, will try to keep these buffs alive. But still, the Amaterasu, free farming just about everything on the map, has been the call. And he did. He took away all the jungle of the Jade Dragons as they lost their ADC. At the very least, get a trade. But I'm not sure it's worth it. I mean, Vote is down a level. I guess XP-wise, it's not like Netrioid has this abundance of farm. But if you think about a level 14 Chernobog who has to deal with a level 18 Amaterasu, that doesn't seem very fun to me.
3 levels between SOT and Nika, 2 levels in mid, Dardez and Pegon. You're starting to see that grow for Netrioid as well. I mean, it's been systematic from the Warriors. They have been every single place they can be. They have been in control, in charge of these decisions. The Dragons have not been able to break free just yet. And even the amounts of pressure they have. I mean, Charlie, you know, I'm looking at it, trying to highlight it and feel good about it for the Dragons with a 1-for-1 trade. And then I look up and somehow the Warriors were another 1,000 gold up because of SOT. And that's really where a lot of these issues are creeping up, is that you're finding these small fights, but you're going to need something big. And at this rate, the play that you need, the bigger it's going to be, the longer the game goes. Primal Fury started up by the Warriors. There's not going to be a chance for anyone on the other side to respond. And they're not even over here if they could. Warriors continue pushing this lead. 19 minutes in, it's massive. 7,000 gold and just as much, if not more actually, experience in their favor. And a lot of that sitting in the solo lane.
A lot of it is. And I think the Jade Dragons recognize, again, Vote needs to split push. He needs to stay over in left lane. He needs farm. But if that's the case, then who is going to help you get out of this hole? It really is just LASBRA. There's so much weight on this Pele to try and find damage, try and find a pick, try and find a way back into this game. And there's not enough farm in the world to get him to that point, right? He's got 3 items. It's not like Pele can just 1v5 just because Dardez is nearby. Dardez has to ult just because Genetics dashes in with a taunt. It really is a difficult situation to be in. Netrioid's rotated out, and I don't think it's for a Pyromancer. I'm thinking this Fire Giant is not long for this world, or at the very least trying to go for a pull. Pyromancer first, sure. But the Oni Warriors have such a lead that going in for a fire pull at 20+ minutes doesn't seem that far-fetched. And the Jade Dragons have to make their choice now. Is Vote ulting in, or are you giving this up because it's just the first Fire Giant of the game? And I think you say, Vote, don't even click 4, just get some towers, man.
Gonna knock down the tier 1. That's how we saw the Dragons keep alive earlier. Nico's able to split push as well, but Vote right now putting in the work. Fire Giant's low. Dardez, Nika, Mike, and LASBRA are gonna be over here. Fight started up, SOT leading the way. LASBRA targeted out by Genetics. That's gonna be the dash from the set. The skewer from the set to get some damage out there. That's going to separate the Dragons from the Warriors. Buying time right now are the Dragons for Vote. Standing on the tier 2 tower line and left. Fire Giant started up one more time by the Warriors. Beacon is going to start charging. We'll be here in about 2 minutes for these teams to fight over. Tier 2 goes the way of Vote. Tower.
He's still going.
Is going to continue putting pressure on. Leaves the Phoenix. No, turns back. The Dragons think they have what they need to distract, and they're going to continue exactly what they're doing. Fire Giant's getting low, 25% HP. Fearless on Netrioid against the wall. They're looking for the kill. They're not going to find it. Warriors get the Fire Giant, and the damage, the pressure is on. Netrioid finally killed off. Vote joins the fight at the end, and they're looking for some kills, but it's 1-for-1. Mike falls down on the Dragons, and they need a little bit more to get the magic working for them, and they've got Vote, but is Vote going to be able to find anything? He's in the wall, waiting. SOT looking for him. LASBRA goes down, dash, comes in, and you're losing everything on the fight. It's the duo lane on the Warriors, but it's 3 down for the Dragons. The rest, Dardez, Nika, turn and run. The healing keeping them alive, but Trelly with 3 on Fire Giant. Dragons make the only play they probably could.
Yep, I tend to agree here. Maybe you find something on a Panitom, you're able to grab the beads.
Close.
But unfortunately, the beads were available, which means Panitom gets to live to see another day. SOT takes this tier 2 tower. You might be questioning why Vote ulted away, but the truth is, if Vote doesn't show up, that fight goes much worse. And even if he grabs the left side Phoenix, the Oni Warriors, let's say, have 4 alive, Fire Giant on those 4, and then they just push up left lane with the 10k gold lead, and who cares if your Phoenix is down? So I think Vote made the absolute correct call. Push as long as possible, join the fight late, try and deal with some of these Fire Giant buffs. Now, the Warriors have fire on 3. Sure, this gold lead is still massive, but the Jade Dragons have put a little bit of a stop on the push that the Warriors were going for. They still have plenty of time, 2 minutes and 30 seconds. They could even grab the beacon and try and push with their Titan. The buff won't be there, but at the very least you have your Titan, Gold Fury. There's still a lot to be looked at here. But with a 20-minute Fire Giant anyways, it's not like you're looking to break the base. The Phoenixes are still a bit of a stretch. All I noticed in that fight, though, was that Chaac, he went Kins and Gooseberries, and he's absolutely cutting down some of these tanks. Nika can't just stand there and trade auto attacks with him because of how much shred this Amaterasu actually has in those fights.
Well, this has been a stellar matchup. Of course, Trelly looking towards the future. The Gold Fury gets started by the Warriors, so they're going to put more gold on the board. Same thing for the Beacon. That's going to spawn the Titans. Should be, yeah, right down there in mid. It's a friendly reminder that after this, there's the draft show to figure out where these are. Very, very lucky for folks.
If this man lazy back there, God, that might have just been Phoenix gone, honestly.
Well, now, at least gets an opportunity. Nika's going for a pushback. Pulled back in by the Warriors, and man, the melt is there, but Nika still makes it over the wall to get out of there. Typhoon comes in to knock up, but not able to find Nika. So personally, he'll get back and probably wants to heal. But Trelly, one thing these two have treated us to, these teams have treated us to, a 5-game set and a matchup we won't get to see too often. They will be in opposite divisions as we go into the regular season, which means we'll see them play one time during those few weeks. And probably not again until we get to tournament time towards the end on that road to Worlds. So an absolute treat. Of course, a reminder, again, that this is going to lead into the draft show. Whoever wins this gets the power of control. First pick on who they want in the other guy's division. A lot of fun for them to be had. The Warriors with a very, very comfortable lead. Almost 12K gold. Pretty much the same amount of experience. Titans clashing in mid. Chaos is going to win this one. Dragons falling back, and Sot's been split pushing. 7-3, it's 25 minutes in, and the Warriors, I mean, they are standing on the precipice of starting their dynasty one more time, but the Dragons have something to say about it.
I mean, Chaac gets this, right? The Runic Bomb was enough, even with the push-in. Doesn't seem like they've got enough damage to try and punish this. So the Amaterasu, with Fire Giant gone, just sneaks in and grabs a right-side Phoenix for absolute free. The Oni Warriors just did not have the time to set up that push, but Chaac knows he's got movement, he's got beads, he's got about as much damage as anyone else could have at that point, and the Runic Bomb confirmed that Phoenix goes down. I mean, still 2 Tier 2 towers up. The Jade Dragons felt like they were in a confident position to defend there, but you lose track of an Ama for a couple seconds, and you'll lose that bird. Luckily, it's the closest Phoenix to Fire Giants, so not going to be that difficult to try and defend. The real issue is going to be trying to defend, right? You're taking a fight in the jungle with Pegon sitting 4-0 on this set. So much to try and run down. Panitom has his upgraded starter item as well. Not going to be easy. If you get caught out at fire, there's no way you're running all the way back to your own Phoenix or to your own Fountain at this point. There's just too much jungle chase. So the Jade Dragons need to decide right now. Do we even defend a regular Fire Giant?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I mean, an enhanced Fire Giant would be the end-all be-all, but a regular FG, you're probably playing this about as safe as you can. They're stepping forward. It seems like they do want to defend, but one misstep here and the game could be over.
I want to talk about a successful lane, though. Bastions are still up for Pegon in mid. There's been no pressure on that Tier 1 tower. 4 still standing in terms of towers for the Warriors. Tier 1 and both mid and right, and of course the Tier 2s right behind them. You had called for it. Fire Giant not only started up, but it looks like the Dragons, as of right now, are going to let this one slide due to its non-enhanced nature. The fight afterward, you have to be a little more careful of. Taunt on Mike is good, and now the engage stun. Follow-up damage is there. 8th on the board for the Warriors, and a 3rd for Panitom. 3-1 and 5 for the jungler, and Mike, 40 seconds in the grayscale.
See, and that makes no sense, right? Why, if you're not defending Fire Giant, why are you there, right? You're dying for back camps at that point. They haven't even spawned in. It seemed like the Jade Dragons called, let's defend Fire. But Dardez went back to base. He said, oh, I won't be there. Good luck. And so what? Nika and PBM are going to go in for the steal. It just doesn't make sense. The Warriors get a free Phoenix now.
Stepping up to mid. Zone from Genetics. Tauntaun to Dardez. Nika goes in to try and zone and gets a lot of damage onto Panitom. Needs a little bit of help from his team, but won't find it. Phoenix goes down. The Dragons have to make a massive play here. Nika's trying his best to do so. 5 seconds for Mike. Second Phoenix gone off the board. They won't be able to break into the base here. Trelly, signs of life from the Dragons. The heart's still beating. They're still pushing forward, looking for Sot now. Forces the ult out of the Yama. Nika dodges the stun. Genetics, as well as Pegon and Netrioid, going to be here. Panitom's going to join too far after. And a fight fizzles out before it can truly break out here. The Dragons know better than to follow too deep into the jungle.
Vote in range of a dash taunt. Does get taunted back in and
Great
forced to
walls.
beat, but yep, here comes the wall. Is this a good wall, or are you stuck in the sanctified fields, Mike?
Yeah, he's locked in there with them, not the other way around. The front line from the Dragons just deleted. The Warriors now smell the blood in the water, want to get aggressive. Vote has to go into the sky, but where do you land? It has to be right back where you started. Goes towards Netrioid. Aegis buys some time. Do you have the damage? Dardez, make sure you live as long as you possibly can. The dash to the wall Vote is surviving through everything that it should be, but finally taken down. Separation is there from the Dragons, and there's nothing you can do to defend this one. It's LASBRA versus the world. Fire minions pour into the base. The Warriors, you either 3-0 them or you're done. They come in to start this win streak one more time and take the second kickoff tournament this year.
The double assassin squad of Pegon and Panitom absolutely run the early game. The tanks as well, Genetics and Sot. Sot just solos a Phoenix over on right, gets as much farm as he wants in the whole world. And then Genetics just provides all the setup in the world.
Yeah.
The taunts, the providing that everyone just needed. Netrioid, of course, the sanctified fields were on point, but he was just, everyone was coming to him, right? At that point, you're like, the only target that could really even be dealt with was this Oleron. He's immobile, maybe we can dive him. But any chance you got close to Oleron, you're in slow motion. It's just impossible to win that team fight. The Jade Dragons did what they could, but it really did seem like the Oni Warriors got out with the better draft 3 games in a row.
There were a couple moments in that game, and realistically, I think it captures exactly what the essence of it was. The Fire Giant kill on the Mike, where you're like, what are you doing there? And then at maybe the beginning of the game, the beginning of when things start to go wrong for him, it was Vote and then Mike, both of them just outside the Gold Fury. Or you have the exact same question where you're just saying, what are you doing there? And if there's at least 3 of those that you're going to see in a game, you know you got to be worried about it. But this team, first time they did it, phase 1, they come in. First off, they also then came in here and were like, we want to be in the Chaos division. They demanded it, but we didn't know what to expect. And then they go on the longest win streak in terms of sets that we've seen in SMITE history, ended by a 3-0 in the finals. And it is clear at this point, if you can't take them down in 3, you're not taking them down at all.
Yep. The Oni Warriors, again, I think that they really showed some adaptations as well, because starting off getting a 2-0, they were getting 2-0'd rather, they understood exactly what they needed to change up. They said, these drafts are not working. We need to completely change the way that the Jade Dragons are playing and the way that we are playing. And once they figured that out, didn't seem like the Jade Dragons had many answers.
I don't know about you. I'm real excited for phase 2 now. We end kickoff with a reverse sweep. We got best of 5s that are going to be happening throughout the entirety of the regular season. It's going to be a lot of fun. But for now, that does it from myself and Shelly. We're going to kick it back to the desk to break this down and get us into the draft show.
The Oni Warriors pull off the reverse sweep against the Jade Dragons, win it out in game number 5. And score might as well best. If you don't 3-0 the Warriors, well, it's probably already too late by that point. Oni Warriors win themselves out another division kickoff tournament. They'll get to be your first seed moving into the draft show happening just a little bit later. And this one kind of felt like, the Oni Warriors, they came into games number 1 and 2. They said, okay, we know exactly what we need to ban. We need to ban Dardez and Dardez and Dardez. And then they realized, oh, maybe we can let a couple of these picks through because maybe they're not working out as well. Allow Dardez to have the Athena mid a couple of times, game 3 and 4. Doesn't work out for the Dragons. Then take the Athena for themselves, give that over to Genetics. And this dive-style composition that the Warriors draft here for game 5 works out real well for them.
The hyper-aggression, it's kind of what I was talking about with when you want to play around Freya, you need to win pressure at least in one other lane. Oni Warriors draft Oleron and got pressure in every single lane, and so created the space for him to farm up. Trellis briefly mentions it toward the tail end of that cast. it's pretty easy to line up those Sanctified Fields if the enemies are going to funnel in towards you consistently, and considering he was the only target, it seemed to me that he was the only one to receive any of that aggression. So Netrioid spools himself up a very nice game as well. Objective play from the Oni Warriors clearly has elevated here in the finals too. A lot of those early objectives, what set the pace. I believe it's about 3 kills for the first 15 or so minutes, but the gold lead spools up to around 6,000 or 7,000. That's some of that leadership from Genetics that we've been calling for. Can he make this micro PvP heavy team in the Oni Warriors and something that can play around objectives a little bit more so? I think the answer is very clearly and resoundingly yes. We did not see that type of gameplay from the Oni Warriors in Phase 1 just about ever. So diversifying their win conditions clearly throws the Jade Dragons for a loop. Deep God pools as well. Genetics goes through a majority of his God pool throughout the entirety of this set too. But I want to talk about Pegon, because Pegon starts off this set with admittedly very weak performances. Game 1 and 2, that was quiet from Pegon. Was really struggling. I'm not even talking just about the 0-2 fumble on the Raijin mid. It just wasn't aggressive. It wasn't what we'd come to expect from him. But the ability on set point to say, yeah, I mean, maybe I need to be the one to step it up a little bit. Maybe I need to be that guy. And then to come back in a Game 5 and drop a 7-0 on set mid, that's really impressive stuff from the rookie.
Yeah, I mean, a 7-0 to end it, and kind of go back to your point and just further emphasize how bad it was for Pegon to begin. His first 2 games, he had a combined 1 in 10 slash line. Now coming back and having a phenomenal performance in his last 3 games here. Helps out the Oni Warriors. Their win here in the Grand Finals, the first seed in the draft show that we've kind of been talking about. That'll happen in just a little bit, but I mean, this is an Oni Warriors team. We came in here questioning how well is the team going to perform. Jake off the roster, Genetics in. How's the slot going to be? It looked a little rough to start. There were some moments where you're kind of like, I don't know if it's like better immediately, but that was kind of the discussions that we were having in some of our, in case you missed it, shows, was how much better can this team potentially get with Genetics? How rough might it look at the beginning? I think everybody's right to think that, okay, well, it's their first real competitive week together. Might be a little bit shaky, but works out really well for them here to close out this set. We can take a look at the bracket, because the weekend is concluded for gameplay. Now you can kind of take a look at how the entire week has panned out. All started back on Thursday with our quarterfinals. We had 2 3-0s then, and then a 3-0 and 3-1 to round out our Friday. That brings us to our semifinalists of the Jade Dragons, 6 Ferrymen, Oni Warriors, and Leviathans. Dragons win a 3-1 to go to the finals today. The Oni Warriors won 3-2 against the Leviathans to make their mark here into the Grand Finals. And then the Oni Warriors go one more time the full distance, a 3-2 reverse sweep to knock out the Jade Dragons in another head-to-head matchup. Once again, these 2 teams making it to this final stage. And the Oni Warriors going to be the ones to come out with the victory one more time. And this time we'll once again get to be that first pick. I'm curious to see if they're going to pick the same division. Do they want to be the leaders of that Chaos division one more time?
I wonder. I mean, knowing these guys, they've just got such a unique way of approaching the game, of approaching what they want. I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe Genetics like reels them in a little bit. Like, hey guys, let's make an easy bracket for ourselves. Easy air quotes. All the best players in the world in the SPL, by the way.
Yeah, and we'll emphasize a little bit more on the draft show as it gets a little bit closer to that one. It's going to be a little bit of a break before we do jump into that, but for those who are curious as to what it will be, it's similar to what we had in phase number 1. The 2 winners, in this case, it'll be the 2 winning teams will come through, and they'll get a pick who goes into their opposite divisions out there. We'll explain a little bit more in depth, but before we do that, we're going to take it to a quick break, and when we come back, we got the divisional draft show.
There's nothing in this world more primal than my love for you. If you meet somebody else that's a rival, that much is true. Yeah, I know you said, baby, this is final, and I blame myself. All that's left of me now is an animal, and I cry for help. I wish my call's gonna reach you. Give it my all, 'cause I need you. I won't let it go, let it go, let it go till I get you alone. I can't help but howl like a wolf, howl like a wolf. I wish my call's gonna
It's time for the divisional draft show. If you weren't here for Phase 1's kickoff tournament, essentially what's going to happen now is we're going to take our 2 winning teams, the captains for those teams, and they're going to draft who they want to be in the opposite division of them. That will play out for the regular season. It'll be best of 5s all through there. And if you're in your division, teams that are in the same division will play each other twice over the course of the regular phase. Out-of-division matchups will only be once. It's very similar to our Phase 1. The main difference being is that it's going to be best of 5s instead of the best of 3, and also that the 2 winning captains will be deciding the full draft this time through, as opposed to last time it was, let's say, Team A picks who they want to be in the opposite division, then that team picks who they want to be over there, and it zigzags, but it's going through all the different teams where I think at the very end it was like the Ravens just kind of got set there and said, oh, well, hey, the Ravens are over here at this point, so we'll get to now kind of see where the captains put most of the onus in, because remember, got to play twice inside division, once out. You want to maybe put some of the strong opponents in your division to get yourself some good practice, but maybe not the strongest ones. That way you give yourself maybe a better chance towards that path to Worlds, Mifflin.
TLDR, it's not a snake draft, it's a captain draft. That's exactly how it goes. It's just going to be the captains choosing whoever they want to play against. I don't know how this one goes down. It feels like all these pro players have very different mentalities on how they want to approach it. Me personally, I love easy games. That's what I would be looking for. But considering the captains of these teams, it seems like they're all true competitors. They're not like me. They don't want free stuff.
And speaking of, we've got the captains for both of the teams, PBM for the Dragons, Panitom for the Warriors, standing by with Gormizer as we kick this draft off.
That's right, and since the Warriors won, first off, congratulations on the win already. We didn't have the post-game interview. And then immediately we can jump into the divisional talk, which is we have Order and Chaos before. And I know last time, Phase 1, we were going to throw you guys into Order, and I remember it was a pretty big deal. So now you actually have the choice. So what division do you want to be in?
We're going Chaos.
Chaos one more time for the Warriors, Mike. That means that you will be on the Order side. And the good news is that means that you don't have to fight these guys again for a little while, depending on how you feel about that, I guess. And so, similar to last time, you two are going to be separate. You're going to play only once throughout this phase, as the desk said. And the way this is going to work, very simply, every time, let's say, Panitom gives a team, it's going to go over towards Mike's division and vice versa. So, Panitom, you get first of all the teams there listed at the bottom. And then as a bonus little spice for you and for the people out there, whatever team you choose here is also going to be the first matchup that the Dragons are going to have this phase. So a little bit of extra power out there for you.
I have to choose.
You have to choose.
My first choose is going to be Levi's.
The Leviathans thrown over there. Which means, Mike, up first and foremost. Now you know you're going to be playing the Leviathans relatively soon, right? A couple weeks from now. But how do you feel about having them in your division?
So good. I hate Max and Alec. They are both horrible players, absolute trash. So it'll be nice to just absolutely obliterate them and do not clip this when I lose.
Yeah, so in the future, nobody remember this. It's not going to be clipped. It's definitely not going to be coming up on the podcast after this at all. No discussion. You get the same power team that's going to go over there. And as long as I remember correctly, it's actually also going to be their first matchup for the Warriors in this next phase, the Road to Worlds phase. So what team are you thinking that, you don't want and you want to stick on them?
We're going to give them the Ravens.
The Ravens, which is interesting. So the Ravens, if I remember correctly, last time did go last. What about the Ravens maybe stands out to you as too powerful?
They're all just my really good buds, and I felt bad for them being last picked last time. I think Hurry deserves better, so yeah.
You just wanted to elevate them there. Panitom, for you, how does it feel now knowing that the Ravens are going to be a team you have to take on twice?
I mean, it's going to be hard. I think they are like really good screen partners, and they try hard like a lot in SPL, so it's tough. It's a good selection.
It's definitely good, and I can hear, based on that you were probably really hoping to send them to the other side, because scrim partners even came up. Yeah. But now they're in your division. As the teams dwindle, the question now comes back to you. What team are you throwing over towards Mike again?
We are sending the Ferryman.
The Ferryman. Again, another strong contender, as we've seen. And Mike, it's first off, a buddy that you're going to have to go up against now on a roar constantly, but a very strong team to have to deal with. How's it feel knowing, Leviathan's Ferryman, it's looking like a pretty stacked division so far.
Yeah, I can say the strat now because I figured this is what it would be. I think last split, we all did if you want to scrim a team, you put them to the other side. I kind of want regular season games to be tough because the best of 5s, I think, are good practice. So I'm trying to get a stacked group. So I'm going to ask you, do I want him to give me the kings as well? That's the question. Like, am I making a death?
So wait, I'm now drafting for your team? So do you want him to have the, like, I'm just kind of like, I'm trying to play the field here. I've never been put in a place where I needed to make a choice before. It feels like it'd be kind of stacked. How would you feel about if you had to play the kings? Would you like that or hate that?
I mean, I will. It like doesn't matter to me, honestly.
Oh, never mind. He's taking it back.
I actually want my pick. Grudge match, Kings versus Genetics. Got to do it. Grudge match. It's theirs. Grudge match.
This guy, he understands storylines, baby. We're going to be talking about it all phase long. It's never going to happen.
I'm not kidding. I just decided that right now. It's a grudge match. You got to do it for the fans.
Got to do it. And as we saw, it can create some interesting matchups. So, Panitom, despite the illusion of choice, as things always happen, it ended up getting stripped away from us. How do you feel now about having to go against the Kings as well as the Ravens? We said it for your group, but I feel like you've got a pretty stacked group as well.
Yeah. I like having the Kings because Genetics is gonna try hard. Like every time we play against Kings, he's gonna practice like so hard in scrims. He's gonna try so hard. So I like that. I like that pickup.
Keeps your team grinding, right? It's gonna keep everybody in the right zone. But now you have it. You have the opportunity to round out the Order division. What's the last team you're throwing over there?
We're sending the Hounds.
And the Hounds will be the final of the Order division. Another strong team, as we saw. This week, you guys actually had a pretty easy opportunity against them. Nice 3-0. But as time went on, they got to be incredible. They were the team prior to you guys who faced them in the semis, took them to 5. So was that part of the decision? What about the Hounds made you want to get them away?
I just think the Hounds are really good scrim partners too. We are not being like that scrim with them, but they always like try hard, and I like that. And I think they will be like, they put a lot of effort on SPL games. So I don't know, and I kind of prefer to have Glads on my group. So
I'm gonna ask before I go back over to Mike. What is it about the Glads like that you like having in there for your group to round things out?
I just think like, I mean, I don't want to be mean. I mean, they should be a free win, but.
And for anyone who couldn't catch it, I don't know how well the mic did. Miv did egg that on immediately. Oh yeah, did you catch that? Did you pick it up?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry I questioned your hearing. That's on me. That was a really rude thing to do while you're standing right next to me. I'm really sorry about that, Mike.
I am Mike. Yeah.
Yeah. Miff said, "Do it, call him out, be mean," and then immediately did say it should be a free win. Mike, you have the Hounds in your division. Now that you can see all 4 of the teams, how are you feeling about the phase coming up?
I mean, I know I have a lot of haters nowadays, and I get it for sure. But I mean, look at what I've sort of curated for you. Like, look at this experience I'm gifting you. Like, double grudge match on the Warriors, Jake and the Kings. Are you kidding me? And then on my side, it's me versus Fino K and Panda Cat, and I get Neil Ma in our group. He beat us twice at Worlds Defense. Oh, it's so beautiful. It's so beautiful.
I'm honestly kind of taking notes, like mentally. This is going to come up in a few weeks, and you guys are maybe going to hate it. You might hate it because we're going to use it. I'll make sure I'll put an asterisk from PBM. It'll be mentioned every single time. You can credit where credit's due. But those are going to be the 2 divisions, and I'm just really excited to see what exactly these 2 teams or these 2 groups are going to be. Just a reminder, you will still see everybody in the other group one time, right? So it's not like you're never going to play again. It's just going to be once. Double round robin inside your group. And so, Panitom, I guess final thoughts on this weekend, your group, and going forward in phase 2.
I don't know. I'm just really proud of how are we playing. I think we met really fast. We have 1 week of scrims, and we are doing really well mentally and in skill. So I really like it.
It'll be fun mentally, as Panitom has said, as Mike has pointed out. Mike, same for you. Thoughts on this weekend and thoughts on the phase going forward and everything.
Yeah, it was fun. I love playing best of 5. It's always a chance to learn. And honestly, today, massive W. They've used all of their storyline juice. It's all out. So the hero main character arc. It's slowly draining from the Warriors. Mainly from Genetics. Everyone hates that guy. So it's great. It's great.
It's great. Also worth mentioning, I believe after this you are doing a podcast. Are you having guests come on with you and Aurora?
Yeah, we have Sot, who both Aurora and I hate. There might be chairs flying, so it'll be a good time. Yeah, on Aurora.
And for reference, that's filmed here. I know the room you're going to be in. Chairs flying in there. It's not big, so that's actually a pretty big feat. You want to make sure that you're tuning in and watching that on their Twitch channels when you get the opportunity. But for myself and Panitom and Mike, that's going to close it out. You got our groups. We'll go back to the desk to close it out.
So there we have our 2 divisions for Phase 2 and the Road to Worlds here for the SPL. Should be a very fun one, at least over, as Mike points out, in the Chaos division. A lot of storylines, a lot of grudge matches that could come from over there. You have Jake, Genetics kind of jumping over into that little fray over there. So should be a very fun phase of SPL, Mifflin.
It should be. And the draft goes essentially, I think, as most people would have expected. Send over the highest competition as quickly as possible. I thought maybe Mike would give us some of that spice of life and that he wanted the Death division with the Camelot Kings jumped into them. That would have put the Gladiators and the Hounds in chaos. But also just having the narrative storylines of all those grudge matches, something that I think gives a little bit more zest to the Chaos division. I'll be paying extra special attention there.
Well, one thing that we can actually take a look at, as mentioned, we kind of knew who the first day's matches are going to be, but now we have a full schedule for Week 1 of Phase 2. It all kicks off on Friday, the 22nd of this month. Oni Warriors, Highland Ravens, Jade Dragons, Atlantis Leviathans will be our first matchups. Then we'll have the Warriors and the Hounds, Gladiators and the Dragons on Saturday. And then Sunday, the Ravens and Kings and Leviathans Ferrymen. To round out week number 1, as mentioned, it's 2 matches a day, best of 5 for every single match here in the regular season. So plenty of SMITE action to be had on every single one of those days. And I believe, if my memory serves me correctly, this will take place over the course of 7 weeks of play to go through all of these matchups, so we have plenty of SMITE ahead of us.
Yeah, so essentially it's a 1-week break, and then we're right back into SMITE, right back into the regular flow of things. We know you guys have been clamoring for a little bit more competitive action, but unfortunately for you all, we want one more week for ourselves. You know, just go hit the beach, sip some pina coladas.
Gonna have a little bit of a downtime here after this weekend so we can get ready for the new season, and we'll be hot on our trails for phase number 2 of the SPL and the Road to World. So make sure that you don't miss out on it. Again, that all starts on Friday, September 22nd, when phase 2 will kick off. But that's it that we have for you this week. On behalf of myself, Mifflin, and all the other casters and everyone behind the scenes, thanks for watching, and we'll see you in phase 2.